Chuck.
What's the status, 3?
I'm good, just making the world a better place, that's all.
There's a devil and an angel in my head. The school system calls children kids as baby sheep. You better wake the fuck up or forever sleep. You don't need bars to be in prison, just think. They take cash out of your hand for a digital chip. So if you don't do as you're told, your money will go poof, like it didn't exist. We are almost the Walking Dead without the body bag zipped. This is community revolution in progress, but I'm no crit. As much energy is used to tear down and divide, you can use that energy to uplift and show there's no limit when you reach for the sky. Spells, spells, spells that I am casting. Words I speak are a gift of wisdom unwrapping. A work of art, I am a master craftsman. Painting pictures with the stroke of a pen, spilling ink on paper.
There's a devil and an angel in my head. When I was fighting the war, the devil was huge and the angel was tiny. When I started to repent, the angel grew and the devil became very small. Small, but he's a stubborn bastard.
With thoughts from within, some say it's the end, something new will begin. Look into the gates of the soul. I am him, I am God. Decisions, decisions, I create and destroy. Broke out this mental prison. Solve a problem and have 10 more like farmers' prescriptions. Life is too short, there's a headstone with your name inscripted. I turn my back to religion, took a seat on the throne. I am the light that torch enemies to skull and bones. I communicate with the other side, open portals, no cell phones.
Between earth and God, I'm a byproduct. I come from a family of hustlers. That byproduct, money is the root of all evil. But I'm still trying to find a large profit. It's a mirage, they live in a facade. I was smoking thigh, had a talk with God. She told me why she named me John. I author scriptures to shed light on the darker picture. If you my dog, I'm barking with you. You feeling the star of wisdom. My homie Chuck told me it was giants on earth before me. And chemtrails, we inhale, that's another story. Mercury is used to check temperature. The sun is the spirit sent in the earth. The moon is the portal, assuming you important. Set your turn. Mars is wars as the M turn. And change words, I'm in the game, but change service. I'm about to disassemble a bomb, I ain't nervous.
Drake, Dragon, Draco, Draconian, land of the giants, ice wall, Patagonian, lexicon, word wizardry, speaking Babylonian, highways of the vortex, shooting out the fallopian, low vibrating light, king of the material, mark of the beast, nanotech, scanning serial, the mental dead, carried by 6 to your burial, the lights is out. No resurrection, broken power grid, no interconnection. The Grim Reaper, I'm so collecting. 6-shot, hollow tip, rubber grip, Smith & Wesson. Bitch, repent when God is in your presence. Your aura is weak, uproot your essence. I walk through darkness, highly illuminated. Eyes blazing with fire, with blades double serrated. Hunting down clowns I double hated. Hit so hard your jaw is elongated. Shatter egos like they was glass plated. This was long overdue, past dated. One shot deal, it is as is and no recreation. All praises due to my parents for making. Always appreciate and never abated. One.
The A is the M, like the A is the E. Where earlier I said, hey, you know how somebody say, hey. It's AI. And that's the dream, like, don't people say, hey, I'm dreaming. Am I dreaming?
check it. Yo, I always be analyzing to see who's fake. People acting Janice, running around two-faced, talking behind my back until they put in their place. You're a two-course meal without saying grace on the internet. Talking shit through your fingertips, talking high power till your shine is eclipsed. Trying to ride a wave until your mind is seasick. Cement shoes and your ankles tied with 3 bricks. This isn't Grand Theft Auto, this is real life. I will piss on your grave and throw dick to your wife. This is a warning mixed with some advice. You might be king, but I'm the ace of spades, and you just renade. This is food for thought, bitch, eat a grenade. This is what people want, to be treated like dirt. I tried being humble, but that was absurd. All the brainless pigeons flock together like birds, pecking for crumbs until they merge with the crossroads and chuck the demi-urge. I think they had enough, I took the trash to the curb. Let the torture begin and watch them burn. Here's the urn.
It's hard to keep it real with fake people. They can take love, mix it with hate, and make evil. I'm staring at 50 shades of gray people. It's a grand deception, like K-Reno. They are who they say they isn't. On the internet, spreading everybody's business through a troll account. Talking foul, not knowing what goes around comes around. The flat out truth is the energy change when I come around. I guess London Bridge is falling down. Hey people, stall him out. We know all about the narrative painting. To control the clout, they gatekeepers trying to stop the ones trying to awake people. HOTC.
What's up, everybody? Or nobody. What's up, JG? Hold on. Jesus fucking Christ. Alright. Really? I don't know. Piece to really. What's everyone doing for Christmas? I'm gonna rob Jesus. What's up, Puma? Hold on.
Yeah, I heard you're gonna rob Jesus, Charles. JG, do you have the duct tape and the zip ties, bro?
Yup.
All right, well, I'm just
Yeah.
making sure.
That's how I'm gonna get my Christmas presents.
Bro, enough of this brainwashing Christmas bullshit, bro. It's a fucking day of the year. Continue business as usual. Why is Santa an anagram for Satan? Yeah, let's hogtie
Yeah.
Santa Claus then. You know what I mean?
And he wears black, red, and white like the satanic colors.
We'll give him fucking drip torture. We'll drip torture him and tell him where the pool's at.
And his throne, right? Santa is at the North Pole, right? So that's Polaris, which is the morning star.
Hey Chuck, just a reminder, Santa Claus doesn't exist.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, so you two, it's a fictional character, right? But yeah, we're gonna fucking kidnap Santa Claus. And what about Mrs. Claus, too? Yeah, you're gonna kidnap his bitch also at the same time.
Her pussy's probably worn out.
I
Bro,
picture
the
Mrs.
owl's been
Claus.
hitting that shit for generations, bro. Obviously, it's done by the... It's
I
popping up
still
out.
draw. I still draw Mrs. Claus porn. I drew some last night.
There you go.
Nah, I'm joking. You guys probably like, what the fuck?
No, that's what you're drawing on the fucking trains for people to see after, bro. God damn, man.
Oh
You
yeah,
do.
that's how you get a good wank in. You know, you just draw Mrs. Claus nude on a train, and just when you're in the desert, nobody's around, you just whack off to fucking Mrs. Claus getting banged.
There you go. Nah, but it's a massive pagan ritual. Fucking, it's all about consumerism. What it boils down to.
Man, who
Most of it.
cares?
I'm not doing it
Fuck.
with religion even. You want a Hallmark card too, Charles?
Yeah.
You're gonna get coal. Yeah, you're gonna get coal in the stocking, bro.
Hell yeah, I could burn that shit when it gets cold.
You can make a diamond out of it.
I'll make a bag of fucking. I'll sniff that shit. What's it? What?
Bro, what I tell you about fucking snorting coal? Okay, I thought
Oh, I
you
thought it
should
was
stop
cold.
doing that.
Is Christmas depressing you guys?
I just miss my family and friends. That's all. You know.
That's what it does for a lot of people. For me, no, not. No, it's just like any other day for me.
Oh, you can feel the vibe, man. It's the same fucking shit every year.
It's a stupid, yeah, it's a stupid fucking thing that people celebrate something they don't know what really they're celebrating. It's fucking energy harvested ritual at its finest, really. Even
Ching
Christmas.
chong, piggity bang.
Bro, every day is my fucking Christmas or birthday or whatever the fuck. Easter bunny is shitting out fucking eggs and whatever.
Mhm.
I like this time of the year because it just puts you into like a deep tranquility.
Mhm.
Nah, seriously. I mean, it's all. The fuck was that?
Well, it's interesting seeing the behavior of people, but man, remember, not everyone even believes or celebrates this holiday. Right? People have different holidays and celebrate things differently. But
I
I
like
think
this time of
it's like what
year.
Charles was mentioning. It's more of the family aspect that people get tied up in.
People
I
slow
haven't
down.
celebrated Christmas in over 20 years. Since my mother died and my uncle died, and then my grandfather, and then my friends, I really don't give a fuck.
Yeah,
I
but to
mean,
be
I don't.
real, I mean, what the fuck are you celebrating? Or like, what is someone celebrating? Like, if I fucking have a kid, right? That's I can celebrate over that. What the fuck is Christmas? It's nothing, man. So what are you celebrating?
And why should that really be an excuse to be around family or whatever?
I don't
I think it's
celebrate. I
just
just eat food
you should be
and
fucking
spend
dealing with
time with
that
my
every
family.
day if you have that around and then whatever. Yeah, that's it.
Chuck, what I'm saying, it's not at you. I'm saying you're celebrating nonsense.
What's up, Joe King, man?
Not you personally. I'm just saying the people out here that get caught up in this fucking nut ass Christmas shit. They don't even realize they're voting. They're taking a vax.
No, it's
Oh,
hilarious if you look at what this stuff evolved from, and you know what people still. You don't even know it's like every other
thanks,
fucking
Joe.
holiday that all the major holidays that are pushed onto people. Yeah, it has a way deeper meaning than what's being given to you.
It's about money.
That's one aspect of it. Yeah, it's a big aspect of it, the financial thing.
I'm getting tired of this whole place.
Yeah, I mean, it sucks.
Sometimes I'd be ready for my eternal sleep.
It's great, but at the same time, it's fucking terrible, man. Life's like a beautiful woman that's just batshit crazy, you know? Great sex, after the sex, it's just madness. You get these brief moments of greatness once in a while, but it's just fucking insane.
The fucking Packers. I don't know.
Are you good? What the hell was that?
What? Oh boy.
Bro, don't let that
Walker
fucking shit get you down, bud. Bro, you're falling into the fucking trap that's set for pretty much everybody.
Walker Bueller. That guy's a bum.
Make your own fucking holiday. Call it the Wandering Warrior Day. And do your own fucking thing.
Life's all just one big holiday, man. There's like a natural holiday. There's a natural holiday, and then there's these fucking nut-ass mind-made holidays.
Transformers. Homos in disguise.
Who are you saying that about, Chuck?
Huh? I was watching this video of one, where they bring these women in and they pop the balloon, some bullshit on YouTube, and the lady wanted to kiss the guy, and the guy kissed her, and then she goes, I'm a tranny. And everyone was like, huh? That's fucked up, right?
That's why you gotta smack the shit out of him.
Yeah. I mean, at that point, it's a man, right? So, it's fair game.
I beat the shit out of a tranny.
You seen the Matrix parody I posted, Charles? I see that shit.
I almost fought a dyke, but I didn't want to beat up a woman.
You almost fucked a dyke? Fought a dyke. Oh,
I almost fought a dyke security guard at Love Park, and I just couldn't hit her. I just walked away.
Happy Trump year. Trump is a fucking bozo. All these American terrorists, they need to get chin checked.
That's the right word for it. I mean, they are terrorists.
Peace the short bus gang. And Look Within. What's up, Look Within?
Trump's a scumbag. I mean, he's a big time scumbag.
Yeah.
Anything else is like calling a piece of shit, gold. It's just bizarre,
Yeah. People be sucking Trump's schlongy bong like he's gonna do something to make the country better. I'm gonna drain the swamp. Didn't do none of that. He just rearranged it for his own benefit. His wife was a fucking whore from Russia. I don't like none of them. Left, right, southeast.
Hey, every day is another chance to break away from all these bullshit ass people, you know? All this nonsense. Tap into nature, tap into fucking finding your own calmness and your own solitude and fucking every day, you know? Just break away from the bullshit.
Yeah. I got to handle some business real quick. Do do do. A do do do. I meant to say a Jew Jew Jew. All right. Let's see. Let's see who this guy is. Ha! Ah, perfect. Ah, yes. Dun, 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 dun. Ah, yes. Fuck off, sausage boy. Go sit in the corner in your short bus. Yeah, I checked it too. Usually when you get a channel with funny names, you already know. I already know what's up. If the guy only knew I don't care about Trump, I don't care about none of them. Left, right. I don't trust the far left and I don't trust the far right. I stand on high ground and keep both them terrorist organizations in my sight. I'm ready to watch their souls take flight. Yeah. There's going to be some good football games this weekend. A lot of fixed games. Like the Chiefs and the Steelers. Hopefully the Steelers will steal. I want to see the Washington Redskins get their name back. The native Indians are pissed. They want their grandfather back on the helmet. They changed it because they said it was racist. The white people were crying about it, but the native tribes were pissed. And it's a stupid name anyway, Washington Commanders. Or the Cleveland Indians were fine. You know.
All right, well, if we bring back the Redskins, can we bring back fucking Aunt Jemima too? Come on.
I censor what I don't want.
What the fuck
No,
is
I
that
censor
fucking racist?
fucking dumb
It's fucking
idiots like
syrup.
you.
Fucking shitty
Hold on,
cake.
dude. I censor people who troll people's fucking channels. You're such a loser. You gotta have all these backup channels to go and troll people. Get a fucking life. Fucking bums. Just go around and troll people's channels. They got no life, and then they have a nerve. I censor what I don't like. Shut the fuck up.
The win is strong, cause I own you once you step in the arena.
Yeah, you good, bro. Don't fucking give him any fucking attention. Just get rid of it. So they're caught up. It's like a fucking bot, pretty much. The way it's moving.
Just etch them out. Peace to Watt Life. Peace S.
Warriors did it.
Yeah, somebody beat me to it. People no more. I would have loved to ban a lot of people, but you can't ban them. I don't know why they do that now. You can't ban them. Well, I could do it this way. Ay ay ay. Let's see. I wonder if I could do it this. And then they get mad talking about I censor. Yeah, I censor fucking, you know, shit talkers. Yeah, I'm hoping the Redskins get in because they beat the Eagles, which shocked me, and then they got to play the fucking Falcons. But the problem with that is, what division is the Packers in? Well, that division, the first, second, and third place teams all got wild card, which I don't know how, but the Chiefs will probably win it again this year because it's rigged. And, that's just what it is, you know.
Sports Talk Radio. Hi, my name's Patrick Murphy. Welcome to Sports Talk Radio. All right, my whole life's been football, baseball, hockey, and basketball. That's all I know. I'm retarded, and I just want to see other people because I'm a nobody. Shit.
Elon Musk says America will be toast and the US dollar will be toast. Yeah. Fuck these rich pieces of shit. None of those people ever loved this country anyway. They were just here to destroy it. And then make all the poor people even worse, you know? Life is a fucking joke.
It's a beautiful bitch. What you got, Cage?
What's going on? This fucking shit's freezing.
What kind of words you got? What kind of words you got today, man? What kind of words you gonna say?
Learn how to fucking bend that bitch over. See, Larry's a bitch. It's freezing. There you go. Yeah, I was gonna show Charles this fucking parody. You know, like this. It's just funny. I uploaded the other day. It's the Matrix parody, Charles.
Fuck the Matrix.
Exactly.
I want to fucking rob a bank.
Oh, yeah.
How would that serve you, Charles?
Anyways.
It's way better targets than fucking banks if you want to rob some. Banks fucking horrible idea.
Okay, did you ever listen to the Pixies? You ever get into that shit?
Not really. I know the one song from fucking Fight Club that they have, I think.
Oh yeah. Where's my mind?
I don't know, the end of Fight Club. So I've heard about them from that, yeah. Exactly. There's no fucking cashier either way.
Well, it'll give me the $20 I need. I could crack open the ATM. I thought of doing that before. Driving right into the ATM, boom, and opening that shit up, but there's too many.
You ever seen the fucking Trailer Park Boys where they put chains on the shit and they yank it out? They've done that. They do that. Some people actually do that. They'll just hook
Yeah,
up a chain and fucking yank it
smart.
out of there. They're fucking idiots.
But a lot of them put those cement things in front of it now, so it makes it more difficult. No, I don't recommend anyone to do that. This was just a joke. Haha.
It is comedy though. Like, it's like fucking Trailer Park Boys. It's fucking hilarious.
I wonder if there's like vault thieves still around. Like I remember back in the day in my neighborhood there was a vault thief. This guy was notorious. Like he hit a couple vaults.
B&Es and shit.
You can't get away with that shit nowadays, man.
What? Oh, there's too many cameras and snitches.
Hitting a vault or hitting a safe. Like that was like 90s shit. Like
Yeah.
growing up, like like the old heads, like, oh shit, this dude's doing this shit. Like you can't do that shit anymore.
Neighbors are arguing. Christmas.
Guys ever see that TV series called Masterminds?
I don't know.
That was the shit, man.
That one's in the queue. Masterminds. It's a show or a movie?
It was a show.
It's a Canadian TV series.
It was just on crime, like people doing crime, and the top dogs of criminal shit.
Yeah.
Huh. The vast satanic conspiracy. Christian. Blah, 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 blah.
Look at this fucking funny shit, Charles. It's like a 2-minute parody thing. Yeah, try this shit.
The Matrix is a system, Neo. That system is full of degenerates. When you're inside, you look around, what do you see? Businessmen, teachers, lawyers, carpenters, the very minds of the people we are trying to save. But until we do, these people are still a part of the woke system, and that makes them our enemy. You have to understand, most of these people are not ready to pick up a biology textbook. And many of them are so inert, so hopelessly dependent on their pronouns that they will fight to protect it. Were you listening to me, Neo? Or were you looking at the dude in the red dress?
A dude?
Look again. Who is it? That wasn't a woman?
No. It's another training program designed to teach you one thing. If you are not one of us, you might marry one of them.
What are they?
Transformers. They can move in and out of the rooms. That means that anyone coming out of the female bathroom is potentially a ladyboy.
Oh no.
They can identify as anything, but in reality, it's just...
We have survived by hiding from them, by running from them. But they are at the Diddy parties. They are guarding all the doors while they are touching all the kids, which means that sooner or later, someone is going to have to fight them. Someone. I won't lie to you here. Every single man or woman who has stood their ground, everyone who has fought this agenda got canceled. But where they have failed, you will succeed. Why? I've seen an agent identify as a concrete wall. Men have emptied entire clips at them and hit nothing but air. Yet their strength and their speed are still based in a world that is built on rules. Because of that, they will never be as strong or as fast as you can be.
What are you trying to tell me? That I can dodge lawsuits?
No, Neo. If you identify as an innocent human being, you won't have to.
I identify as an innocent human being.
Stupid shit, though. It's funny, though.
I'm innocent. I'm ignorant. Oh, he's all right.
They threw the Transformers in the Charles. You know, you mentioned it earlier. Remind me of that.
Gotta play dumb in this crazy ass world. The Fool on the Hill.
There's another one. I haven't seen this shit, but it looked pretty funny. It's like comedians react to the CEO assassin. You guys been looking into that one where, like, yeah, Buddy Pat, he killed some United Healthcare CEO person, and really no one gives a fuck. Like, everyone wants him out of jail, pretty much.
Free Luigi. Kill them all.
You can't be saying that, Trump.
Huh.
Kill him with love, bro. Kill him, metaphysically. No, it's all like it's all they're jokes. It's a parody. You're not trying to start other people to. They're trying to hold them on fucking terrorism now, apparently.
Hey, Candy. 3 fingers. Peace. Oh, be what it is.
Yo, 3 Fingers needs one of those soft white underbelly fucking interviews. Like a 45-minute interview.
Yeah, I've seen those before. The CEO shit.
Weird psyop written all over it.
Well, everything does to you.
This video contains over 60 different comedians all reacting to the Luigi Mangione United Healthcare CEO story, starting off with Chris Rock's opening monologue from Saturday Night Live.
He actually killed a man, a man with a family, a man with kids, man. I mean, I have condolences. I'm gonna have real condolences for the healthcare CEO. I mean, this is a real person, But you also gotta go. Sometimes drug dealers get shot.
One of you guys could be the assassin. Isn't that crazy right now? Like somebody was assassinated today and they're on the lam in the city. They might not be in the city, but it could be you. Could be me. Did you kill that guy? They said it was a white guy, so could be literally anybody in here. It's crazy. That guy, he's existing somewhere. Isn't that nuts? You know, he's got like a fake mustache on. He's like, oh my God. So far, so good, you know. Did you guys hear about it? I feel weird if you don't know what I'm talking about. I'm just like, maybe I shouldn't be so excited about it. He probably had children or whatever. Don't get mad at me. I didn't do it. You don't know. All right. Yeah, you might. I might have. That would be a hell of an alibi. If I'm a professional killer and then I'm just up here like, I feel like a few of you at this point in the show would be like, I would buy it. You haven't really done a joke yet. You're like, it does feel like something's off here. The whole show, I'm just like, I don't know, you know, it's crazy. What do they paint that? That's red or brown? What's that, maroon? Common's weird. You don't really. You guys are like, I think this guy might be a professional assassin. Certainly not killing here, but what are you got, a busted hand there? Is that from hiding? Something's up. This guy's got a busted wing. Bicycling. That's how the guy got away. What? That's the only photo of the guy.
The United Healthcare CEO is lucky. Was lucky. He died doing what he loved, standing outside a Manhattan hotel, getting ready to speak to the troops, to rev up the troops. He died doing what he loved, standing outside of a Manhattan hotel at 6 a.m., getting ready to rev up the troops. He had a call. I believe he was at some investment call or something. I think it's time to think about the holidays in a different way. It's too materialistic. It's disgusting. The stores and the toys and the crap. We got too much crap in the country. The United Healthcare CEO is lucky. He died doing what he loved. He died a soldier. Healthcare is a war between sick people and insurance companies. It's a war. Sick people are very selfish. Have you met any of them? Never. Blah, 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 blah. Chemo. I have no hair.
They knew what door he was going in, what time he was going to be there.
He
was
terrible.
Murdered.
They walked up and shot him in the head.
Yeah.
And
Fuck that guy.
That dude, everything he just said there is bullshit. He's just putting on a show.
Like, people be like, what do you
know the family, man?
Well, how about all the families they killed? These pharma CEOs.
They're being fucking, I think that's what they're kind of point, or at least the people before, they're pointing that out, kind of, right? They're being ironic, like, they're being fucking sarcastic with it.
Yeah, I see.
So this is the song you were mentioning there, Charles?
Chest.
And the leg.
In the chest.
Dead.
Masked man.
What happened? What Masked man got away.
Got on a bike and he's on the lamb.
No, he's on a lamb? He's got to find a guy riding a lamb.
Sir? Sir?
Yes, here's a man.
I like that he did the act out, you did the voice, and he set up the joke. That was a trifecta.
This dude, they're looking for him, and it's hard because the people are on his side. There's literally people dressing up as him, right? And I'm not gonna lie, I feel like some of the cops were even on his side because the cops were on a manhunt for him in Central Park, and they weren't looking hard. Dude, they weren't. Like, did you, if you saw the news and you saw them in Central Park, I've never seen a more lackadaisical hunt in my life. There were cops in Central Park. This is being shot. They see the camera and they know what's going on the news, and they were still like, he ain't in this bush. Where else is there to look?
Dude, I bet all those Giuliani guys were going, dude, was that you? Did you call that? Was that us? Was that us? Because I didn't hear on the meeting. Am I next? Am I next? Like, they were all nervous going, wait a minute.
That's actually a great point.
Please tell me that was just some random dude.
That's
because if that was inside and I didn't know that that was happening, I got a green light on me? He starts dyeing his hair again. Whatever they were talking about today, you know, in their big Illuminati meeting, that was definitely, you know, as they're over there drinking virgin blood. Like, dude, you see that fucking CEO?
Dude, you got to do a bit. That's a funny bit. How guys are going, hey, like trying to feel their friends out. Hey, did you see what happened? Is that us? That was us.
Was that us? Hey, man, like, I know that was kind of a public thing and you can't tell too many people, but like, you know, I kind of thought I was in the circle. I thought I was in the circle of trust.
Like at 7:30. Hey, dude, you see the news this morning? You don't even say what it was. You just find out.
He goes to the Illuminati mountain and he's got his pass card. He says, please work, please work, please work.
It's like the first time I've been pro Second Amendment. It was the first thing I saw in the morning. It was like another person was shot and killed. I was like, what is this country coming to? CEO of United Healthcare. All right. It's not so bad. Yeah, at 7 a.m. before his coffee and everything. He's like, I got one thing I need to take care of today. It's so funny. The funniest part about it to me is because, like, in the paper, they were like, it seems to be a planned assassination, but nobody really understands the motive as to why. I think that dude got a bill from United Healthcare. Like, it's like $40,000. I ain't paying this shit. I'll take care of this right now.
Flirting is the thing that brought him down.
It's not a psyop.
But it's funny how much they fuck people, that company. After that CEO, they're like their approver, where they deny people's claims. The rate of that was I think under 10%, and then went over 30, or like about 30% of it. So imagine like you're paying people for years and years. They're pretty much just robbing like a third of their customers and fucking them over.
Well, I heard that they, if you have very, very good insurance, you're going to get the best drugs, right? If you have shitty insurance, you're going to get the worst medication.
If you got good insurance, you're going to get good drugs. Or, I mean, if you're paying cash, right? But
yeah, if you're wealthy, right, you're getting headies. You're not getting mids.
I forgot what that shit's called. Like, I remember they give you generic Percocets instead of the name brand. That's what I wanted to say. They'll give you the fake Perkies. Back in the day, this lady used to get generic Percocets because, you know, especially if you got to pay cash for your fucking script. You know, a script, I was looking one time, I had insurance with my company when I was on Seroquel and shit. It was like $800 or some shit. It said, I think they'd be overcharging, man. Like, that's insane. I'm so glad I don't take none of that garbage. Like, they were literally, like we were talking about yesterday, JG, that type of shit would knock an elephant out. It's ridiculous. They're trying to really, I don't understand how people can take that shit and function. People look Seroquel up, right? They gave it to me to sleep. I come to find out it's a psych drug and it solves your sleeping, but it also gives you a million more problems, side effects and stuff. Dude.
Yeah, it's trash, man. That's what happened to a lot of people during COVID was they have weak insurance, they're taking these pills, and the pills are just fucking making shit worse. The ventilators are making shit worse.
Look at this shit.
Where the wealthy, all their shit is fucking, all the medication, right? The advantage they have is they have better chances of surviving taking that medication. The medication the poor people take, it's risky as fuck. It's a gamble.
Yeah. Yep. Look at this. This is Vietnam. All the dog tags. All these people lost their life, gave their life for what, man? For what? All for the U.S. to be cool with Japan now. Just all these fake. Well, they're not fake, but these wars. They're, you know, America's always giving up the children to go fight. These old hags can't solve their alleged own problems, right? Even they just send the children to die.
Right, it's like if Ted Kaczynski had people doing the bombings for himself. You know, he's a terrorist and he's got other people doing it for him. It's all a ploy. They fell for the ploy.
Yeah. It's a lot of fucking dog tags. Holy shit. So, at least Santa wasn't the only. This is what's his name? I almost said Zeus, but that's Thor. He's got his, instead of reindeer, he got 2 goats. And then you got, I don't know, man. They're always doing something with their fingers. Then he's got his half moon staff. And he's got children always around him, yo. This fucking weirdo shit, man. Saint Nick likes dick. You ever notice how these people always got fucking children around them?
Yeah, and they're naked.
It's fucking crazy, man. It's been in our face this whole time. Pause. Rewind. You ever see how they cut slate? I want to know where slate comes from.
Yeah, pull up the screen share. Let's get into the Christmas bullshit. Since we're here now.
Fuck Christmas.
Esoteric symbolism of Christmas. We're going to
Oh,
talk a
this
bit about
guy.
the history of this holiday, how it relates to Jesus, the zodiac.
This is
motherfucker before. We'll try this other one then. I don't know. I found
guys got
ones I seen play
It's not
Razzle
something you celebrate. It's something you live.
We all know that Christmas is a Christian religious celebration commemorating the birth of Jesus Christ. But few people know the mysterious esoteric meanings behind each Christmas symbol. You've probably felt that there's a different energy in the air during the Christmas season. Know that this isn't just in your head, it's real. The symbolism of Christmas goes far beyond what Christianity preaches. The date of Christmas, the Christmas tree, the rebirth of Christ, gifts, and candles. All these things represent much more than meets the eye. In this video, we'll explore this multitude of meanings. By understanding what lies behind each symbol, you'll be able to make the most of the Christmas energy in your life. Christ, in esotericism, is a perfect multiple intelligence that is everywhere and uses solar light as a vehicle for expression. This intelligence is the source of all creation and the force that organizes the universe. Christmas, therefore, is the celebration of the birth of Christ within each of us. It's a cosmic event that occurs every year, inviting us to awaken our own divinity. Christ is represented in esoteric tradition by the letter X, the first letter of the Greek word that gave rise to the name. The letter X symbolizes fire, a transformative force that can lead us to enlightenment. The birth of Christ within us is a process of spiritual transformation. It's a process that requires effort and dedication, but is possible for everyone. December 25th, chosen to celebrate Christmas, coincides with the winter solstice, an astrological event marking the beginning of winter in the Northern Hemisphere.
This is
The winter
brainwashing.
solstice is a time of nature's renewal.
Everything this fucking robot saying, everything, it's just, it's all brainwashing.
Why is this? These are new videos that people have been posting. For some reason now it's being flooded with them.
No, it's just, it's they're brainwashing you with an idea, you know? It's all just an idea.
All praises due to Allah. Here's Santa. Jesus is like he's fucking smoking
The
crack.
older one, it's hard to find though. Hold on, let's try it. Here.
Yeah, he wasn't eating there. Looks like he didn't eat for a day.
Look how they're cutting slate. Question 1, where does slate come from? Right? It just don't appear out of nowhere.
The pocket, dude. It's a pocket of slate.
The meaning of Christmas. The root of the word Christmas is the word Christ, which comes from the Greek word Christos. The name Christos was given by the Greeks to the fluid that is secreted from the pineal gland, which is found in the center of the brain. It's the size of a pea and resembles a fully lit Christmas tree.
Look how they try to tie it
It is
together.
also a self-healing and
What the
self-regenerative
fuck is this shit,
fluid described by the Greeks as Jesus or Jesus,
You're gonna have
the
to
healer.
sprinkle some truth into it though.
This self-healing fluid, Jesus Christos, flows from the claustrum, which is where we get the claws in Santa Claus. The Greeks considered this fluid a sacred secretion derived from the sainted claustrum. From the sainted claustrum, the sacred Christos flows down the 33 vertebrae of the spine, or the chimney, which is the age of Jesus and where the Freemasons of the Masonic Temple derive the 33 degrees. This sacred Christos descends to the base of the spine, which is where we find the root chakra, which teaches us Earth is not a prison and is ruled.
What you saying, Gigi?
Nah, that shit's trash. How they try to tie it together, man, and it's just, it's for fucking, it's for dumb people, man.
Well, you know, you never know what it's gonna say after, right? It might be leading. It might just be building a fundamental thing.
By Saturn, who also rules over Capricorn. This chakra, ruled by Saturn, is the sacred or sacral furnace of the inner light, or rather, the fireplace. All this sound familiar? It should. This is the origin of the story of Santa going down the chimney to the fireplace to drop off gifts of healing at the Christmas tree. Christmas takes place in
All
Capricorn,
these woke fucks eat this
which
shit up.
begins on the same day
My
as
favorite
the winter
video.
solstice on December 21st. As Capricorn is ruled by Saturn, this astronomical phenomenon was celebrated with Saturnalia. Saturnalia marks the symbolic death of the sun upon the shortest day of the year, December 21st. Rest for 3 days from December 22nd through the 24th, and on the third day, or the third eye, at the strike of midnight, is reborn. From the root chakra of the spine, the sacred Christos rises, ascends, is heaved up, the 33 vertebrae of the spine, to return again, also called the second coming. At its holy origin, the third eye, or the temple in the sky.
This is one of the ones I played before, like a couple years ago or something.
Merry Christmas. Hope you all are having a wonderful time with your families, making memories.
I seen
Today,
Tartarian Truth
we
shitting on
wanted
this
to
guy.
discuss the secret dark origins of Christmas. And look, our intention isn't to ruin Christmas, like, enjoy your Christmas. But at the same time, we shouldn't just blindly celebrate holy days or holidays without knowing where they came from. Like, did you know that it was once illegal in the US to celebrate Christmas? Well, this is obviously a touchy subject for many families, and although it could be a dark history, I don't think this means we have to throw away Christmas or become the Grinch, even though he's kind of the good guy in this situation. But still, that's how they get us. They mix true values of the family and being generous so that you're labeled a Scrooge if you don't want to celebrate Christmas. However, that doesn't mean there aren't some strange hidden histories within this holiday, and it's worth to check them out, possibly even asking the question, why do we celebrate this holiday? Most of us raised on this corporate advertised version of Christmas, shiny Coca-Cola Santa, but where did this come from? And how did this become a Christian holiday? Well, no matter what, we all grew up on Christmas, made many memories, and at least for me, they've all been positive. Forgetting the strange material desire fed to kids for wanting a big present at the end of each year because it was advertised to them on the TV. That's the hard part, because there are some strange dark associations in this Christmas story with children that I feel shouldn't even be a part of this special day. Yet, when we look back at history, it's quite shocking to realize what Christmas is truly based on. So with that, let's get started. You could say that the two biggest days of the year are your birthday and Christmas. This is what children dream about all year. Or at least, this is how we were programmed to think. This materialistic outlook where truly most kids only care about Christmas or their birthday because of the presents. How can you blame them? As most of us were programmed by the television to want a certain product, and we would put it on our Christmas wish list, waiting all year to get that special toy, video game, whatever it was. You couldn't fall asleep at night knowing that Santa was going to bring you what you most desired. So what is a gift? And why presents? Why do parents lie about this story? I'm not even kidding. My parents literally lied. My dad told me this story where he woke up in the middle of the night and actually saw Santa. And I would sit there as a little kid in amazement, visualizing this story. And I also caught them wrapping up presents one night, but they told me, go to bed. Yet I never suspected anything. I truly trusted them until I was like 10, maybe older, that Santa Claus truly existed. I'm sure there's other children that get taught earlier, but not everyone figures it out because they want to believe in Santa, which is really strange. Because the excuse that we tell children for doing this is so that they have something to believe in or to not ruin a child's magical imagination. But that's complete BS, because anytime a child starts to go off from the mainstream, most modern parents just get them to do what every other child is doing. Hence, Christmas is something that is programmed into us, not something that we just make up for our children. Our parents and their parents were programmed with the same exact story. And it's just like the Cabbage Patch Kids. This video isn't directly connected to that series, more like a holiday special, but it does have its connections, as one of the earliest movies is Santa Claus from 1898. This first Santa Claus movie involves two orphans, it would seem, being put to sleep by a maid or midwife as they go to bed on the night of Christmas. Then strangely, an old man in a costume sneaks into the house through the chimney in the middle of the night and puts toys in the kid's stocking. He's also carrying a chimney sweep, which was used for spanking children.
dashing through the snow in a one-horse open sleigh. For the fields we go, laughing all the way. Bells on bobtails ring, making spirits bright. What fun it is to ride and sing a sleighing song tonight. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Good night. Good night, ladies. Good night, ladies. Good night, ladies. We're going crazy now. Merrily roll along, roll along, roll along. Merrily roll along. For the ice and snow. Good night. Oh, I'm so glad of that, my darling.
Now, I just find this first film so creepy and no context at
This
all.
guy
Like,
is a good
it's
channel.
almost
I
as if
like
they were
his
showing
channel.
this to the orphans or something, as if it was never for
You
the
got the
movie
name of
theaters,
it.
just something to use as a mind programming device during resets. There's also The Night Before Christmas, 1905, with a similar theme. It's the start of this Christmas
The
story
night
preparing
before
it for
Satan
children.
arrived.
We see Santa in his factory, and also a group of orphans. It is very strange that you'll find this orphan symbol.
The fuck is with Santa, this old weird motherfucker, and orphan children? The fuck?
Heavily associated with the story of Christmas. The kids would hang up their stockings and go to bed in order to prepare for St. Nicholas. Let's not forget the whole who's been naughty and nice. So Santa Claus has a list of every child in the world and knows whether they have been, quote, good or bad? How would any man have this knowledge? He's also from the North Pole, rides a sleigh or chariot that can fly, and uses magical reindeer to accomplish this. Then in one night, he lands on every home and climbs down the chimney? So wait, hold up. This guy is sneaking into everyone's home and we reward him for this and feed him milk and cookies? Is that a reference for something else? Well, depending if you're good or bad, you get a present or coal. Why coal though? I mean, he climbs down the chimney, but is there a reason specifically that he gives naughty children coal? So who is this Santa guy and why is he essentially worshipped at the end of the year? Santa Claus, also known as Father Christmas, St. Nicholas, St. Nick, Kris Kringle, or Santa, is a legendary worldwide known figure who supposedly has his origin in Western Christian culture. But we'll take a look at that shortly. We're going to work our way backwards to a certain degree. Let's just point out some of the things that are very strange about this whole Santa Claus story. Well, he is covered in red and white. That's very significant. There's also a specific outfit or costume for Santa. The outfit itself is a symbol that we'll have to come back to, but just take note for later. The famous red hat, this belt that seems to be doing nothing really since he has a large belly and this top would already be tight on him. There's also the entire mall thing where children are brought to come sit on some random guy's lap that has been working there all day, and in many cases these people were actually drunk and did not care. Yet our parents brought us to come make a wish in a stranger's lap, and most of us were probably pretty horrified to even tell him what we wanted for Christmas. We mentioned that Santa is breaking and entering into everyone's home. He sees you when you're sleeping, he knows when you're awake. So yeah, while the children are sleeping, and I guess people think that's just fine, but he brings a big red bag full of presents, and also coal, after coming down a chimney that would be physically impossible for any man that size to go through. The story goes that the reason he is red and white is because he was just a creation of the Coca-Cola advertisers. And this is true, as before 1931, you can find many depictions of Santa with different colors. But when Coca-Cola came in, they really finalized the final look of what we now call Santa. However, I do believe there is a reason other than Coca-Cola that we landed on these colors, and you can find this exact color scheme in older depictions. The Santa that Americans know is actually more of a Christ figure with literal translations meaning Christ child or little Jesus. There are also suspicions that Santa may have castrated his reindeer, as male reindeers shed their antlers in the winter, yet they are never pictured antlerless, so either they are female with male names, or there's something else going on. It's also possible that these are not their names, but actually positions or occupations of the reindeer. Christmas parties, Christmas trees, the star or angel on top, the stockings over the fireplace, all of these have origins, and many of them were quite dark. Yet, every year, millions, if not billions of people around the world blindly participate in this yearly ritual. Santa Claus has multiple variations around the world. It's important for us to compare them in order to fully have an understanding of what Santa Claus really is or represents. Some countries celebrate him as a gift giver, and others celebrate him as a historical religious figure. Which is interesting, because the Jewish people are the only ones who don't have a Santa Claus, and they don't celebrate Christmas. I find that very strange, for they are deeply connected with the story. Even the modern branding of Christmas, Christmas carols, famous movies, are made by Jewish peoples. Supposedly, even Santa is a Jew. Now keep in mind, this is no way an attack on modern Jews. Not a
No, I don't have a problem with Jews. There's good and bad people everywhere. I just like to joke around. What's up, Kimba? Tommy Rogers, That Which Is, Lucid, Faceplant, Maggot, Candy. It's fucking snowing here today. Jingle bells, my armpits smell, and I just laid a fart. That's childish. Excuse me, this guy said if you ever want to borrow money, just ask the Jew.
It's funny how hard they try to convince you and sway you, with these ideas. I'm not saying this guy who made the video, I'm saying the mythology in general.
Some weird shit behind it.
It's all pimping. The Goyim.
Christmas is I watched this native Indian. He had a video and he said he didn't believe in Jesus until he prayed to the great grandfather spirit, and the great grandfather spirit told him that God is Jesus. And I knew right then and there he was bullshitting.
Yeah. Well, those Native Americans got some bullshit traditions, man. Like, they're pretty,
They do respect Mother Earth, and that's why I respect them.
there's a bunch of impractical shit they do, and think.
Yeah. What the fuck's that?
Bro, it's fucking Santa Claus is breaking into Charles's house now. What's going on?
My fucking boss was supposed to pay me for that day at work. Fucking blows me off. Tells me I gotta wait till Friday. What a jerk. Stupid children and stupid Christmas.
The Grinch. Like, why you have Santa Claus doing the sign of silence? That was in the other video, no? Capture that bitch.
Yo, do you call the guy you're getting work from your boss? Do you call him your, boss?
No, I just did that to explain.
Nah, I'm just
I
asking. I
called him a
understand that,
piece
but
of
I was trying to
shit.
see if you call him boss.
He's a good dude. God damn, I found this Milwaukee box cutter. Someone left it on the steps outside. But I kind of don't like Milwaukee. How you gonna have a company called Milwaukee, but all the tools are made in China? What a disgrace to the American people.
Got the best tools though.
Milwaukee? No way.
You kidding me? Do you do construction?
Yup.
Milwaukee's are the best tools. Ryobi's trash. Milwaukee's
Stanley
fucking.
Works used to be good until they moved out of America. Now they're trash. I seen a video yesterday where the guy shot a nail gun through his Milwaukee measuring tape, and the guy said, "Here, use this." It was a Stanley Works, and he chucked it mad far, and he goes, "This shit's garbage." If it's not made, even in America though, it's not like back in the days when tools and everything was made to last. Now everything's made so cheap and garbage like it's a fucking joke.
You go to Home Depot and you're gonna buy tools. What are you gonna buy?
I don't know. I haven't had to buy tools in a long time. I got a toolbox.
Klein Tools is very popular here, right here. Klein.
You're trying to buy
Milwaukee.
Milwaukee's. They're the best.
With Klein, they had like I used to know people that they do electrical. I still know them, but yeah, they do electrical. But back then, what you'd be able to do is you can go to Home Depot with Klein tools that are old and just give you brand new ones out there with no
Don't make
box
me rip
receipt
off
or
your
anything. Just bring
arms
them.
and hang them from my necklace like charms. What's that deity that has all the that it's like, I think, a woman deity, and she has all these male heads for a necklace? Oh, that's
Shiva.
I think so. She might be a tranny. I think a lot of these deities are. That's why I don't respect them. Because Jesus is feminine as a mofo, right? And he shapeshifts. I've seen an Asian Jesus, a black Jesus, a white Jesus, for lack of better words. Kali, I mean, yeah.
I saw a very manly.
Yeah, Kali's one of the skulls. Yeah, it has something to do with the androgyne, bro. It's like the fucking Baphomet kind of. Where it has both a male and female aspect. It's not a fucking human. It's just like a representation of something.
So,
I mean, I get the whole thing of Baphomet, I get it. But I think Christians need to look into stuff more before they flap their chatterbox.
Yeah, they're taking trolling too seriously.
They don't know shit about Satan, or they don't know about duality. They don't look into it. Not all of them. There are Christians though that do proper and deep research. I so much don't care about the titles. I want to treat a person as being a person. I don't care what shade or whatever their flesh is. It's the inner person I care about.
Right, but some people are so divided that they're not even there anymore. It's like it's like that Matrix comedy video we just watched. You know.
It was funny.
It's just that's the reality, man. Some people are so fucking brainwashed that they're out there, man.
That sure is hilarious. At the beginning, you know, you hear the lady at the beginning. She's like, "I'm a model," and the guy's like, "What, a runway model?" Like, "No, OnlyFans." It's like it's ma'am after. You know, it's hilarious. What the fuck? But look, if you can get people to believe in fucking Santa Claus, look at how weird that is. Yeah, if you think about it, and the symbology behind that, some weird motherfucker coming down the chimney. You have to leave shit for, bring you.
Coming down the chimney, right? To give children presents, man. That's
an anagram for fucking seeing and all that.
Yeah.
If you go past the consumerism aspect of it.
But who is Satan, right? Who's Lucifer? Right? They say these people are so evil, but yet they did so much less killing than this deity in the Bible that I don't think is the true creator at all.
And it has far more implications than that, right? Because people are brainwashed, like, Santa Claus never came there. Then they realize it's their parents. They realize that, yeah, you're fucking poor. Da-da-da. A lot of people hold on to that. You're like, you know, even earlier, like, where's my present? You know, that type of fucking thing. And they talk about robbing banks and doing all that. But no, some people, you know, this kind of has an effect on them from a young age to the point where they're like, yeah, I'm gonna do what I have to do. I'm gonna go on the corner and sell fucking drugs or whatever. Go do whatever.
Well, that's what Rudolph did. Rudolph sniffed mad coke.
It all comes down to fucking the creator, right? The creation, the origin of life, whatever you want to call it. It's all fucking a mystery. It's all unknowable. So everything else is just fucking. It's
That's
a distraction.
true. Well, if you want to know the creator, just look within yourself, man.
Well, if you look if you look within yourself, you'll realize that there's shit you can't fucking figure out, and it's a mystery. It's unknowable. That's right.
I think we're God. That's it. Bottom line, man. No one's higher or lower. That's how I see it. I used to think when I was a teenager, who made these people kings and queens? Like, people be bowing to these clowns. I'd be like, wow, man. They'd be so happy. Even like these religious wars. When I just think about a lot of these wars and shit, I think to myself, how do people just not realize you're fighting someone else's problems? I think that's why they had to stage some of these events in order to make it more believable. Somebody mentioned yesterday one of the Bushes that worked in one of the towers. I got a PDF that lists all the companies that were in the towers. I wanted to see, and there's a lot of high power shit that had rental space in the towers. Same thing with the pentagram. I mean the Pentagon. That's lighting the pentagram on fire. Like, they said a plane crashed at the Pentagon, but no one found any seats. Just like in the other alleged plane crash site. There was no tires, no nothing. But they found an ID though. right? That shit melted steel. I just thought it was funny that it melts steel and it melted a building, but that motherfucker's ID survives. And I'll leave it there.
Who's fooling who?
Question: Who's fool? Yeah, I think JG said who's fooling who? Right? We're fooling ourselves and fooling who's being fooled and what's fooling you. I don't know what the fuck is going on here, bro. Which is all fucking bullshit. We already been knowing. Most people do. I think a lot of people just just go along with the shit either way. But it doesn't treat them that bad, They don't give a fuck. They're just gonna go along with the bullshit. As long as as long as it doesn't directly affect them consistently, then they'll probably just go along with it.
Yeah, conspiracy theories. It's just a cope, man.
Well, the word fucking conspiracy is an entire conspiracy, really.
Well, conspiracy is a conspiracy, but conspiracy theory is just a cope. Like, just an angle is a cope.
Anything could be used as a cope. Yeah, it could be used as one. Yeah, that's for sure.
That's what
they
you
just
see.
blame it on some outside force that's controlling everything and fucking everything up, instead of having accountability and taking fucking proper action to it.
People really believe that they're fucking fake planes that flew into the towers. They're hologram planes.
It's much more important than it's weird. I'm just thinking like this shit's been like over 20 years now. It's like
I'm just saying.
I know it still has a lot of effect and all that, but yeah, that's like the fucking greatest psyop ever.
That's like the.
I mean, it's still working to this day. It's fucking proper. Well done.
What about this?
What is that? How do you explain what he just saw? He says, "Hey guys, I was on my terrace just staring at nothing when these seagulls started blinking as blue as if electricity was
I was
shocking
on my
them.
terrace.
But they didn't appear to feel disturbed at all. It was certainly not someone else's laser. Does someone else have any idea what could it be? Take a look at that. That's weird, isn't it?" That doesn't feel right. It doesn't make sense. There's also videos like this one. This was recorded by James Dublin in Ireland, but they didn't appear to feel disturbed at all. It was certainly not someone else's laser. Does someone else have any idea what could it be? Take a look at that. That's weird, isn't it?
That's just malfunction, man. What if it's a hologram?
It doesn't make sense. There's also videos like this one. This was recorded by James Dublin in Ireland.
There's a bunch of different
Dublin, Ireland,
that
in 2023.
I know how that happens.
So in this
It could
video,
be edited.
something appears to be happening in the sky here. We have two streaks of light.
I looked it up last night.
You could strap someone on that motherfucker and just film it. Maybe it was viral.
It is nighttime because we can see lights.
This shit is bugged out the way it retracts the light.
Then something happens.
When it retracts back, it looks. You can see it beaming from somewhere. You can see the beam. Watch how it backs up. Whoop!
Yeah, I know what happened
Did the
with that
sky
bird.
turn completely blue? Weird, isn't it?
Why is the sky blue? Why is water wet? Why did Judas grab the Romans while Jesus slept?
You played that video yesterday, Chuck, and I looked it up later on. What happened there was this guy in Mexico, Pedro, tied a fucking light to a bird, a flashing light.
It's a possibility.
No, that's what happened. And the bird flew away, and they filmed
I have
it.
to look that up.
See my conspiracy theory? Just making
Fucking,
sure.
I knew it's fucking Pedro.
Just making
Not,
sure.
and now I can go along with it. We can like double. We can use like a confirmation bias. Now you heard Cage and Gigi say there's a guy named Pedro who tied the fucking lights in the crib, bro.
Yeah.
I heard that too.
Pedro, fucking Pedro, and Jesus. First time I read the Bible, I thought that was Jesus, man. I'm like, Jesus. I was like, Mom, God's Puerto Rican? The Germans are fucked.
At this point, yeah, you know what we're gonna do? I'm gonna wait up. I'm gonna fucking kidnap Santa Claus with you guys are gonna help too, and then we're gonna tie a fucking light around and make him fly in the sky, and we'll take a video of it, go viral. Yeah, it's like a pigeon flying with the fucking lights electrocuting it.
The government, they're the hardest trollers, right? They'll go to war with a country and then give us a president named after the country they're going to war with. They'll spy on you and call it the Patriot Act.
Okay, did you ever watch those? You ever watch those Adam Curtis documentaries? Fucking Can't Get You Out of My Head. Hyper-normalization.
Not by I don't know it by name. I may have seen it before, but no, I don't recognize the name. But they got Canada was saying entire movies and TV ads are made with CGI and deepfakes. You think YouTube vids and this. Yeah, like look at the Matrix one. You can alter anything and make it look completely real, kind of. Yeah.
It's a BBC documentary series, and BBC is always
I
putting
wonder
out
if they knew what BBC meant when they named the station BBC.
Fucking British Broadcasting Company, bro. The fucking British people.
Yo, remember Billionaire Boys Club? Remember that shit?
No.
Oh man, BBC ice cream.
What's the longest train you've ever seen, JG?
Couple miles, 2 miles.
Look at this shit. Thing's like a fucking worm or a snake. It's just, look how far that thing's going. That's insane. Wonder how many engines they have. They probably got one in the back of it, 2 and 3 in the front. Now you probably don't need 3, maybe 2. That's wild.
They'll put 2 in the middle there. That's a Z train. Z trains are express trains, so that's like the highest priority. So every time you see, well, when you see FedEx trains and real long trains like that, that's considered Z. It's only intermodals are.
Shit, my bad, JJ. I knew that was gonna happen right when you stopped talking. I was gonna play it.
They're the best trains to catch is intermodal trains because they go, man. They don't stop. They don't wait for other trains to go by. Once in a while they do, but they just take off. They'll go from fucking, Barstow to fucking New Mexico with a few stops.
Well,
Let's see a fucking express train, huh? There you go.
Man.
If you're trying to go for a long ride, that's the train you catch. And some of those trains, it's just you'll see it's wealthy people transporting their goods. So wealthy families, they'll have their own fucking specific cargo containers, and they're transporting house shit or whatever, man. Like that's how some people move.
You see JG sleeping on your mattress after no one knows. He's like, get it back as well.
Yeah, yeah. Nah, I just write shit on trains. I don't break into them. Like that's what people do is they break into shit, and it's pretty fucking dumb, man. It's how you go to prison.
Yeah, I'm sure if you're just riding on it and they catch you, they don't want to care that much as if you went and broke into someone's unit. It's probably
Yeah, I mean,
shipments of drugs there. You get caught by the wrong people. Who knows what happened?
there is a conduct you should have, but some people like they'll fuck with the units. I've heard about guys getting jail time for breaking in the shit, and like serious jail time, serious consequences for doing dumb shit like that.
What's the old term for that shit again? There's this old term about it. I forget what. Fuck. There's old stories about these train fuckers. What do they call them again? What's the old term for the people that do that train thing?
What, hopping a train?
Yeah, there's an old term for it. I'm gonna look it up.
Yeah, I mean you're a train rider. They'll back in the day, hobos use trains to fucking find work, so they go to another town, try to find work.
Hmm. It was a hobo. That's where that name came from. Internal workers or wanderers who traveled by illegally hopping on freight trains, often during the Great Depression.
Well, back in the day, the hobos they built a lot of the tracks. So I mean, the people looking for work finally found work building fucking tracks. Then when they were out of work, they would just hop a train somewhere else. But then that becomes part of your lifestyles where you're just hopping trains. Like they would say, hobos would hop trains just to do it for fun, and then they'd find work for a while or
Yeah,
whatever.
it's
And
saying here they distinguish themselves from tramps, which are perceived as avoiding work, and bums, who are thought to neither work nor travel. Hobos typically saw work as they moved from place to place. So I don't know. I guess that's where that. So a hobo. I guess they call people hobos, tramps, and what's the other one again?
yeah,
And
it's
then a
just
bum.
hobos,
Okay, so
tramps.
it's different.
Basically, it's hobos, tramps, and bums. The bums are just alcoholics. They don't do shit. Tramps, they just beg. They don't work. And hobos are just people that'll work. They're just real people. They're not fucking with their hand out. They're not on some dumb shit.
Canada Dummies asked if there's undercovers riding on the rails. Like, I'm sure there is. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean they keep tabs on you. So I mean they'll try to get you, but it's part of the game.
You ever see the Into the Wild?
I think
It's a
so. Yeah.
book. They also made it into a movie in it. The guy traveling. He dies in it. It's a real movie. He ends up by shitting himself to death in Alaska because he eats like the wrong type of berry or some shit.
Nice. Hey Charles,
But yeah,
that
the
guy.
guy. Yeah, what about? There's a scene where he's traveling on the fucking railroads and the people wake him up and the guy just like fucks him up and like throws him out.
Yeah, shit. Shit happens. They can take their anger out on you, their frustration. that dude Shoestring, right? He passed away, but he hopped a train, and the train he hopped, somebody broke into a container, and the cops were called and shit, and Shoestring got caught. They put him in jail, and they tried to frame him, saying that he, broke into the container and did all this shit. And he told him, he's like, I checked for fingerprints. It wasn't me. Blah blah blah. I didn't do it. And they let him go. But that's what happens, man. And shit like that. That's how you get tripped up.
Yeah, I mentioned that thing because the fake name the guy makes in the movie is like a real. So it's Alexander Super Trip. So it kind of reminded me when we were bringing up those three different terms and that. But yeah, it's an interesting story. The guy's like, he comes from a privileged family and all that. He's like, fuck this society, fuck this type of shit. He just burns his money. It just fucks off and starts traveling around and shit. But he's an idiot because he goes to fucking Alaska and ends up like dying. Like, yeah, he ends up dying. He's like ill-equipped for the fucking nature out there. Yeah.
Back in the 80s and 90s, there were guys that were CEOs, right? Like straight up CEOs, from wealthy families that were hopping trains, and for weeks they would live like a hobo. There's documentaries and they're interviewing these CEOs, and the CEOs are just, they're dressed in plain clothes. They don't even look like CEOs, and they're drinking a beer and by a fucking bonfire. And they're saying, yeah, I'm a CEO of this company. And then boom, the next interviews this other CEO.
What are we seeing here? Canada was saying there are agents and homeless cats. There's agents everywhere. The fucking grocery store, anywhere you look.
No, they're just imposters, really. Like they're like the CEOs are just it's just a hobby.
Bad. I had to do my picks because tomorrow there's 2 games on. Peace, not no. Not no, it's yes. Not no as a brother name, yes.
A cousin named fucking Maybe, too. What else is going on here?
There. Oh. I was watching. What's up, Max? I was watching. What's that? Valley Ray. He's in. Is it Washington State or Oregon? It's one of them two. And he was checking. These people are allegedly giving free stuff out to the homeless, but they were like, "Are you recording?" Those type of people, they get all upset. They'll complain to you about you recording, but they don't say a fucking thing about the cameras on every fucking corner. But yeah.
Well, it's disrespectful, if somebody comes up to you and they're filming you and they're trying to give you something, bro, get the fuck out of here, man. Don't put that camera on.
They approached him, Valley Ray. He was just walking down the street and they approached him.
Yeah. He had a camera on, like a body camera?
Yeah, he goes and helps the homeless people. So he was, it's his community. He was raised there, so he's trying to fix the community and all that because they have a outbreak of just a lot of homeless people. Just like, Skid Row in Cali, it's like that. It's getting bad everywhere, man. Even in Connecticut, it's fucking insane over here with homeless people. I was gonna record a video the other day. They were everywhere, man. They be pissing right downtown on the steps. They sleep in the middle of the sidewalks. It was like 5 degrees the other day, and this guy was just sleeping in the middle of the sidewalk, and I was like, damn. I know he's cold as shit. It's like the homeless rate got insane. It's like, where'd all these people come from? That was my question.
Hospitals, jails, drug addicts, fucking once in a while you'll see like normal people. When I say normal, I mean like they're just traveling, fucking just camping outside, not bothering anybody, not doing dumb shit, not drug addicts.
They're trying to live, most of them. Trying to stay afloat. The richest country in the world, right? Or the best country. The only reason this is the best country is because you could, there's so many ways to make money, right? You can be an entrepreneur, you could scam, you could do whatever. That's why people say it's the best. But if they were doing bad, I mean, all countries have poverty. I didn't know India was so bad, and Vietnam, until I seen China Mac's video. He was in Vietnam, and he was showing the poverty area on the side of train tracks they were living, just like in India. It's crazy when you think about it.
Fucking China Mac. You seen the video when he's in Vietnam and he knocks the motherfucker out?
Yeah, he broke his hand or something. I didn't see that part, but
yeah, because that chick, didn't that chick cause the fight?
I don't know.
I don't know. Someone happened. He knocked someone out, though. I've seen that. In fucking Vietnam. Yeah, man, he's trying to use fucking pho, whatever you call it, pho.
Yeah, I want to go.
You
could get a thing of pho for $2 bro, and it's all good fresh stuff, no GMO.
Well, just like the homeless, right? The homelessness thing is never going to end, right? And what else isn't going to end is fucking females that try to start shit with other guys to get their boyfriend to fight you. I've been seeing that my whole life. These goofy ass bitches just trying to fucking start shit.
It's why you got to know how to pick them. No. Don't pick the crazy ones, man. Women can be very crazy.
Oh, yeah.
We got Canada Dumb. Canada Dumb, he's been asking us to ask the computer a bunch of shit. The AI thing. It's not pulled up.
Yeah, Belly Ray. Fuck AI. Black Talcott says JG is right. Hobos and crazy bitches ain't never gonna stop.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with hobos, though. I mean, crazy bitches are...
Some guys like crazy bitches.
Yeah, but that's the thing, too, is some guys, they like them crazy bitches, and they love them. They love a woman that tries to start shit with other guys, so they can... They
love the attention of it, that's why.
It's insane.
To know... They love the attention of knowing somebody wants you,
Yeah, it's just like predator shit. Just loser predator shit.
Yeah, that was a good presentation, Max, yesterday. People need to see this stuff.
Oh, thanks.
It's only at 100 and something views, but that's probably as high as it'll get because, you know.
That's okay, as long as a few people see. Keep
Right.
putting up. I keep pumping
That's
out the
good.
information. That's what I do.
What were you guys looking into?
Wireless. It was all about. Well, actually, it was about frequencies and how it stuff grows, right, Max? Like the womb and stuff. They were talking about how frequencies. What was it? The cells, right?
Yeah, the biofield. They're messing with the biofield. What they can do is they can, instead of, the people want to talk about all this CRISPR stuff about changing biology, but that's not even necessary. You can change the gene expression by the biofield instead of changing the genes, and you have a much more permanent expression of whatever you change. So if they wanted to give you like a fish lung on the gills or whatever, they just transmit the architecture for that instead of transmitting any detail.
All right, Max, that's it. Okay, we're turning into a fucking frog at this point. Okay,
Yep.
We're gonna.
So they transmit the.
It's like the witch. It's like the wizard turning into a fucking toad. Is that you're gonna go all druidic with it and shit?
No.
No,
if they wanted to give you a finger or something. Yeah, if you wanted to have 6 fingers, 3 eyes, whatever.
What were they talking about, Max? How the salamander, you could rip its leg off, or its tail and it'll grow back.
Grow back.
He was saying it's not the DNA. It's not programmed in the DNA. It's coming from something else.
Yeah.
Which is like a frequency. That's what they're homing in on. That's why they want your fingerprints and your iris scan. They're trying to figure your cymatic out, your frequency, your channel. They're gonna hack into that shit.
Yep.
That's crazy, man. No wonder they wanted blood and fingerprint. When you get arrested, they take your fingerprints, which is like your fucking energetic mark. It's you, I guess. Everyone's fingerprints are allegedly different, right? Just like your voice. I don't think anyone has the same voice. Or the same iris either. That's another fingerprint type.
But they don't even need the signature of you to change your architecture. They just transmit a different architecture and your body will conform.
That's crazy, man. They're altering our frequency, basically.
Yeah.
Which will change everything.
Giving you a new set of instructions.
Yeah. That's crazy, man.
Be right back.
That's what I think these towers have to do with it, too. Like, I think the towers are a dual usage, Ever since all these towers have been put up, they've been able to make stronger storms. Think about it, man. These storms have been way stronger. The fucking birds were flying north. They turned around. I seen them yesterday or Sunday. I think it was yesterday morning.
We got to do into that.
Thousands and thousands of birds were flying, and I'm like, holy shit, these videos are real. And I just had a bad feeling, like, this ain't right. It don't feel right. Why are the birds confused? And I thought about electricity and magnets. You ever see where they flick a switch, the magnet will become very strong and suck in all the metals will stick. It'll be very strong, and you flick the switch off. And I don't know. What's up with this movie that Obama put out? I gotta watch it.
Chuck, do you think all birds fly south when winter comes?
No.
All right.
But you got geese and fucking ducks and all types of birds flying in packs that were supposed to be going south. Well, they were, people are saying, and now they turned around, which is odd. Like, I thought ducks went south and geese and all that, and then they come back in the winter. I mean, in the summer. They're following the sun. Maybe the two suns that they're putting up with their sun simulator confused them. I gotta watch that movie with this Obama co-producer some shit. Look at this shit. Watch the sky. Nah. Oh, I think it already did it. I kept looking at the guy to see if it's a filter they're using to do that. But the guy don't change. It's just the sky. So who knows? Maybe they caught that motherfucker switching. Like, that'd be dope.
Yeah, it's creepy stuff. I had to put on coffee.
Let's see. Yeah, I showed you the video yesterday, Max, of the bird. You know, that video that RFB showed of that orb floating, like, who knows what type of drones they could have up there, right? They probably got drones that could, man, I can't even, I'm so stoned right now.
Could be
that
anything.
can holographically project stuff, right, in the sky. You know, they probably got all types of shit. Because if I could create a hologram machine, I would think, well, let's put that on a drone and project some holograms in the fucking clouds in the sky. We'll project a Jesus.
Hi, Bex. Yeah, I want to see hologram Jesus in the sky. I think that'd be cool.
I always knew in church, the rare times that I went when I was a child with my mother, the rare times we did go from even Jehovah's Witness a couple times to Catholic to Christian, and then I have friends that were all other religions, even Santa Maria and other stuff, Satanism. I've seen it all, man.
Yeah.
Fucking when they say Jesus, he's gonna return, and we don't know when, but right then and there, I said, "Oh, this something ain't right." This all fucking God, this Jesus, you don't know when he's coming back. He didn't tell us. It's a surprise. It's the biggest scam ever.
Dude, they're brainwashed. They're conditioned.
Yeah, only savior is you, man. That's blasphemy, Chuck. You're gonna burn, dude.
Oh yeah, I almost forgot that the blockchain architecture is a six-sided sigil.
Huh. 666.
Well, and it also makes a good star, similar to one we're very familiar with.
Oh, I know.
6-pointed star. Yeah.
The Star of Zion.
Mm-hmm. It's actually a seal of Solomon, apparently. So one of them.
I think these religious wars, they're just both creating rituals, sacrificial rituals, man. That's it. Sacrificing. I think all these religious stuff is just all spells, man. And
religion is for the masses.
I think it's a damper into your light.
Put you to sleep, yeah.
We already know that.
Yeah, put you to sleep.
It's not like it is. Yeah, it's like religion is like taking a Seroquel. You know what I mean? It dampers your fucking light and your spirit and your soul, or whatever you want to label it.
Yeah, they tell people to be good, but then they tell them to sit and wait. The Savior's
I just
coming.
wonder how I would be if I didn't upload none of them programs into my mind. You know.
Namastram there, Dominic.
Muhammad.
Fake people, phony characters. They begin to swarm, so I built up barriers.
Yo, I remember when I think it was the second or third time I was in county. I think it was when I did my little quick skid bid, my 90 days. I put down for religion and I was Muslim. I think they call him the imam or the fucking whatever. But he came to see me and he looks at the paper, he looks up at me, and he's like, "Are you Charles?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And he looked confused, like he never seen a so-called white person, right? So he gives me this stupid pamphlet on Muhammad. I must have read that thing like 20 times. He couldn't give me a Quran or nothing. He gives me a pamphlet. He felt, I think, just the look in his face was like he felt disrespected that I was. Because there's not a lot of, well, now there is, but back then, there wasn't a lot of so-called white Muslims.
Oh.
Not in America.
Well, over here, I could see the Imam moving like that because over here, technically, people will say, I had a neighbor growing up. And he was a fucking crackhead, and he used to pretend to be a Muslim, you know, because in his mind that he'd have like, I guess he went to jail or in the courts and all that. He used to play the role after.
Yeah.
You know, you get better food apparently too.
I was just about to say that, man. That's
They say a
wild.
fucking Muslim is like, this guy just wants better food. He's not, you know, like that's probably what he's thinking.
That's one of the
Probably
scams
true
people do.
too. So.
But no, I was doing it for real. I wanted a Quran and I wanted some lessons, man, because I would read the Quran and just be so lost. And I was like, man, I need someone that knows this book. Like they got a chapter called the cow.
You fake being a Muslim?
He was a fake Muslim for the better food.
I never wanted to be a Muslim. I just wanted to learn the knowledge in the book. I don't want the labels. I never wanted to be a Christian, a Satanist, a fucking whatever, all them stupid labels for all these different alleged religions. These books somebody wrote. But yeah, I just wanted the knowledge. And the food ain't even that much better anyway. If you were real smart, you would get a job in the kitchen and not fake being a Muslim, right? That's where you eat even better. But
Coffee's ready to be back.
Coffee. Damn, I keep fucking forgetting about. I'm gonna do a fucking chess tournament or something here for fun. I haven't played chess in a while. How many squares on the chessboard? Is it 64?
Yep. It's an 8x8, yeah.
When I was in prison, jail, it used to be wild to me that when I would play chess, especially a black person, they would always choose black, right, and make me have the white. And I always wondered why they only had dual colors, black or white. But yeah, now I know, darkness, the light, and all that other good stuff. But
Well, and that variation of chess here.
Where'd JG go?
the black hole got them.
Uh-oh.
I think you could do blue and red too, chessboard. I want to get like, I've seen some really, really nice chess setups, like crystal pieces. Fucking, I've seen ivory, like even bone. Even if you make them out of bone, carve them. I bet you someone in Asia does it.
When carving, when you bring up carving, and seeing, carving chess pieces in the jail, as they're bringing up earlier, reminds me of the fucking Shawshank Redemption. Remember when he carves it out of the stones he finds in the yard? That's how he's able to get away with fucking digging out the fucking jail at the end. Because he's making chess pieces.
I heard a guy made chess pieces out of soap one time. He carved them. These are stories I used to hear because I've seen a lot of talent in prison. It's no place to be. I don't like boast about it. It's nothing to. It ain't cool at all. But there is for some reason it's crazy. There's so much talent in these prisons, man. Like I would see stuff like people draw, and I'd be like, dude, man, how are you not a tattoo artist or an artist? Period. It's like some of the skills I've seen are just mind blowing.
Well, like you said, you read the pamphlet on Muhammad probably over 20 times. You have fuck all, nothing to do except,
Yeah,
practice
that's what I mean.
skills.
Yeah. You got all the time to master your craft, and it's like I used to always think it sucks that people got to go to prison to get to that point. They couldn't do it in the outside world, but. Bing bong.
What's that you're sharing, Max?
Max Vision?
Yeah, Max is sharing some in the private chat.
I mute on. It's towards AI-driven discovery of electroceuticals by Dr. Michael Levin. Shows how far along they are coming in. Wow, this is years old, but yeah. Shows some of the stuff they're doing.
Holy shit balls. What are holy shit balls? Sweet. This picture's awesome. Dude.
What you looking at, Charles?
I was looking at the esoteric. I wanted to see if I could find them breaking it down esoterically.
What, the chess video?
No, the chess game, period.
Funny enough, I already have that pulled up. Max, if you could share it, it's in the private. I literally, as you're thinking it, looking for it, I know exactly what you're talking about. You've played it before. Well, yeah, it's there in the private. That's perfect timing there, I guess.
Hold on. What's
You guys
this?
into the 64. You remember the 64?
Yeah, Nintendo 64-bit. Oh, I can't play the video. I don't have no hotspot.
I was seeing if I'm on my phone. If Max can, maybe. I know he's on the computer most likely. So.
Copy the link. Hopefully that copied.
I don't know if Max, he might be sharing it. Charles, you got to look at the back and let the screen share it.
There you go.
Yeah.
It's on.
Oh, hold on.
Charles, you got to remind him sometimes. It's fucking shit. It doesn't pop up or alert you sometimes. I do
No,
it
it don't. Not even with the chat, it don't no more.
Game of Thrones.
Oh, this is the video.
P. Hall once wrote, in its symbolism, chess is the most significant of all games. It has been called the royal game, the pastime of kings. Like the tarot cards, the chessmen represent the elements of life and philosophy. Symbolism is and always has been the language of the mysteries. When it comes to deeply profound symbolism, the game of chess may be the highest trump. What tarot is to playing cards, chess is to board games. Chess is a game of logic, problem solving, and above all, sacrifice. It is the thinking man's game, a game of strategy within the confines of strictly confined roles, where the players have the freedom to exercise individual decisions a la free will. Until they do not, checkmate. The chess pieces represent a caste system of sorts, emphasized by the piece's ability in their position to move on the board. Now, each decision or move has deep consequences and affects the response of the opponent and all future moves of the decision maker, and ultimately the future and outcome of the game. The struggles internally and externally, esoterically and exoterically, ring true in chess and everyday life. The game symbolizes man's exercise of free will while operating within the confines of natural law. The struggle of the class/caste system with every piece ultimately protecting the king. It is no surprise that while attending Trinity College in Cambridge, Aleister Crowley was the club president of the chess team, even beating a grandmaster before putting his energy into more nefarious pursuits. Now, Japanese chess, or shangji, is a very similar concept of great antiquity, predating modern chess. Now, if many legends are to be believed, it was none other than Zarathustra, aka Zoroaster, who created and masterminded the royal game for the then king of Persia. The game explained the Zoroastrian dualistic concept of the cosmos and of Asha, the divine fire or Holy Spirit. The game is used as a teaching aid in the art of Asha in visually describing the dualistic nature of the universe. Each piece were spiritual powers, elements, or hierarchies behind the physical world. A peek behind the curtain, the 8x8 board or 8x8 matrix represents the unseen mechanisms that control the seen physical universe. Manly P. Hall writes, of the philosophical constitution of man, the king represents the spirit, the queen, the mind, the bishop, the emotions, the knight, the vitality, the castles or rook, the physical body. The pieces upon the king's side are positive, those upon the queen's side, negative. The pawns are the sensory impulses and perceptive faculties, the 8 parts of the soul. The white king, his suite symbolizes the self and its vehicle. The black king, the not self, the false ego and its legion. The game of chess, thus sets forth the external struggle of each part of man's compound nature against the shadow of itself. The nature of each of the chessmen is revealed by the way in which it moves. Geometry is the key to their interpretation. For example, the castle, the body, moves on the square. The bishop, the emotions, moves on the slant diagonally. The king, being the spirit, cannot be captured, but loses the battle when so surrounded it cannot escape. Now, in an astrological sense, the king represents the sun, the life giver, preserver, and ultimately destroyer. The queen, his consort and protector, represents the moon. The bishop represents the feminine character and aspect and represents the guru, Jupiter. The rook, or castle, who moves on the square in straight punctual lines, is the male character, and therefore representing Saturn, the greater Maleficent. The knight, or horse, is extremely valuable and unique, as it is the only piece that can leap directly over other pieces. The knight moves 2 squares up and 1 square over, or 1 square up and 2 squares over in the shape of an L. In a Masonic sense, the knight's movement resembles the Masonic square. Astrologically, the horse
So
represents
there's
the god of
16
war,
pieces
the red
and
planet, Mars. Now, acting as the
16
front
on
line of
each side,
defense,
there's 32
pawns,
pieces and
or foot
64
soldiers,
squares.
move straight forward, 1 square at a time, except on the first move. They may move 2 squares if the player so chooses. Pawns are special and invaluable. They may move diagonally forward when capturing an opponent's piece. They represent the slow advancement of the spiritual journey and eventual reward, astrologically representing Venus and Mercury. The chess pieces are also attributed symbolically to the 4 cardinal directions in the 4 classical elements: fire, air, water, and earth. The king representing the occulted 5th element, the Holy Spirit. Now, interestingly, some fascinating numerical symbolism to note. Chess is an 8x8 grid, an 8x8 matrix, or double 8 matrix. Double 8, or 88, or the amount of time Mercury takes to revolve around the Earth. 88 is the number of modern constellations in the night sky. 56 constellations in the north, 32 in the south, which correspond to the 88 keys on a piano. 56 black keys and 32 white keys. 8 times 8, or 8 cubed, equaling 64, is the 64 alternating dark and light, black and white squares on the chessboard. 64 corresponding to the 64 I Ching hexagrams or trigrams, the ancient binary code of the genetic code. The 64 I Ching hexagrams corresponding to the 64 different DNA codons broken down into 4 different nucleotides, T, A, C, and G. A 4 times 4 times 4 equaling 64. 61 representing the amino acids, and the last three represent stop signals, which trigger the end of the protein synthesis in the human body. The 64 I Ching, or the Book of Mutations, trigrams, is the most ancient binary code of the genetic code. Now back to the mystical chessboard. The 28 squares that form the circumference of the chessboard correspond to an approximation of the number of days in one lunar cycle. As we have discussed, the symbolism of the game of chess runs extremely deep. Enochian chess is a 4-player chess variant that was associated with the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, the name coming from John Dee's system of Enochian magic. Enochian chess was adopted into a complete system of training and initiation. The 4 players represent the 4 classical elements. The game is used for divination as well as competition. The pieces were identified with the Egyptian deities or different god forms: Osiris with the king, Isis with the queen, Horus the knight, Anubis the bishop, Nefertiti's the rook or the castle. The game, while complex, was played as well as used for occult training in the Golden Dawn circles. Now, chess is considered the royal game. The squares on the board and the pieces are divided into light and dark, traditionally representing good and evil. The game is considered a microcosm of the cosmic battle of the forces of light and the forces of darkness. Now, even deeper, the exercise of free will, in which the player's choices are constrained by the game's rules. Allah, natural law. This parallels our ability to exercise free will in everyday life. Chess, with its light and dark squares, is a struggle of man with his inner self, waged in a realm consisting of shades of gray. Thank you all for watching. Like, comment, and subscribe. Thank you.
Interesting. The horrors I thought of while I was sitting there was, have they finally figured out how to change the architecture of the planets, or how is that architecture of the planets held together? Is it a harmonics that resonates through every solar system? So they're all set up this way, or in some similar pattern? I don't know. Kind of curious about that now. The whole Saturn moon matrix thing. I wonder if that's set up for different architecture of our solar system. Oh.
Well, at that point, yeah, welcome, Dominic. But,
Hey, Dom.
yeah, what I'm looking at is, yeah, you can see it as the micro or the macrocosm.
Mm-hmm.
So there's an underlying way that reality is formulated, be it anything observable. Well, yeah, there must be. It goes back to the old saying, "As above, so below; as within, so without." Kind of like idea there.
Yeah. But the planets, they're the gods in the fables, and they may have a role in forming us. So if you change the planets, does that change our form? I don't know. Seems like it would.
Well, the observation be changed because the root of the observation, the observer, would probably have a change in consciousness and therefore change something that you're looking, externally at.
Well, change. Yeah.
So you're gonna have to you change one thing here, the other thing. There has to be some sort of a change, and everything's always changed at the end of the day. Right? That's the only constant.
Yeah. Well, if we're all connected,
it would be cool to get a chest. I want a chessboard, with stuff like this. Some nice carved pieces, or like this. Maybe some old Viking style chessboard, or with a big swastika. Germans.
You can get Lord of the Rings. You can get Lord of the Rings chessboards.
That would be cool.
Swastika is a fucking.
It's an old symbol, and people go, "That's racist, dude."
When I was young, I remember he played on a Simpsons fucking chess. Yeah, it's even funnier at the Sims. Like the simulation, the Simpsons that predicts a bunch of stuff. Yeah, play chess with that.
Yeah, play chess with the Simpsons deck and the Illuminati cards.
Yeah, might as well.
Yeah.
This is the picture. I was like, right here. I think this is pretty cool. When I found this picture, I was like, wow, that's dope. That looks like Poseidon at the center there with the trident, or it could be. It could be the devil with his pitchfork. There's either a trident, or you see the guy over there with the bident. I forgot who that guy is with the bident, the 2-piece fork over there. I wonder if someone got a Vajra. Oh, look, there's Mercury. He's got the Caduceus. I thought of Zeus too, but I don't think he has a trident, Zeus. Oh, there's Libra with the scales.
Trident would be Poseidon, Shiva, or the devil.
All right. No, there is other people with the trident. I just don't remember them. I was gonna make
Wouldn't Poseidon be Neptune?
maybe.
But he has a trident.
And the planet.
Yeah,
I
Neptune.
think Jupiter.
Greek and Roman.
Jupiter has a trident, I think, too. Jupiter and Zeus or something.
Mm.
I've seen Zeus pictures with a trident. I was confused, but you know, these people shooting lightning and stuff definitely had some weapons.
Which Greek, Roman.
But that's a dope picture. Let's see if I could. It's a really dope picture. I'll get this tattooed on my back.
Greek god Poseidon of the Roman and Neptune both carry tridents.
I knew it.
Oh.
Good old Neptune, huh? Got the pillars going.
Where did Dom go?
He's there.
Dom.
Dom.
Hey guys.
Right beside me.
Right beside
Oh, that was JG who dumped out. I thought it was Dom.
No, I asked about JG a long time ago.
Oops.
I asked a question in the back. When did they change the piece and start calling it a rook?
No, I don't know.
It used to be in the Persian time. It was an elephant.
You ever see in China? I've read that there's these tall giants, and they would play chess with actual. I don't know if it was in Shaolin or whatever, but there were these 12, 14-foot giants. They would think the chess thing's still there to this day, but they would use humans to play.
That is the concept of chess.
That was in a movie too.
Yeah.
You know, outside of the rook. Oh, sorry, I was going to say outside of the horse being the warrior, the bishop being like the people like monks or what. I mean, like the priest. You have king and queen, but who are all the pawns? Are they the political leaders of the world?
Well, and also, Dominic, to add to that, it goes apparently like this two-handed variant of chess that we're using now, what they call the royal art and the royal game, whatever they want to call it. Yeah, that rook thing, it has something to do with an elephant symbology thing, but it comes from apparently some Zoroastrian thing. And the rook, you know, it sounds similar in Persian language or Arabic kind of stuff or whatever. And yeah, that just means chariot.
Yeah. Elephants usually have memories. Even the wise person, they changed it to a queen, which it could be. A queen could be very wise, but even back in the day, she could only move one space at a time too. So they've modified the game. Even the game of chess has been modified. It's more about protecting the king opposed to making a sacrifice for the king. Pieces should be trading pieces, you know. And the objective is to eliminate your pieces, not to start worrying about saving your king. That's a given.
Yeah.
That's how most people, when they play chess, they're playing to win or lose. They're not strategists. A strategist would understand every piece should be focused on, not the king.
The hell?
But like most games, most people get caught up in the outcome. I got to win or lose, opposed to try to understand and learn why pieces are moving. Again, that's the hidden hand. We're the hidden hand as we're moving the pieces.
Yeah, they always got to end up in a stalemate, a win-lose stalemate. They never have, you know, they never stop the battle and you know, make terms of peace. You know.
Well, the term checkmate, check friend. It's not a cruelty. Most kings the kings usually get captured. They don't get killed. especially if there's different gods and they're using different kings as their puppets. That's why when you hear about movies or whatever, royalty families, when they get toppled or whatever, the other family usually captures them. Now, if they were been disobedient, knowing that you lost a long time ago, why didn't you just give in? That, well, they'll probably just have to stay in dungeons for a while.
Yeah, everybody else gets killed except
right? Very true. The rest of us get killed. You know.
Well, yeah, this is interesting. Like the word check.
Yeah, we lost you there, Cage.
Yeah, go ahead, Cage.
Believe it or not.
Cut off then.
I believe it.
I first learned about chess, I think for the most part, was in 1995, I think. And this album right here was the reason. Yep. November 7th, 1995. One of my favorite albums.
I used to play a lot of chess. I was still terrible at it.
And then the inside had this drawing. And then in the Wu-Tang video, they got, like, they're using real people on the chessboard with swords and stuff. And then when you watch the old school kung fu movies, there's a lot of chess being played. Kung Fu Willis.
Oh, it sucks being on a chessboard if you're like one of the pawns, and you know, every time somebody gets captured, they call it captured, but really, you're taken off the board.
Yeah, so, like in life.
Yeah, do they actually take those people off the board of life? Or
yeah, probably.
I think they used to kill them. When they used to use real people, you had to kill when you made your move. If I'm not mistaken. I'm going to find the PDF on that.
What a terrible game.
Well, that's a different. That's a different part of the capture. Once you get killed, let's say, once you get booted out of this vessel, you're sitting on the sideline, you know, waiting for your turn to come back in. So, it's a good game to play, but it's a memory game. One person, TW, just wrote it down there. Yeah, it can teach you how to become disattached. Don't get caught up in any pieces. Anybody that puts a value to the queen, trade them. You know, find out what their weak spots are. Usually they're attached to pieces. The outcome is already pretty significant. It's pretty simple. It's winning or losing if that's important. But for most people that really want to learn, it's about learning how the game is played and how you feel about it or think about it. Because it's just a board, whether it's the unknown and the known checkerboards on the table there, black and white. There's even a reason why there's a white piece in the right-hand corner opposed to it being in the left-hand corner when you start off the boards. In a way, chess, the way most people play, it's a form of another indoctrination. It entrains you to think these are the rules, these are the boundaries. Dare not think beyond that. This is why people play like Dungeons and Dragons, for example. You know, or they start changing the game and saying, okay, let's make it speed chess. Okay, then why don't we actually put extra spaces behind the board? Well, that changes the game. I said, yeah, that changes the rules.
It says right here, in the Middle Ages, chess was sometimes played by monarchs with living chessmen in the court paved to represent a chessboard.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Let me see if I could find more.
Be a pretty sweet gig if you don't get killed.
Yeah, they probably all get tempted, Max, with being elevated somewhere. Instead of being the bum wiper, you're the ball wiper. So you got to play the game. You know, it's kind of like being in the Coliseum.
Yeah.
They capture you, so your reward is you get to live another day. We'll give you some other slave women and some food.
Oh, you're right. Dom, you're right. This is infantry. 4 pawns which moved as pawns do in chess. The boatman, a ship which could only move 2 squares diagonally, but could jump over intervening pieces. The cavalry is the horse which could move like a knight in chess. And oh wait, but you said the elephant, which it moves like a rook, and then the Raja. Which moves like a king, but there's no queen, I don't think. This is a different type of chess. This is Chataraji or some shit. Chaturanga.
Those pawns, they can only move very, like only one space or 2 spaces because they're little children. Their legs aren't that long.
Actually, they're probably more political leaders, Max, at that point. But just children, nevertheless. Well, that's when they started making chess more magical. You can have a bishop that can move right across the board. No, you can only move on an angle, one piece at a time. A horse is the only one that can actually think about a horse, what it can do. But what other piece would there be there? The bishop, there's the rook. It's one piece at a time, and you can go diagonally. Sorry, like straight forward or sideways. But again, we make it magical. So now they say the queen can do whatever, outside of being a horse. Okay, so now we're changing the game. Really, the queen is the wise person on the board. And if you can eliminate your wise piece on the board, then you can play with all the dumb skulls on the board.
Well, that variant, a pawn can become a queen, though.
Best way to make pawns useless, double them up. Sacrifice a piece with their piece, so they'll take you. Now you have 2 pawns in front of each other. That's a useless position to be in. But there's guys that actually really understand how to go deep, and they can store. Maybe Max is
But beside each other, you're talking about vertically, right?
Yeah, up and down pancakes. Yeah. People don't see how much that hurts you later on. You trade all your pieces and then worry about an end game. The ones that are really good at chess, they understand all the different games that they're playing, and they can see maybe 4 or 5 moves ahead. It's like a pool player, a really good pool player.
That's what I was taught.
Yeah,
I was taught by this old black dude that was real nice. He always taught me to think moves ahead and not just for you. Watch the other player and think what moves he could make after he makes a move.
There you go. It's like a poker player.
It's not just you. You got to watch the other player and think ahead for him too. At the same time, if I move here, what is he gonna move? Like and all this stuff, and it keeps your mind sharp too.
Yeah, you're reading energy at that point, and you're getting signs. Is that person's nervous? Is they plotting? Like again, you can cross relate that with pool players or poker players. You're seeing beyond just the obvious, what most people see. Okay, I see the number 1 ball, then the number 2 ball. Where other people, I'm seeing where the 4 and 5 are, and I'm also even seeing how my opponent's feeling uncomfortable. So he's off his game. So chess players probably do that too. That's why they probably make it fun now. They just make it a speed chess game. See how many pieces can we trade in a short period of time. Still a good game to play, but nevertheless, it's still a game. Even the magical part of rooking your king. That's another thing that was introduced. How about I just slide my king way over to the other side of the board and my rook can jump over top of me? Military men. When you see movies where they have these tables with all these military pieces on the board, tanks, human beings, or whatever, it's strategy. It's all about strategy.
Yeah, you get that one magical move every battle, right?
Yeah.
You ever play this down Chinese chess?
I've seen it. I might have played it, but I can't recall right now.
Nope.
I've never played it either, but I've seen it in the kung fu movies, the old ones.
It probably does another thing to your hemispheres when you play that type of game.
There's some pieces carved out of something.
Can we all not be pieces on a board? You know, you have your governments, you have your corporations, you have your monarchies.
But then we would be on the board like this. Hold on. That's when you start looking at the board like this.
Like a grid? Maybe we're under a grid? A magnetic grid?
Like a pyramid grid. The peasants way at the bottom.
Well, I don't
and
see
the
us
king
there.
and queen would be at the top.
You must have
We
the
would be
mic
the
up.
pawns.
Yeah. I don't think we're the pawns. Sorry, guys.
Sometimes I think I'm the leg of the table holding the board up.
You probably are the dust. We're the dust. You know.
This is the picture they had of real people using real people, but I couldn't really. I remember reading about it. I'll find it again. This China thing I was reading when they used real people, and I think they killed each other too. I was reading about Shaolin Temple and stuff. These Shaolin soldiers are no joke. They train very hard, and what people mistake is they know the body, they know the alchemy, they know how to make the muscles naturally strong, like all that type of stuff. It's all about it's the way they train is just they learn how to manipulate the mind to control emotions. You know, they manipulate the mind so even to block out the pain.
Well, again, it's movement. You give somebody an incentive, or you suppress them long enough, then you give them an opportunity. If you die on the board, or you have a chance, if you're the one surviving, you'll get movement. People do it in other forms here. Like we do shows like Survivor. The only difference is they just don't kill people, because then it would probably encourage a lot of people to say, well, if I can't even be on the board, I might as well kill myself now. At least if I'm on the board, I have a chance to move up if I beat everybody else. It's just a lot of people will look at that and say, why would they be on the board? I said, well, you give a person an incentive, at the same time put them in a situation of squalor for 4 or 5 decades. You'll see how quickly they'll go on a board. Human nature really has not changed. The fact that we have kings and queens, it tells you that they're already willing to sell out to some sort of unknown entity to serve them. So why would we think any different if it was a government doing that? A gang leader will do this. I mean, a gang followers will do the same thing for the gang leader.
Why the hell did they come out with a comic book? This got to be fake.
There's always a comic book somewhere, Charles, for something.
This is from Jizza, though, from the Wu-Tang. But it kind of does look like it has nothing to do with Wu-Tang, and it was an actual real Kung Fu comic book. Because I know Wu-Tang took a lot of their names from these Kung Fu movies. And there is an actual... The scene he has on the cover of his album, there's an actual movie where... I think it's Liquid Swords, that's the name of it. Or wait, no. It's either shadow boxing or... But the guy has the fucking... I think he throws that... It's called the guillotine, and he throws it, and it spins, and it goes over your head, and when he pulls the string, it cuts it right off, and your head stays in the guillotine. It's crazy. I think it's called Master of the Flying Guillotine. It's a good movie.
So let's say that whoever wrote this or did this comic book's aware, are they mocking Masonry, or are they trying to show the other Masons that this is us making mockery of other people?
Yeah.
Because there's a
I
checkerboard.
think it's just showing what the checkerboard is. It's a battleground, right? Either a mental battleground or a physical battleground, or a battleground for fun.
Or the known and unknown, black and white, spiritual material. Each one have 4 corners to them. They got angles to them. And I heard you guys all earlier talking about how
It
they
kind
play
of
with this.
describes our realm, because don't always look at the chessboard. You got to think of the gods that are moving the pieces too.
Charles, with this kind of symbolism, they're pulling from multiple different sources here. So they have an Eastern kind of philosophy to it, kind of like Taoism or Taoism kind of philosophy to the thing. But then they're also adding in, you know, something that could be perceived like a Masonic checkerboard or just chessboard in general. To add in, they're just pulling from a bunch of different things, just making it their own kind of thing. And some fucking. There's a lot of Eastern philosophy in it.
Well, it is a Parisian, I supposedly game. So yeah, it would be very Eastern.
Yeah, I said 36 pieces earlier. I meant 32. There's 16 on each side, 32 altogether, 64 squares, 2 90-degree angles.
Yeah. Fold the board. After the 64, you got 32, 32. The next one will be 33, the 32 pieces. What's the next one after that? The hidden one, which would probably be the 33rd and 34th. And then you can start playing with, think about, Charles, when they did Magic Johnson and Larry Bird numbers, 32 and 33.
Yeah, even Shaq, man. Wait. When I watched these players, too, when I started learning about the levels of the degrees in the chessboard, and you learn about the degrees in masonry, and then I start paying attention to the sports and the numbers they wear on their back. And I start to wonder, what are they expressing? Why did they pick that number?
Well, they're probably revealing to somebody that's a 32nd degree. He's one of ours, or I'm a handler for them.
I used to want to wear 24. That was my first number. And then I moved to 36.
It's usually when it's assigned to you. That's when you know that somebody's a puppet or somebody's being a handler for somebody. We might intuitively pick certain numbers for ourselves. Again, those are just gauges, just to tell people where they're at, where they're not at. Playing chess is kind of like playing word puzzles.
Now I'm baked. Like a cookie. Anyone ever watch Subtle Infinity's channel?
I've never heard it before, Charles.
I used to watch it. He has some good stuff, but
Never heard of it.
sometimes there's, he gets into racist angles and stuff, and I get it. There's racist people out there, but those people are just angry and lost.
So how is that promoted when there is a race angle? How is it promoted? Is it being fueled and fed by like the media?
Well, it's usually, it's fueled by them too, but it's usually fueled by ideologies. And that person was hurt by, or they always bring up ancestors, or they use anger to bait people in. And they like to label a whole entire alleged race.
Well, what fuel? Here's to change it just a little bit, but it's a similar thing. What fuels poverty? What fuels riches? Does one fuel the other?
Fuel poverty. It could be yourself to start, not finding ways to advance to get this money.
But if
But
you were
what's
by
poverty, right? There could be all types of poverty, you know, and don't have to be money wise either.
okay, so if you were by yourself and you've never been presented to it, would that just be an illusion? Same with race. If you never knew of something else, somebody well off,
It wouldn't exist. It
then
wouldn't exist.
how would you know that you're poor? Again, it's always fueled by stories, media, myths. You know, so race is fueled by stories and myths because you can go across the world, in this case, the earth plane, and you can denounce the fact that racism is an issue, especially when you start dealing with lots of money. Now, they might
That's
have
how
animosity.
poverty starts too, is because a certain person in power don't like certain people, so you know they do whatever they can to keep them in the shitter.
Yeah, you can have animosity towards somebody and you don't say it openly, but then people have animosity among themselves and they might even appear very similar. You know, it's like a woman saying to another man, "You'll never understand me." I said, "There's a good chance another woman's never going to understand you. Just because they might look like you doesn't mean they're going to understand you." So what people do is that's another form of culting up. Not taking away from people's tragedy and all that, but once again, how would you know you had tragedy unless you start comparing? Because there's people that are billionaires of genders as different shades of skin color.
Yeah, at the age of 12, or no, probably earlier, I always was on a mission to find what fuels racism. So you know, I wanted to kind of, you know, figure out and or understand whatever why people would not like me just because my flesh is lighter. They don't even know me, and I wanted to figure out, you know, what the fuck's the deal here, and I realized it's just, to me, it's just.
But they're not hating you, Charles. Not even close. You're just amused at that point for them. They're being fueled, and things. Religion plays a role in it. State plays a role in it. Science plays a role in it. Commerce plays a role in it. It fuels everything. Next thing you know, it's within yourself, and then you think it has to be either or, us and them. So anybody that doesn't look like me or think like me or feel like me, therefore, is my enemy. So then they act it out onto somebody else. Now they're violating another human being, whether verbally or physically. Now, some people might think, well, if I'm bigger than you, I said, then where would you get the idea that just because you're bigger than me, it gives you the authority to harm me? Right. Racism comes in many forms, and those dogmas will fuel it. Now, the people that act out, they're revealing it. It's working. You hate your fellow being in a form. You know, do people go around hating dead people? Some people might. Yeah, some people do. You know, I despise my parents too because they left too soon. I'm like, really? Then that just reveals that's always been within you. Mm-hmm. People hate dogs. But what they're doing is they're acting out. They're using hate towards something, an animal. Now, if that animal is trying to defend its loved ones or whatever, I said, you're putting it in a very peculiar position.
Instead of healing the problem, they're adding to it and fueling it.
Yeah, they do. You know, and then you can joke about it. You know, I can say midget lives matter. People think that's humorous. I said, but do they not matter? Sure they do. But shouldn't all lives matter? Now, I love
likes and dislikes matter, don't it?
That's true too. You can put that in there. You know, but it's like when somebody says "live and let live." It's a nice term, usually when it's spoken from a human, but that would be a tough sell when you start saying that in front of animals. But I get what most people are trying to say. Yeah, humans live and let live. Okay, so then why do we put each other through scrutiny then? You know, based on what a vessel jumps out of a form and it happens to be deformed, are we next going to start attacking people that only have 3 fingers opposed to 4 fingers? People used to. Same.
Yeah, throw them off the cliff.
Yeah, throw them off the cliff. But make sure there's no water underneath there, right? Because that'll be the water of love. You know.
What? It's like Sparta, you're going to throw them off the fucking cliff. Huh?
Yep.
Yes. Now, for people that do cause wars, it's usually financial gains involved in it. Regardless if the person says, I just hate people. I said, no, usually for most people, they're going to join your little cult because there's some sort of financial gain or something similar to that.
Peace to Void, Bex, Karma coming. Who else came in here? I haven't even been looking at the chat. Peace to everyone.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tommy just said something. A lot of people just don't really go into it deep enough to realize, okay, what does it mean by say it's by design? You know?
I wanted to ask real quick. How can I get a chessboard? I have to get an internet so I can hook it up. I think I'm gonna do it next week. Fuck it, somehow, because I want to be able to have better connection with my laptopper and not have to worry about a stupid hotspot and its weak ass signal. And I want to find a way where people could log in and play chess. You know, like find us some sort of app or something.
Yeah, you can play. You can play online. It's like live chess is one that's free and there's no ads or anything like that. You don't have to download anything. You can
Hold
just
a
send the link.
tournament. Maybe Dom will play. You'll play. Gage. I don't know who else plays chess. You play, Max?
It's spreading. It's like the
Play,
AI.
but I'm
It's spreading.
terrible at it.
Hey, it's just for fun.
Yeah.
You're only terrible at something until you focus on getting better at it.
I studied Kasparov and all that. I know the beginning moves and all that. But, yeah, I like to play too much. I like to mess around too much. So
that's the fun time to play chess. Max.
Yeah, I don't really worry about winning. Yeah. I like taking people's pieces. That's fun.
Just like Spade.
Yeah.
When I first started playing, I had problems, and then I was taught to memorize the cards and forget it. That's when you start to really master that game. But what were you gonna say, Dom?
No, it's kind of like eating food. Try to eat all your food so it's easier to wash them. So if you take all the pieces off the board, and it's easier. They're all to the side. But the king and just move around for their stalemate.
That's how it should be, right? Two kings just dancing around on a board.
Right? Ballroom dance. You got the checkered floor already.
Yep.
I guess I get it. Some people look at this as a matrix of imprisonment or whatever, but it can also be fun.
Mm-hmm.
You know, chess is just an indication. You can tell when the person that's really over-focused on chess, they're so busy playing their own game, not seeing the other person's game, meaning that they're moving pieces too, right? It's kind of like in a conversation. Conversation works the same way. You can tell when the other person is just thinking about what he's going to say next, but they're not really concerned about what's been spoken. Because if they were, then they would be listening inwards and realize something's propelling you to say something else now. But hey, people can chase down love and hate, I guess, opposed to fun.
Looks like Canadummy has done some study into chess.
Where did I?
Well, yeah. With the en passant thing he's mentioning, I was actually talking about that earlier on another. We were playing chess on another fucking channel earlier the other day. It was funny.
I wonder if this is real.
I brought the en passant. Like what I could say. But yeah, sometimes you could take horizontally, not just diagonally with the, with the pawn. I'm sure you guys already know, but yeah, it's more of a rare. It's barely ever used practically in a game. Yeah,
Look at these. I forgot what city these were built in. Fuck.
I think chess could use a lot more rules, you know?
Look at this shit. Now, I forgot who the artist was. He looks familiar. He's an Asian guy. But, what's his name there? What's that other guy's name? You got Elon Musk, and then there's that other fucking jerk.
Mark Zuckerberg?
Yeah, there you go. He's the one who drew that guy. There was a graffiti wall, and he drew the guy with the as above, so below stance.
Hmm.
And then what they did was they took that and mirrored it. I mean, the guy did a good job by mirroring it and then drew a face with it. I should have screenshotted that.
What are you talking? The person who created the Baphomet thing, the Eliphaz Levi.
Yeah, that's what I think he was thinking about when he drew that. Was Baphomet. This is a dope picture. I mean, picture. Yeah, from a camera. Look at that. That's got to be Jupiter and its moons.
I guess, Charles, how can we ever validate, like guys like Zuckerberg and Elon Musk does anything, or they just have property to that stuff? It's like a king usually never does nothing. He pays other people to do it for them, but takes it on as his own. You know, this is where people should be a little bit weary, or hesitant or suspicious. Like, how do we really know these guys could be the CEOs of big corporations, and the people that run them like a puppet on a string say, yeah, we're going to make everybody think that Elon Musk is this amazing person, which he might be, but there's no way he creates all of that.
I think he's smart, but I don't think he's put his hand on a rocket yet,
Yeah.
not to work on it or
Yeah.
anything,
Yeah, these people are fall guys.
Military industrial complex plans, designs, and handed down.
Yeah.
That's what I think.
Yeah, they go to schools like a guy like Trudeau and all that, and they learn their craft and how to be good presenters, understand marketing, how to hold yourself when people are going to ask questions to you. More times not, those questions are pre-designed anyway, so you're asking someone of your own asking you questions. So, but for the average public, they're going to think, wow, they're amazing. Look at them. I said, no, it's like looking at an actor. An actor's doing their part, but they're not writing the script. They're not actually doing all the cutting and pasting behind the scenes.
Yeah, they're just a logo, really.
Yeah, and you'll get paid well if you're that logo.
Yeah.
But again, that's the
Someone
ego.
look the definition of logo up.
Do it.
Shit.
Yeah. Logos.
I think the logo was a deity.
Logo.
That meaning logo.
Logo and logos.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there you go. Logo and logos. Aren't they? Look at this picture. There's some good pictures on Reddit. I always go on Reddit, and people put some amazing, amazing pictures. This is Antarctica, allegedly. Look how close the moon is, right? Now this is more near the equator, and the moon, they're on a mountain, it seems, or some hill, and the moon, man, it might be on there above the clouds, but that moon is so far away. And then I don't know where this is. Sometimes I think these pictures are fake or they're layered. When you study the eyeball, it's pretty amazing.
So if you go with logo or logos, the word of God, the principle divine, reason, and creative order, identified in the Gospel of John.
What happened to the all-seeing eye here? What was that?
Second person in the Trinity, the logos, or the word of God.
Spanish, milled, Doffer, what? Or she value, what the fuck? And gold or silver, that sounds good. According to I don't know.
I don't know. It says Congress there in big letters.
Yeah. And
That other one,
17.
dollar. $50. Okay.
That's how money used to look. That's crazy. There's no all-seeing eye at the top there. No capstone. Maybe the capstone was added when the corporation started.
Who signed it at the bottom there?
Dominic.
I remember
Sure, it says like N Dom L some.
Yeah. And Damel.
Probably
No. Snowden. That's what it looks like. Snowden. And Damel Snowden. Bye-bye. Oh. Looks
that's
like.
weird.
Yeah, it looks like that's a mouth with two eyes and a. It looks like the guy from Fat Albert with that hat he used to wear over his face. Anyway, I'd have to show a picture. You guys would be like, oh.
I know who you mean.
It does, I think, a little bit. I don't know why I thought that, but. This is cool right here, this thing.
It's almost like a dolmen. It's like a buried dolmen.
I wonder if these were more like fucking towers, cell towers, or I know the ancestors had technology. So maybe these obelisks were like, you know, towers.
I thought they were lightning rods when I was a kid. At one time, the Earth atmosphere was so highly charged they needed to put up all those things to avoid getting shocked.
Huh.
I wonder if there's any electrical damage or vitrification on them.
Yeah, they're always building all kinds of massive things in their presence, you know, even windmills now. You know, what are they? How do they really serve and for who? But you know, there's people that sign contracts to build so many of them, and it's usually, you know, you have to do it. It's not even out of secrecy, but you're committed to that contract, so you're building that, whether they're bunkers. So. But yeah, when you see all this kind of stuff here, who gave the human race? Hi, Charles.
You said the bunkers. I just want to add to that because I mentioned this the other day. It's crazy you brought it up because I mentioned because they're off the coast of Connecticut, the windmills, and I thought, well, what are they powering? And someone had mentioned on my stream before underground, but then I already know they have generators underground. They wouldn't. I don't think they would put those knowing that, you know, they could be destroyed up here and then they lose power. You know, their underground bases are, I just want to add, are all powered from underground. But anyway, go ahead, Dom, my bad.
No, they can be. They can be, but I can't see why they would not also take advantage up above too, right? So
maybe.
You know,
then the backup would be the generators underground. That could be a strong possibility.
Again, we're speculating. You know, people are talking about, you know, underground cities.
Speculating. We got to figure it out, or we don't have to, but I like to.
Probably do geothermal down there. Be easier.
I think a lot of that's where these people keep going. They have these underground bases. I mean, I even thought maybe giant insects could have bored some of these caves and stuff, or they call them caves because they caved in. Some of them even have ceilings so flat it's like there's no way, and this is deep underground. I got pictures of where these guys go deep in these caves, and it's just some of these walls are just so level that there's no way they're naturally made. It's amazing stuff.
I know they've made movies on, people living underground, and ever so lightly they talk about the aging process kind of slows down. As we're on the Earth level, there's a good chance we age quicker, or age the way it should be, I guess, opposed to if you're underground, where it could be a different process. So
well, higher pressure would be good for your body. We put people in barometric chambers to heal them faster.
I know they've done studies where they say, okay, I think there's three towns that people are centurions. They live over to 100 years. But then there's another example where somebody was living way below sea level, and their village lived over to 100 years. So I guess people can use that. Those are examples. Most of us aren't living past 70 or 80 anyway. And the ones that are, we're not actually living healthy.
Right. And a lot of the frequency going on now. I was reading about how microwaves, the frequency, when it's going through the body because of the water, it's detrimental to stuff.
Now, if we worked as a race, let's say collectively, then maybe we can narrow it down and say, okay, somebody born in a different blood type, we would have to emphasize more than somebody that's say A or AB or B. Because I'm pretty sure blood types must play a role. Because if you can communicate with water, then you should be able to communicate with blood. And blood might be affected by the frequencies that you're talking about, Charles.
Yeah, some people are more absorbing too. Some blood types are more absorbing of it than others.
Well, I know, Max, you shared your story. I don't know if you ever equated to blood type, but you get bombarded by a lot of things, or at least certain things.
Yep, I'm an A. My wife is an O, so she doesn't get it quite as bad.
Yeah. And you could be your DNA makeup. I mean, your makeup itself too, and your culture that you grew up in, and then here's a poor human being that gets bombarded on a regular basis.
Yeah, I'm a weird mix. I'm an A, but I come from an AO.
For people to investigate, it's like even when people play with the idea of birth order. It plays a role, even how you get raised. People have done studies on that. If you're a firstborn, but you're raised by second or third borns, you're going to have a different outcome unless you were raised by a firstborn themselves too, right? So cultures used to do that. Whatever opened the matrix first, they put more value to that first one that comes out of the matrix than the second and third.
Let's see. Right here. Frequency of blood donation. My attention has been called by several of the London donors to what appears to be an authorized medical statement. Blah, blah, blah. Oh. I was trying to find stuff on frequencies in blood. I thought that was something good, but it's not. Wow. It says the present strength of London's blood transfusion. This is April 29th, 1939. From the Correspondence newspaper. It says frequency of blood donation. Wow, so that's what they called it back then. Frequency of blood. Huh. So your blood's giving off a frequency also. Plasma. Such frequency has in my existence of 8 years medical supervision. I wonder why they call it that. I'm gonna have to look into that. Frequency of blood donation.
It just sounds like blood donors. Isn't that what it is?
Yeah, but I'm just in awe of that them saying frequency of blood donation, meaning they're donating the frequency of blood, the way they're saying it. Now look at this. This reminds me of, like, obviously giants down to our size people, but it also reminds me of a giant looking through a telescope seeing us, and us looking through a telescope seeing micro stuff, and so on and so forth, like infinity, I mean.
Charles, when you think of frequency, think about when you have a radio frequency. You can send messages across. So blood plays the same role. Excuse me, plays the same role. So some people that can actually consume blood, or like say they're blood donors or whatever.
Vampires.
Yeah, you can call them vampires too. Yeah, where people can actually pick up the frequency of the host. So if I had blood inside of me, and then I donated some, and then somebody takes in that blood, and then their body can read it. They can read it from the host. Hence frequency. We're sending messages to each other. Not everybody's capable of doing that. This is why when people talk about any kind of liquid, whether it's urine, water, cold, silver.
Even organs. I've heard people getting other people's organs or bone transplants, and they'll have their dreams and crave their food and stuff like that. And I used to know when I first started doing carpentry, I think I was 17. I was young. And I worked with this guy, and he had a liver transplant. And he started talking about stuff like that, craving food that he never did, and having dreams and all this stuff. And then I read about it. I don't know how true it is, but just that being said, it says a lot about who we are, what we are.
Yeah. Well, think about it. A woman conceives a child. A woman clearly has A blood type. But meanwhile, now that child inside of it has O blood type. How's that come to be? Unless all blood types are already in us, and then other ones are just more distinguished.
Well, maybe like as we form in the womb, I think it has to do with frequency. Because remember yesterday, Max, the guy said it's not in the DNA. It's outside of that. It's coming from outside of that. Like dialing into a frequency. And it makes, when you get arrested, they take your fingerprints, right? Or your footprints when you're born. They take your fucking knowledge, each finger, your whole fucking palm. They want your whole fucking cymatic, man. We're taking shape of our frequency. Maybe the memory is just taking shape of the frequency.
They claim memory is held in the magnetic fields. So.
That makes me, like I said yesterday, makes me think about when my mom said we're all stars. Meaning, I think every star up there is a different frequency. And we're literally, it made me think of Star Trek, beam me up or beam me down, or being beamed down. Meaning our frequency is like the soul, or whatever you want to call it. And it's taking shape in the physical. It's creating a cymatic, right? Organic cymatic. So our higher self can have an experience in this dimension.
So we change maybe the word stars, maybe to pixels. Maybe we're all pixels. And we come down here, hence order out of chaos. And then
that's what that chessboard reminds me of, Dom. It's like the static on the TV. Man, I wanted you to finish that. What were you saying about pixels?
Oh, sorry, Charles. I'm having soup. I'm continuously nurturing this cold. I don't think it wants to leave. It's gonna have to start paying rent pretty soon.
Why is it cold up there? And how cold? It's cold down here. It was fucking 6 degrees yesterday. I think 3 degrees the day before. And I think Canada got hit with snow in the cold front.
It's probably is cold outside. No, I caught something, some sort of bug. So I'm just nurturing
You gotta exterminate it.
Or lovely, gently push it out. Gently push it out.
Drink some tea, man.
I've been
So the
drinking tea
Asian
too.
ginger tea.
Yep.
The Asian medicine, Eastern medicine, to me, is a million times better than Western medicine. That's just my opinion, through my experience.
Mm-hmm.
To me, Eastern medicine's alchemy of the earth and natural remedies, and Western medicine is alchemy of, I don't want to put that.
Well, you're only sick because you think you're sick.
There you go. There you go. I'm expanding. I'm expanding my illusion today.
Yeah, why are you doing that? You know, pull it back in, man. Pull it back in.
Hey Dom, who would you go for tomorrow? The Chiefs or the Steelers?
That's not really fair, Charles. You know, I'm sadly, but I'm attached to the Steelers. So, but I'm gonna probably have to say the Chiefs are probably gonna beat the Steelers.
I was thinking maybe the Chiefs already clinched the division, so they might rest most of their good players.
Yeah, that may be true. Yeah, that's a valid point. Yeah,
because I think the Steelers need this win to get in the playoffs.
Oh no, they're in the playoffs. They're in the playoffs. They're just fighting for a division now. That's all. Or playoff position.
Because there's 2 good games tomorrow, and then it's the Ravens and the Texans.
But you're right, Max. Max did say something. It is the illusion that I'm saying, because it's my body that's sick. I'm just caught up in it.
Yeah. Doctors are like,
you got to manifest a different reality is what you got to do. Sorry about that.
Well, if it's all in the mind, then tell your body to attack the cold and annihilate the issue.
Yep, you just have to transmit a field of non-sickness, and your body will respond to that field.
Or get an oscillator.
Yeah,
and get the
that'd be
healing
another way
frequency.
of transmitting that. Yeah.
Okay, so let me understand this. I'm going to tell my body that it's not sick or it's an illusion. Meanwhile, my body's going to say, okay, so Dom, when you were working hard for the last 3 weeks, busting yourself, working in a big house and all that, and your immune system, you're making us go down. It's going to probably say, screw me in the boat I came off of. My body's trying to tell me that it's been compromised and I have to suffer. It was my mental mind that was having fun. And it's
Switch timelines where you didn't have that happen.
Okay, I'm going to say, should I buy lottery tickets while I'm going back there to Max? Because I'm like greedy while I'm there, right?
Yeah.
We'll go back to Saturday. I'll buy the ticket, and then just in case it doesn't work, this timeline thing, at least I have the ticket.
Oh, it'll work.
You're probably
guaranteed, man.
What the hell is going on here?
It's kind of like saying to somebody that has diabetes or cancer, the body does. It's in cancer mode.
Yep, it's all in your mind.
Yeah.
Well, I can say one thing about
I don't know. The guy across the road had diabetes there, and he kept drinking, so his mind just went.
My mom seemed fine to me until she was told she had cancer.
Hmm.
And then she got the operation, and it just seemed to get worse. But yeah, when you tell the person, your mind's very powerful. People don't realize that.
That's why they don't give estimates anymore. They're not supposed to on how long you have.
Doctors are crooked, most of them. They're like, I call them crooked mechanics, because your body is a car, and you take it to the doctor, which is like the body shop. It's like going to Midas, and they'll break something on your car on purpose.
Unfortunately,
so
there's a pill shop. There's a pill shop,
Yeah.
So they're not really,
Yeah, those pills are like parasites into a computer, man.
People have had better luck with some alternative methods that I've heard of. And
Yeah,
seeing.
Eastern medicine, tea, ginger, stuff like that, man. The works
Fasting's really
great.
good.
That's good, yeah. I want to see what this video is. 17 seconds. Let's see. Dude, that's wild. That
Have you
was
guys
a
seen all the drones? You guys seen all the
No.
drones? No, me
No.
neither. No, I haven't seen them either.
Those are mine, by the way, Max.
Right?
Well, I seen a drone that was shooting out frequencies from it. I've seen a couple of videos of some good stuff.
Oh, yeah?
But, yeah. They said 50 drones at one point, and
I think
I didn't see
wasn't
that.
as big. I don't think it's as big as people are saying. Like, I don't think it's as many. It's not as widespread or, you know.
Well, what they've been doing, Max, is I don't know if you like to follow drones, but they pay those people that understand how to program them, and then they make them into big light shows, so they can have like thousands of drones. So in the disguise of, well, not the disguise, but as it's evolving that way, then they can start using those drones the same way for military or for other purposes. This is how it usually works. You know, let the masses play with it, learn it. It's like even me, when I was playing with the drones that I have, there's about 10, 15, 14, 10, 15 GPS that are pinging all those things.
Oh, yeah, they're tracking every movement. That's what they did with the video games.
Yes.
Yeah.
And in that tracking, it's same with Uber. When they started doing Uber and all that, people thought I'm making a buck. I said, yeah, but you're allowing yourself now to be a tracker. So now they're following everything. And now this is when they start doing maybe self-driven trucks or whatever, if that's even important to them.
Yeah. It's data collection. And that's why they allowed some medical grade waste to go missing too, so that they could play with that.
Yeah, these people, I've had enough of them. That's it. I've had enough of them poisoning everything.
Oh, yeah, data collection. That's pretty much what they're doing. You know, testing their systems and data collection.
Yeah. We're in a big test tube. You seen this video, Dom?
What is that? How do you explain what he just saw? He says, "Hey guys, I was on my terrace just staring at nothing when these seagulls started blinking as blue as if electricity was shocking them. Though they didn't appear to feel disturbed at all. It was certainly not someone else's laser. Does someone else have any idea what could it be? Take a look at that. That's weird, isn't it?" That doesn't feel right. It doesn't make sense. There's also videos like this one. This was recorded by James Dublin in Ireland. But they didn't appear to feel disturbed at all. It was certainly not someone else's laser. Does someone else have any idea what could it be? Take a look at that. That's weird, isn't it? That doesn't feel right. It doesn't make sense. There's also videos like this one. This was recorded by James Dublin in Ireland.
That's crazy.
In Dublin, Ireland, in 2023.
Oh, this is wild.
So in this video, something appears to be happening in the sky here. We have two streaks of light.
I should have
Could be
took
coming
this
from a
guy's
show, an
fucking
event, or
volume
something
off.
like that. Or it could be just an opening in the clouds.
You could see the beam
It is nighttime.
going behind the building here.
Are on.
Really?
Then
Sure
something happens.
Watch it retract. Whoop.
Why did this?
Cool. Be fun to be one of those birds. Hey guys, look at this. I can flap and make sparks. That's cool.
I need one of these bad boys. You know, anyway.
Who would you point that towards, Charles? I'm curious.
Yeah. If I had a rocket launcher, some
No
son of a
comment.
bitch would pay.
No comments. Look at, I got footage of the first UFO going into a crater in the moon. Look, that's real footage, man. From my. Look,
Had doors
that's
and
so
everything.
crazy. Yeah.
I don't know if that's real.
No. People think it is, right? And then that happens. Like, you know, people. I've seen videos of little orbs near the moon, and people think there's a base on the moon. I mean, my opinion,
I
no
do think
way.
there is base on the moon. I think there's many, actually.
I don't know, man. I don't know how that would work.
Well, we wouldn't. You could speculate. I guess with the advancement of this type of technology that we're being presented to, people that had lack of discernment before are going to be even that much more lost.
Yeah.
I get it. We can speculate all we want.
Gotta muddy the waters. Good. That's the
Yeah,
idea.
throw a rock in it, Max. Let's throw a bunch of
I want to figure out why that bird was doing that. See, JG made a good point that it could have been a fake bird with some lights on it or something, but who knows? But there's been a lot of weird stuff going on. Like the other morning, the birds were flying north. And I know not all birds go south, but there's tons of videos where the birds seem to have turned around, and now they're all going north.
Had a flock of geese go by a
me.
few days ago.
It don't feel right. I
The
look
geese
out the
don't-
window of the bus to my right. It's like 6:15 in the morning. I think this maybe no. The sky was kind of lit up in the distance. The horizon was just starting to crack with a little light. And I look to my right, and there's tons of birds flying. It was freezing that morning. I think it was like 3 degrees. It's freezing. And I'm like, wow. It just didn't feel right. All these birds were going north for sure.
We got these
And,
geese that hang around all winter. It used to be that there was only like none. Well, usually none. But started hanging around in the winter now because people feed them and there's available
yeah,
food.
there's some here in One Hill Park, which is a little near where I live. There'd be so many geese there, and then they would all gather there. This was what I heard because my mom's boyfriend at the time used to work for the park department, and there would be so many geese, and from what I hear, there was one of their stopping spots, and they would gather up there and then fly south. But yeah, you're right. They've been hanging around a lot. It's because we have warmer winters now, and these people are just fucking everything up. And I've noticed too, Max, ever since they put all these towers up, right? Hasn't these storms gotten stronger? And it seems they steer them more better.
Oh,
like, things have been amping up since all these fucking alleged
there's
towers
court
have
cases
been put
now.
up.
There's court cases about it now.
Well, they're probably on top of that, Max, so this way they sued themselves, so nobody else can. It'll be like taking all the signs off for all the snowbirds and putting fog down on the roads. Most snowbirds wouldn't know how to get to Florida, and most of them would give up. So a lot of these animals, in this case, the bird kingdom, there's so many signals like you guys are talking about. There's a good chance they just don't know to go back anymore, or they've given up.
You ever seen the thing, Dom, where an electromagnet, you hit the switch on and the magnet would become very powerful, and anything metal would get stuck to it. It would have a strong, and then you hit the switch off, the electricity off. They use them on like flatbeds, the whole big trucks down. They got these electric magnets that are powerful. Now, what if they're tapping in, like, HARP allegedly is tapping into the Aurora Borealis, or what you want to call the energy, right? That is surrounding, they're trying to tap into it. We could call it the firmament or whatever. What if they can flip the magnetic pole, right? What if it won't be like they say? They could flip the energy, or they're confusing the birds with something. They seem confused. That's the problem. Like, I don't.
Or they're not reproducing one that would actually be somewhat the leader or something, to know actually to lead the direction of the flock. So again, magnetic, because we have our bloods, which could be magnetic. It'd be no different like air. If you're in a forest fire, it's going after the same thing that the body needs is the best air. So if there's a strong enough magnet, eventually it'll start tapping into your blood.
Don't birds and animals have like a natural GPS built in?
But if it's being interfered with other GPS, it would be confusing.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah. All these frequencies and shit and microwaves and radar systems and who knows what else. Radio.
And we're all encouraging it. We're all encouraging it, and we already have the template at the beginning. We have the noise coming from cars. Now you're adding the dirty noise, as some people would call it, because it's not chi, it's not harmony with nature. So now we add in Wi-Fi, GPS, what else? All the different technology that we're giving with each other. Even the spoken language could be classified a little bit as noise.
Yeah.
And of course, other species are going to be interfered for. I'm pretty sure that most species already have an issue with humans anyway. They just don't openly talk about it. Yeah, we'll be your pets. Yeah, we'll be your pets.
Spewing all that noise out the chatterbox.
Yeah, well, we all do it.
We're trying to clutter up the entire electromagnetic spectrum is what we're doing.
Unless there's some end goal, and then we have to be removed when that end goal comes. So then we were not included in the end goal anyway, as a species called humans.
But we were talking about this yesterday about ants and how they work in a collective and how they communicate. It's all with energy and frequencies and all that. So I was thinking as people, they've really broken us apart. We don't really work as a collective unless it's like a job or something where you're getting paid to do it. But other than that, we're always spewing. There's so much negativity being spewed out, and I think it rubs off on everyone. If we would always talk positive, and I think the atmosphere of this place would be different. All that's being broadcast on TV is killing, and all these songs, most of them are hip-hop is so like it's become like the biggest genre, and it's all talking about drug dealing and killing. It's just there's no balance to it. It's all negative. You rarely hear positive shit anymore. Yeah.
Okay, like I get the media's promoting stuff, and yeah, we'll even play with the idea of negative is something harmful. I don't think most people are positive. If I had a lean, I would think most of us in many moments are indifferent. It'd be different if we had a species, everybody was positive, then we would question, okay, but don't we also need negative? Yes. But I think they promote it is because the ones that are positive, few in numbers, there could be one out of every 13 person or 14 person that are positive. And I'm talking about on a regular basis. So therefore, if they throw negative, most people are going to resist negative. And most people are going to be indifferent to the opposite of it, in this case, positive. Not everybody can be happy. At that point, if you're that happy, then you're underneath a bridge fucking snorting cocaine. Under a bridge, because you're trying to stay in that ultimate state, which you can't. Not everybody's going to be sad all the time, let alone happy. So when we feel the word happy, it's a good ideal, but I don't think most people are. Most people are indifferent. And then you get the media that's going to present poverty. And then people are going to perceive that's negative. Okay, so it's negative because we're showing you poverty, or is it negative because most people don't realize how they participate in people being poor, let alone greedy, let alone somebody being a psychopath or a sociopath. But most people say, yeah, I don't want that in my backyard. Oh, okay, so who built your backyard in the first place? So it's nice to be positive, Charles. I guess what I'm saying, it's nice to be positive. I'm not using the old word of nice, just nice, something to experiment with. But most people aren't, but then they're going to quickly think, well, then what am I, nihilist? No, you're probably indifferent. Most of us aren't participating in this technology by making it. We're using it. And more times than not, we're forced or conditioned to use it because if I want to go to work now, my boss says I need a timesheet, but I need it through some sort of device now. Okay, so now I'm forced to buy a phone. Not to shit on the positive part, but last time I remember, a car needs both positive and negative and grounding. The car wouldn't be able to run if it was nothing but positive all the time, let alone negative. You know, can't have a world of all kumbaya and loving each other, because then there'll be people saying, no, I want to do something that's different. And vice versa. If you had everybody hating each other, you'll get the few kinky people saying, I think we should start loving each other. Okay, we'll love you. We'll hang you first. Oh, okay. Now that's the extreme way of talking, I guess, or at least I'm using my imagination. You know,
they are trying to get groups to hate each other at the moment. How well is that working?
Oh, it isn't. They're spending an enormous amount of energy fueling, and they probably have their own people inside of all of that. You know, and then even that, misleading each other based on if we're talking about color of skin. I said, first of all, humans aren't black and white, so they already know they're playing a joke on you, and most people go around, you know, and then they get upset when they find out there's people of their own, we'll say shade, because it's not even their own. We're one species anyway, but let's go the ideal that we look different from each other. Next thing you know, they're doing that as a template. Well, if we could do that with them, fuck, we could easily get the Catholics and the Christians to fight against the Muslims. Oh, it would be easy. It would be the easiest thing to do. What do you mean? Well, we use the media, and majority of the people, it's like women's lib. It's the same ideal. You get a whole bunch of people, we'll do women's lib, and then you'll throw on all the other parties in it. Next thing you know, you're going to have a bunch of letters, and you have a different flag to represent you. And then they feel, oh, wow, I can't believe those guys joined a cult. Well, you don't realize you're already in a cult. Sorry, you're in a cult. You know, if it's so important to make it about the color of your skin or your gender, you're already asleep. You know, if somebody has a gun, they're not thinking, okay, I'm looking for people that are one arms. No, they're just there to shoot, and they're probably been indoctrinated. I got to defend my country. Okay, so who represents your country and who owns your country? I don't know. I said, so that's what you're representing then. You're representing ignorance. And then once they've actually had some experience, because they did out of ignorance, then they're going to start bragging about their war wounds. Oh, yeah, I spent time in fucking Vietnam. Okay, that means fuck all to me, but hey, carry on, fill your boots. What were you doing when you were invading another country? Oh, no, we were defending our country. How do you defend your country when you're in somebody else's country? Well, they're trying to stop democracy. They're in their country. They can say whatever the fuck they want if we're going to play that game. People don't realize how much other people in this world, no offense to the American citizens, but they despise the Americans.
Well, they have an ideological purpose to go after, right?
Exactly. Let's pick it on them. And as America's collapsing, because they're going to move ships somewhere else, people are going to say, yeah, finally destroy America like you did with the Roman Empire, you did with the British Empire. But that's still there. It's always fun when Americans say to themselves, oh, yeah, but we have guns. Nobody's going to invade us. But it was okay you to invade all the other countries. And hey, let's even say that you do need your guns. Who are you going to put it? Who are you going to turn them on? Especially when all the other food that you get no longer come through the Panama Canal.
I'm going to turn them on myself.
Probably, Charles. And a lot of people, some people would probably do that. Now we're talking back to the days of Columbus. Supposedly they're speculating. The women said enough. We're going to start killing ourselves and our children. We don't want
I'm going to kill them. If shit hits the fan, and look, I hate to say it like you said, these people aren't no angels, man.
Well,
they don't give a fuck about us.
But the people you despise, Charles, won't even be in your country.
Well, whoever they are.
That's the problem. You know, that's where hate fuels now. Sorry, go ahead, Max.
It's just whoever they are, they're not coming to shake my hand and feed me. So
I can assure you, Charles, sadly as may sound, they would probably pay somebody that's really close to you or somebody that looks like you to fight against you. Now, you might feel good. I get it, Charles. I'm not here to take that away from people are allowed to be distraught and upset.
I don't feel good of doing it. I wouldn't feel good at all. I don't want to do it. Mm-hmm. Why can't this place just be fucking sane for once?
Especially if there's a possibility you get popped out of that vessel and then something's on the other side of this realm says now you get to play. Before you're just playing in that physical form. You know, you guys are protected from us. You know, again, this is not about flesh and blood. If we're going to quote a biblical story, you know, because I've done it, and not because I'm quoting it. I know the body. I know its limitations.
For anything really to happen and be permanent, it has to be a movement of the will of the people and the ideology of the masses.
Mm-hmm.
But they were going to transmit a frequency that would make us happy back in the 70s, but they didn't do that. They promised us that with the wireless networks.
And I believe that'll work because look at music. When you listen to heavy metal or hardcore hip hop, it changes my mind state where I start thinking on what we would call
Well,
I
say
start
they
thinking negative thoughts. You know,
say they did
but
that.
then
Say
when you
they
listen to classical, you don't think like that. At least I don't.
say they elevated our mood and made us happy all the time. Do you think it would last, or do you think it would become just normal after a while?
It would become normal, and then we would evolve and we would adapt
Then you'd
to
have
it.
to
and
go to the
something
next
else would
level.
happen. Yeah.
Be like a drug. You'd always have to have more, right?
Yep. Yep. That's a good point, man.
Then it might be meth.
Yeah.
Or what other stuff they're doing.
That's why you got to make yourself happy.
Well, they could do electronic meth. That'd be cool.
Well, the thing is,
body.
Yeah, the thing is, Charles, 2019 to 2021, I'm going to call it by dates. They revealed, or let's say whoever they are, how easy it was to get the world population, majority of them, not most of them, but a majority of them, to adhere to each other. And they also showed what they owned. They shut down the Vatican. They shut down the Quran. The Mecca, the Sports Academy. But hey, let's keep the gas pumps still running and don't worry about touching anything.
Let's keep the sports on TV.
Yeah. So knowing that, they revealed it. And maybe in their little world, they're probably chucking. You want to see something funny? We're going to shut down the world economy. Oh, yeah, but you're going to lose trillions of dollars a day. Who said that? You know, this is all an illusion, right? And then now people think, oh, because of, this happened, oh, it's going to change. No, it's business as usual.
Yeah.
Especially when they've been openly talking about it's going to be a 10-year reset, and they started it. Hey, let's throw a couple of movie stars under the bus for a while. Yeah. Why would you do that? Well, we want to make sure the other people that are in our movie or music industry, to keep them in line. Say, this is what happens to our own if you, for some reason, talk privately about shit or you brag about
Maria.
We do this so we can give, throw it out to the wolves or the sheeps in this case. Let's throw Puff Daddy out there. Let's throw O.J. Simpson out there. Let's throw all these other different characters out there. Weinstein or whatever.
It's a good distraction, right?
It is. It is a distraction. Because if it's really about helping the human race and better ourselves, then that all would be a distraction. Most people say, yeah, but see, I told you. So we're into the got you mode now. So I got you. Well, last time I remember, I got you because you're in that human form. I got you because you're using my thoughts. If we're going to play that game, you might as well go a little bit more in depth. Aren't you using the numbers that we gave you? Sure you are. But people would like to play sounds and frequency. I said, so how are you going to do 440 if we don't give you the numbers? Maybe we are telepathic beings. Maybe there's a possibility we had a spiritual war and most of us fucking lost. And now we're imprisoned with nice suits.
Yeah. This is hell for sure.
It could be. It could be. And then maybe they'll do is...
How did I get here and why? What did I do wrong? How can I fix it? I thought
maybe you fought for a cause and you lost. So now they're figuring, listen, let's see which ones we can change while they're in hell. And we'll do it's like some sort of compound. And we'll pull a few slaves out of there, or whatever you want to call them, because it seems like slave is a good word. Because master and slave to me is the same fucking ideal. You got to condition somebody to think that they're a master. This is all speculation.
Make someone feel good or bad, right? They're labels to feed the ego, maybe, or your feelings.
Again, this is all speculation, because if outside of that, I said, okay, anybody here, who created Wi-Fi then? We're using it, but who created? Who gave us all the different alchemy of language? Well, I don't know, Dom. I said, well, then we're speculating then. Some people might actually know exactly. I said, well, then how do you explain to the rest of us dummies then? It goes back to if you met an alien. If you met an alien, me and Charles and Max happen to meet an alien, we'd be seeing it through our own perception. How the heck would we explain it to other people outside of just using language, or we write a fucking gazillion books?
It would be like Charlie Brown. Womp, 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 womp.
I like that one, Charles. Put the football down, Charles. Put the football down so we can kick it. Now, I'm going to pull that football, right?
Flat Earth said, peace to Flat Earth. Hold on, who else came in here? Flat Earth Nation, Boyd, and Maria Walker. But Flat Earth Nation, I got it from Reddit. That picture. Hold on, I'll put it up if you want to screenshot it. Because I remember you had pictures like that too, Flat Earth Nation, with Jupiter. I was on your live stream that morning. You look at Jupiter a lot too. Where is it? Yeah, I think it's kind of fascinating though how we take noise and mold it into words or whatever, or language.
You know, there not be that child that looks in the parent's mouth and says, well, where does it come from? Where do those words come from,
asked
Dad?
my mom, where's the voice? I asked my mother, I remember. I said, Mom, do you have a voice in your head? My mother thought I was like losing it. And I said, well, what's this voice in my head? Where's it coming from? My mother couldn't answer it. And to this day, I'm still intrigued by it. And I'm also intrigued on how it seems to know things beforehand a lot and warns me when I start debating my thoughts, thinking on things. And
I get it, Charles. You know,
you can
people
really
say,
complicate with it.
where do we get the voice in our head? But what about the voice that comes out of the head through the mouth? Where is it coming from?
I don't know.
You know, it's always fun when somebody says, "Oh, somebody classifies somebody as a schizophrenic or whatever." They're hearing voices. Okay, so somebody's walking down the street with a phone, and he's having a live panel or a live chat going on, and somebody from the outside, "Who are you talking to?" "I'm talking to a whole bunch of people." "No, you're pointing to a box. What is that?" Again, we don't really know how everything works. Maybe we are telepathic beings.
I think we are. That's how they got radio antennas and stuff, by reverse engineering how we work, or how Mother Earth works. Even the trees, maybe the trees hold memory.
Well, they obviously, they must hold energy, hence why people do tree hugs and all that. So there might be energy, language, telepathic. Maybe it's all the same. We just use different words to try to describe it. Maybe that's the distraction or a divide and conquer ideal. Give them a language that has many different meanings to the same word. Give them an object. Go ahead.
I don't, people say they're killing us, but they gave us the means to kill ourselves slowly.
Well, it would be an illusion if we're an ultimate being and we don't have any beginning or end. Then it would have to be an illusion or a distraction. So put me in a form, get me attached to it. Next thing you know, when it perishes, because I've never experienced it, other people have died or moved on. But meanwhile, they could be on the other side. Holy fuck, I can't believe I got hoodwinked the whole fucking time. I'm actually not dead. But there's that body. Oh, I forgot that. Me and the body aren't the same. It's always fun when I hear people say, I had a near-death experience. I said, so what did you see? A light? Well, yeah. Have you ever seen thoughts before? Well, no. I said, how do you not know they're not the same? Just because a whole bunch of people go write about it or put it on YouTube, that near-death experience has to do with the light. I said, okay, so what's the elaboration of that? What is the light?
I didn't see a light.
Yeah, what is the light? Well, they're aliens. It's always fun when somebody says, "Oh, I saw a UFO," and I said, "Okay, yeah, I saw aliens." I'm like, "So you had a telescope and you can actually see what was in that unidentified flying object, and you saw something in the cockpit?" "Well, no." I said, "So you're assuming there's an alien flying that thing? That could be a drone."
All right. How do you know it's not fucking Barack Obama driving it, right? A government official.
It could be. I doubt it, but it could be. Again, it's an unidentified flying object based on military terms. And then you get a whole bunch of people, what do you guys do part-time on the weekend? Well, we go to Star Trek convention. What do you do during the week? I'm a UFO inspector. I check for unidentified flying objects. I saw a bird the other day there, and little glowy things were coming from it. I said, well, they do put tags on all birds, don't they? Or at least quite a few birds. Yeah. You don't think somebody could be cruel enough to put some sort of thing that they can control with remote control to give a little sparkly out of that poor creature? Probably. And then they'll probably record it as they're doing it so they can have, what, 1,000 views, 1 million views on YouTube? What the fuck wasted energy is that? You know, hey, let me see you do a certain move with breakdance move. Okay, I can give kudos to it, but there's always something or someone filming it, and then people are always going to shoot the parts that are funny, which some people might call negative or unhealthy. You know, people don't go to NASCAR more times than not when they already know who's going to win the race more times than not to watch the race winner. They go there, oh, I wonder if there's going to be a crash in the south corner. You know what I mean? I hope nobody dies. Well, I like to, maybe if they did die, this way I could brag about it. I was there. I was the guy there at the NASCAR when a guy died. I said, that's not something to brag about, but hey, carry on, fill your boots. We could talk about the Pope's funny hat, but most people are already leaning into the conversation knowing that I hate the Pope. So no matter what we say about it, the hat, you're going to think, see, I told you. See, I knew that's the reason why I hate the Pope. I said, you don't got a fucking clue how that really works, that realm works. You know, it's like being American being fed that Russia's bad and Russia's being fed that the Americans are bad. There now people find out, oh, I wonder how they get all the stat and how much they spend all this military stuff on, because they keep everything, tabs of it. Federal Reserve, fiat currency, World Bank, they're all in on it. They're fueling all this kind of stuff. You know, we got to keep the prison going somehow.
Well, the drone situation is solved. Max Vision there figured it out in chat. It's interdimensional demon alien drones from a ghost Iranian mothership.
Can you put that in letter forms? Like, is it going to be a big long letter? Hey, you know, Max, humorous you say that, because when they were doing this whole thing with Ukraine and Russia, and people say, oh, donate all your drones and give it to Ukrainian, not realizing most of the technology that are drones are coming from Russia and China. You know, most of the bigger companies, they're coming from there. You know, they're not even understand, okay, so Russia and Ukrainian are fighting over land because of the oil and all that. Who actually rules the land of Russia and Ukraine? Well, they do. I said, are you sure? What do you mean? Well, there was a reason why they had a war when they got rid of the Tsars family. So if they start doing some backtracking, they say, oh, so you're saying to me that the Vatican rules the land? I said, yes. And I don't say they own it. I say they rule it. It's like in America, the British Empire, the state owns, no, that's the wrong word, rules the land. Now you can own things on top of it. That's the illusion, but you don't own that land. Tribal people used to understand that because they were closer to nature. They would see animals. They wouldn't own anything. The illusion. Go ahead, Max.
It's all rented, right?
Yeah, you can put a coin on it. Yeah, you can say it's rented. Yeah, yeah, you can say we rent it. Yeah, it's always fun when I hear somebody say, "Oh, Dom, I don't believe in renting." You know, I said, really? So what do you think property tax is?
Yeah.
That's tribute. You're paying tribute to somebody. Yeah, but I don't want to give it to the government. I said, no, the government just collects the fucking shit.
Yeah, I'll come and take it.
Yeah, don't think for some reason the government owns it. No. Yeah, but they got to give us money back, don't they, to play the police? No, that's called a budget. You're getting an allowance. That's why most countries, if not all countries, are in debt. Because the money that's collected by the government does not go back to the citizens at all. And if you're not sure, next time you go pay for a parking ticket or you pay for your electrical license or your real estate license, that goes to corporations.
Gets put through a company in Israel at the moment, and then they distribute it out.
Mm-hmm. You know, even America, they're under a corporation. No, they're no longer serving the people, not the citizens, the people. They're under a corporation. And under a corporation, you can hide behind all kinds of fictitious names.
That's what I think they do. I think they LLC these characters because it's their business, their character.
Oh yeah.
Even the politicians with fake names.
You guys have got what's
the
that?
scam
Washington D.C. There's the Vatican in Rome.
What does DC mean? Direct current?
Yeah. You know, and people forget that Israel too, like the city of what was it? Anyways, the capital city there is owned by the Rothschilds, so it's a corporate entity as well. There's 4 of them, not just 3.
Well, I could have sworn I read somewhere that DC is owned by Israel. I don't know, man. I know another country I read somewhere. I don't remember. I think it's Israel, if I'm not mistaken. Owns DC, man. They're the
Yeah, I dad fagums.
which is crazy because
I dad fagums.
Again, Charles, it's the question one ask. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, the more I research, the more I realize when they put laws into place and a lot of things, it's like it's a slap in the face to these people who think they're fighting for their country and for our freedom and all this stuff, like the Patriot Act, for instance. When I read the whole thing, it was like, dude, these people are like disrespecting right in everyone's face, man. It's like they're trolling very hard, you know.
Again, Charles, it's a question that we ask and then listen inwards. Ruling and owning are 2 different things. Rulers are usually they're going to use acronyms of 3. Owners are going to use acronyms of 4s, like news.
They don't own me.
No, but you don't own the body. You steward it. Now, whoever you truly are, most people are never going to tear down those onion peels to find out what they're not. I'm not the thought. I'm not the body. So
I'm glad I'm only renting this thing.
Yeah, but also can be a distraction too, because most of us are going to spend an enormous amount of energy fueling it and sheltering it.
I'm gonna go back and tell people, do not go there. It's a bad experience.
You'll get that deer in the headlight look again, Charles. Look, but I got to go to the light. I'm seeing it right there. I got to go, Charles. I'm so close.
Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead. There you go. What form are you going to go into? I think I might be an African this time. Maybe an Asian. Maybe an Indian. Maybe just an ant.
Yeah.
Let me go again.
You guys have to learn on your own.
Yeah.
I still think it's the best game in town.
If you don't know who you are, right, or your capabilities, you don't know where you are, wouldn't that be like a limbo? More like you probably could leave this place, but for some reason, maybe people just keep recycling because they don't know how to get out of here.
Maybe.
Yeah, that's a good word, Max. Maybe, perhaps. That's why it's speculation, because it's always fun when, even if I do it too, it sounds like I have an answer. Sit back and enjoy. Why? Because I'm going to fucking fool myself. Perhaps. If I truly knew who I am, then why would I have this conversation? Because I would have to know all the parts. I'm speculating.
Me dying and coming back for that short whatever made me realize a lot of these stories people tell, I'm not calling them liars, but maybe they experienced something different than me. It's the only thing I can say. But
well, if we've had multiple lives, you've experienced something different too.
Mm-hmm.
And that might be the reason we come back, for new experience.
It's like the data from Commodore VIC-20. It's still here. When they blew things up in the clouds in the 40s, it's still here. That is always here. Now, people might call it a soul. Or a soul trap. I call it just data. It's like a computer. It has data, information. So when you have soul contracts, you're having data contract. You sing a whole bunch of songs. Okay, you've helped the program a little bit. Once you're no longer here, the property belongs to the mind or whatever you want to call it. And then, think about our language, our graduation of our language. If we all had to start from the beginning, meaning that every time you got rebooted, let's say possibly there is such thing as reincarnation or rebirth, and you come back here, therefore, but the language that you spoke last time no longer exists. No, it's a continuation.
Huh.
That's why we don't learn all the words when we're in this form. We could probably be giving it to each other energetically or picking it up. You know, we have thoughts. Where are they coming from? You know, is there somewhere in your body you can say with a surety that's where thoughts are?
No.
No. Okay, so there's a start.
I call them thoughts, but I don't know what they are.
Okay. It's like blood. You know, is there, you know, blood is something that's always generating from within. That's why they have to have donors. It's not so you can get it somewhere else. You know, maybe we used to be able to drink blood from animals or something, but maybe it's not designed for that. You know, blood is for animals, milk is for animals, is made for milk, but for whatever reason we want to, oh yeah, well, we've been told that we should be drinking cow's milk. Okay, so we forgot about the weaning process, where a child should be getting the milk from their parents for 4 or 5 years for some cultures, you know, because that's memory. And then at that point, you probably don't ever need milk anymore. But we've been told, no, you have to keep refueling it. So keep drinking that cow's milk. And then, but sheep milk's better. I said, it's still from an animal. You know, even when we eat animals, are we supposed to be eating wild game or domestic game? It's always fun when I hear people say, well, Dom, I'm a meat eater. I say, okay, but what type? And don't make it about my diet, because I'll explore emotional and mental diets too. So what type of animals do you eat? Well, I eat sheep. Okay. Do you eat deer? You know, because when you see people that eat deer, you know, the ones that eat wild game, they have a different type of makeup than people that eat domestic game.
That's true.
Most of the
People that
civilization.
eat natural off the land, right? They survive. I've noticed people that live off the land are healthy and strong. And people that live off of fucking the stores are the ones that are always ill and fucking, you know what I mean?
Even if they're not ill, Charles.
Just
even if they're not
different.
ill, even if they're not ill, let's say they go to the gym and they're physically well proportioned, but then you start having a conversation with them, and you know it's either a mental or emotional conversation. You already know they're not healthy. Now they're robotic. Dom, I know exactly how many presses to do to get muscles or to do tone and all that, which is fine. You want to do that. Well, why don't you take a chance and pick up some hay, I guess, because that's a different shape or whatever. And vice versa. You get some people that are mentally strong, but maybe not emotionally and physically strong. Now, a farmer, more times than not, if they're running their own farm and all that, they got to do a lot of things. They're doing more than just 1 or 2 devices. They're doing many. And hopefully they go from, you know, surviving to thriving, and then they can be the example, but not in an example when most civilization is all about comforts. And then there's some people that want more comforts than others, and other people have to fall by the wayside. And then you see poor people that are homeless. And when I say homeless, not just because they are without a house or they're living in a cardboard, I'm talking about they're literally decaying.
Are you seeing what I see, Max?
The sun.
Energy Research and Development Administration. And look at the bottom right. Now, just the stars here. Look at the stars and inward. Forget the outside part. You could take the stars, would be the most outer edge, and overlay it with that thing on the bottom right. The top of a Taurus field.
I was muted. Yeah. I said, oh yeah, look at that.
That's the government badge. But that's when spiraling. But still, it's the same. Interesting. Holy shit, I never realized that that river that was flooding Hartford was that big. It was almost a fucking... That's crazy. And it's all underground now. Oh, I gotta take that picture. I don't think that... I went to look, and I don't think that street exists anymore. It's a parking lot now, but I'm gonna still take the picture. I'm gonna redo some of these pictures, Dom, from these photos of back in the day, a long time ago, maybe 1930s, 1890s, of these floods in Hartford. No wonder the Capitol's up on the hill. Man, that's interesting. Now that I know there was a river that went right behind the Capitol, it's kind of interesting because the Capitol's right there.
It's like the old earls on the hill, right? And the king on the hill, and you know,
And near that water source, but
got to take the high ground.
all them floods, I think, is what really polluted the CT River. All those factories that were there. There was there's I think a nuclear power plant there too. Because Groton Sub Base is also.
See, now they've got enough power to transmit happiness to us. There you go.
Huh. See, this one's blindfolded. I got pictures of her not blindfolded. So these guys took her and blindfolded her. So they don't see their crimes, only ours. That's the 8-pointed star. That's that 8-pointed star, man, right there. I always see, with not always, but a good amount of times, that 8-pointed star is in a lot of royal and government stuff. Just like you got your 6-pointed star right there. Inside all them stars, it's a 6-pointed star. Shit, the bird is a 6-pointed star.
Could be 5 too. Oh yeah, 6 or 5.
Yeah.
Hold on, could be even more. 1, 2, 3.
Because I flipped it and I lined the Baphomet up with it and the 5-pointed star.
Yeah. Well, they got the 6-pointed star right above them.
Yeah.
And stars. The star and stars.
Yeah. I forgot when I figured that out. I think someone showed me, if I'm not mistaken. But
it's interesting they would put it so prominently right above them there, that 6-pointed star. Kind of telling.
And the head is also looking right. Just like on the dead money. That's why there's all dead people on it. It's a dead currency. It's a fucking sham. I forgot. I think it's Washington. No, I know Lincoln is one of the only ones looking the opposite way of everyone else on the copper colored penny. I've heard a lot of theories on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I think JFK on the 50 cent might also be looking the other way. I gotta check. But there's a few coins.
Yeah, I suppose that's what they'd do, is they would transmit a frequency that would make us less agitated. So right now your nerves are on fire from being electrified.
I like this picture.
Yeah, that's funny. It's a good meme.
I was thinking about I think it's Viking or it is Slavic too, the cosmology with the tree. And if I'm not mistaken, there's 7 different lands or realms that come off the tree branch. There's 7 different realms. It'll be like ice, fire, probably water and stuff like that. And then you have our realm, like Asgard and stuff like that, and the tree. I wonder if each landmass, like Africa, is all hot. That would be fire. Or but either way,
it's an interesting idea.
I think we do live on a huge tree for some, not or and just something that has to do with a big tree because it's called countries.
Well, the tree could represent the Taurus field.
That too, yeah.
That's what I think.
Well, the Taurus field also looks like an apple or an egg.
Well, it's actually pretty complicated. It even has a disc as well. It has different layers. It's got the vortices. It's got an apple shape. It's got a disc that runs around it. And it's not really quite apple shaped. It's kind of bulbous. It has 2 bulbous fields, depending on which spectrum you're looking at it in. In the electric, it's more tight. In the magnetic, it's more expansive.
This is in Star Wars. It's interesting.
The electric fields draw things together and magnetic fields push things apart. The trees or roots pushing apart the earth, acting as a magnetic, and the top of the tree drawing in the sunlight is the electric side. In symbology, anyway. One of the ways to look at it.
I think it's crazy. Well, not crazy, but interesting how they have the light behind them. Whether it's the sun, moon. We got a soft spot where it swirls on the back of our head. There's a portal on our dome piece.
Some people swirl right, some people swirl left. I've even seen people with a double swirl.
Huh. Some got fucking infinity over their head. Some got horns.
Yeah.
This guy's got a fucking cup on his head. They're always standing under something. And on something. I got to do this picture with the other ones.
Well, he's the son of God, right?
Well, I think that's Satan too. And he's standing on the ball with the light over his head, just like I have a picture of the devil or whatever we want to call it, doing the same thing. And I don't know if it's a woman or a guy, but that statue in the Capitol, she also has light over her head and standing on a globe.
Even Saturn.
You know, I got Satan. I got him standing on a dome too.
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't know.
Statue of Liberty got light over her dome, right?
Yep. The light bearer. I don't look at it as such a negative thing, man. It could be both. Yep. It could be neutral. It could be however, you know. I just look at it neutral. I try not to put no stigma on it. I want to look at it for what it is.
Yeah, they say the Statue of Liberty is Diana, goddess of the hunt. The
It
appropriate.
represents this. I could hear people saying it's evil. You ever been to the Statue of Liberty? I never.
Nope.
Went.
Nope.
Well,
You been down? No.
no, and I don't live far either. I've been to New York City a couple times.
Yeah.
The first time I went, was when I was, man, I think we were 14, 15, probably younger than that. Holy shit. We took my friend's mother. I'm not going to say her name, but she used to drink a lot. She passed away, but she was a heavy alcoholic. And my friend's father was a fireman, but he drank a lot. So they would sleep solid, and we took the station wagon in New York City. That was great. We drove up there, cruised around for a little while, and then dipped back. And just in time to park it. It was crazy. But yeah, I was in New York in 2016. Manhattan. I think I know I was in the Bronx, Manhattan. I've never been to Brooklyn. I want to go to Brooklyn. I almost ended up on Rikers Island. That's wild for smoking a blunt. It's crazy shit, man. New York is worse than I thought. Connecticut was the worst, and you would think New York City would be lenient. It's backwards. Actually, here it's better, and New York is terrible. The police there are beyond crooked. They're the terrorists.
I don't know. Never had the problem of what we did for fun when I was a kid. Was we'd grab a couple of joints and some beers and go rock climbing and make it to the top of something and drink and smoke. That's what we did. We did a lot of drinking in the woods when I was a kid.
What time is it?
We never went to the city. Could have gone to Toronto, hung out there. It is almost 2.
Oh shit. 440 and 5201 both equal 8 in frequencies.
Yeah, there's
Probably
the whole
jump
440 thing too. 440 hertz music. I did that on purpose too. Keep people agitated.
I'm gonna jump off at 5 hours. Another half hour. Let's see. I can't wait for this month to end. I'm definitely doing more hiking this summer, for sure.
Yeah, I got to get out a lot more. Didn't get out really. Got out a couple of times last year, but not as much as we should have. We usually go every weekend, a couple times a weekend. So
It just sucks. They're always spraying and shit. Growing up, never had to deal with that bullshit.
it was just the homeless people in my area. They're everywhere, so it's not really. I don't know. Not that it's not safe, but it's not as pleasant of a hike when you have to walk through people's campsites and stuff like that. They're getting most of them off of the trails, though. I don't know where they're moving them to, but
I gotta see.
I guess the parks. Where are they keeping the homeless in your area, Dom?
That's crazy. Canada has homeless people.
Oh, fuck, everywhere. Over 200 encampments in my city.
This is crazy. I think it's from all the people they were letting in. Some of the numbers, not all of them.
Well, it's not those people that are homeless.
Made it worse.
In my city, it's not those people that are homeless. It's Canadians.
Wow. You know, I see some immigrants homeless, but yeah, it is mostly Americans here. But I see the mixture. You know, they've added to it now. And some of them aren't. Some, it seems some drug addicts and criminals came. And then you have some people that took what they were given and are going to use it. Because it's more to them here than they had in their country. You know?
Yeah.
So they're going to
be back in their home country.
Yep. Yep. I respect people, those, you know.
Oh, I'd be doing it. You know, if I was economically challenged in a country, you know.
Yeah, my family did it. They came here and worked their fucking ass off and made something of themselves.
Some of the
I
homeless.
still want to know why they left Germany. You know, I would love to know. I'm just curious. Because Germany is a beautiful country, but they left before that war. So, like at least 30 years before, because they came here in 1890, according to what I know. So, in the 1890s. I think it was 1897. And World War happened, what, 1940s?
1914, the first one.
What, Germany?
Yep.
That war. 1914? Hitler and all that? I mean,
No.
Hitler?
No, Hitler was the Second World War.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So my family left
The first war
maybe 50 years before.
It was
40.
Germany kicked off the First World War too.
Oh, okay. Yep, the world wanted that technology, man. And that rail gun they had, that thing is no joke. That'll take out a Titan. It seems that Germans, like,
Used to be a joke every 40 years they'd rise up to take over the world.
I don't know. Now that I look at it, it reminds me of like ants and shit, you know? How this system operates.
Be right back. Got to put on another coffee.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm doing. Interesting. I could have sworn the Jaggedy Jaguars were better than that. I'm gonna have to go with the well, obviously don't matter. I'm gonna go with the Jaguars. Dolphins and Browns. That's a worthless game too. Damn. Where's the Vikings? Oh shit. So if the Seahawks win, they could, and the Rams lose. Who are the Rams playing? Cardinals. Interesting. Interesting. They say the Texans clinch the division, right? They're 9-6. The Colts are in second, and they're 7-8, right? So let's just say the Texans lose the next 2 games. Then the Colts win the next 2 games. It would be tied. I wonder if they would still clinch then. I gotta go with the Ravens. Where's the Steelers? Ooh, the Steelers need that win. Because if the Ravens win and the Steelers lose, the Ravens will take the division. Huh. I'm going to go with the Steelers, even though the Chiefs will probably win. So I think the Steelers are going to win at home.
Tao Te Ching cities. When the government's okay, taxes are too high, the people would become homeless. Yeah. So what's happened up here? The rents went up too high for a lot of people.
Huh.
Was at one point 40% of them were working.
My rent just went up, Max. I think it was $400. It's crazy, man.
How? Wow.
New people bought it. And they painted the hallways. They replaced the laundry room because the dusty people that were living here.
Yeah.
They were just nasty people. They buy all new washers and dryers. I mean, but still, $400 to $300, a lot to raise someone's rent.
Yeah.
Because it was 9 something, and now it's like 1,300.
Yeah, they can't even fill all the. They can't fill the apartments in my building because the rents are too
high. It's always something in life. Yeah, I thought the Raiders were a national team.
I don't know. No idea.
All praises due to that rich ass Jew. When will people realize war? Fighting for the governments, to me, is pointless. I don't know many generations it'll take to realize this.
Some people realize it every generation, but masses get fooled, right?
Yeah, because there's enough room for everyone here. No one should be homeless. You know, every family can own a piece of land, you know, and raise a family. But you got conquerors.
Yeah. How come your emojis changed there, Void? Is there two voids here?
Maybe.
I asked a question in back chat. Is war pointless? Pointless.
What's up, Lizard? Yeah, maybe Ghost. Void has a couple accounts.
Yeah. War is pointless to who?
That's another question. Yeah, because it does generate a lot of income.
Mm-hmm.
It does help with population control.
Yeah.
It
It
does,
benefits not us.
maybe not. Maybe not me and you directly, Charles. Indirectly, it does.
There was an economic boom after the Second World War.
Yeah. Even the GDP in most countries are based on funeral plots, and so there's always money to be had somewhere. So does it have many points to it? Probably
Well,
not.
and I had some of it.
Gotcha, Void. He was working on the other channel.
I'm just asking a question, you know, because
I got to be able to have some of that money.
Yeah, you know, most people that participate in it aren't doing it because they really are fighting anymore for their country. They're fighting for economic gains, whether they admit it or not. It's easy to say, you know, I'm fighting for my country. That's like somebody being a Christian saying, I represent my God. Those are words. But economically, how did your church get built? How did those tanks get built?
Labor,
yes. And it might not have to cost anybody money when it comes to having people that are slaves. You know, they'll probably get somebody else to have to feed them and shelter them, so it'll come out of their cut.
Why do I have that picture?
But back to your question, Max, you had asked earlier, we do have tent parks here. There's a lot of people that probably thought they were doing the right thing and not stay in an apartment they can't afford rent anymore. So they decided to jump ship, and there's quite a few places near like Walmart's. It's a big enough park that people built, like not built, but they put up these really big tents. So they're not necessarily typical homeless people, but they are still homeless. They're just living in a tent. Kind of like having Katrina or whatever, where people used to finance, you know, these tent cities. You know, and as things get more expensive, and hydro and Wi-Fi and everything becomes expensive, and they'll start pushing that onto the housing owners. You know, these homeowners, or in this case, the housing people in the housing business, and then rent will go people more.
Yes.
I wouldn't be surprised in future people will have to take out loans, no longer because they're not credited to have a mortgage, but whether or not you're credited enough to have first and last months for rent. That'll be a different kind of business then. And if they put a credit system to it, then they can vouch for it and say, okay, if you don't pay your rent, you'll probably lose certain privileges in other parts.
Don't pay your rain tax, you'll get in trouble.
Yeah, you don't pay your rain tax. That's right. That air tax and rain tax.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Once we lifted off the gold reserve or other means of bartering with each other, money became like an endless source. You could do whatever you want. Oh, your socks are wrong colors. You have to pay taxes on that. So other countries, they've been doing it too. So I can't see why it wouldn't be done in somewhat they would call developed countries like Canada and Europe and America.
Well, yeah, you pollute the air enough, you can sell people oxygen, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, we're selling bottled water, whether that's real water, like we like the spring water, It's always interesting. I think you mentioned it, Max. I think you were talking about the different variation of BPs. You go to a gas station, you see all these plastic water bottles. They have nowhere to store them, so they put the whole carts out in the sun beside the gas station, beside the pumps. I'm like, that must be delicious to drink.
Yummy.
Yummy. Let me flavor it. But for a lot of people, they're not aware of that stuff.
Right.
When I started becoming aware of BP and all that, I thought, okay, what's the extent of that? And I can see the validity and I can see the cross relationship of having glass opposed to plastic. But again, it favors convenience and how to ship it. And
well, now they have all the safe quote unquote BPs, right? We don't use BPA anymore. We're much smarter than that.
They're not, especially like a person like you, Max, who probably does an investigation. Did you get a chuckle out of that?
Oh, yeah. I traded a bad one for a worse one. Yay, thank you.
It's like when people use the terminology organic. Okay, so we're using government terminology organic. Is it natural? No, but it's organic. So less chemicals in it? Sure. There you go. Eat it. No problem. Don't even worry about taking the Cheerios out of the box.
A lot less chemicals. They're just 20 times as worse for you, but there's less.
Yeah. But hey, we can get it delivered to you by Uber.
Yeah. And it's made with 100% meat.
There you go. Yeah, in a civilized world, it's challenging, if not very difficult, to live somewhat healthy. The ones that do, well done to you. But the ship is, you're the one or two that are plugging up the holes in the boat. But what about the other 100 holes? That's where we're at right now. And
Don, the Steelers, I was going to go with, they need that win because they're tied with,
they're tied with Baltimore.
That was they're tied with the Ravens, I think.
Yeah.
So, and I got the Ravens.
Ball.
I want to see I like the Steelers, but they're, I think they're going to play very good and they're at home and they might beat the Chiefs, might just rest their players and let it happen.
They might. 3 out of the 4 teams that are playing tomorrow, have important incentives in positioning. Kansas City still does have worries to be concerned because if they fall back too much and they lose the next 2 games, Buffalo could actually be the team that wins overall home field advantage because they beat KC. So KC's.
Yeah, I was just thinking, who the fuck beat the Chiefs? That one team. So it was Buffalo. Okay.
It was Buffalo. So at that point, Buffalo is 3 losses and KC has 1. I don't think KC could afford to lose 1 game, but not 2 games, unless Buffalo. But then Buffalo's not playing tomorrow. So again, the 3 out of the 4 teams. Well, important.
You got the Commanders are 10-5. But the NFC North division, you got the Lions 13-2, the Vikings 13-2, and the Packers 11-4 in that one division.
Yeah, tough division. Yeah, it's a tough division.
And the Rams are battling with the Seahawks. So if the Rams lose tomorrow and the Seahawks win, they would both tied in first. Just like
Epic.
What division? I was thinking they already counted the Colts out, right? Let's say the Texans lose the next 2 games and the Colts win. They'll be tied in first. These shitty divisions, these low numbers, but
Colts don't go in because of their inner games with the Texans. The Colts, the only thing they could do is probably get a wild card, and that's coming.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Well, they could tie the division.
Yeah, but they're not going to win the division. The division's already been declared to Texans because of their conference, but it's more or less their divisional scores. Texans.
So what if the Texans, even if they lose 2 and the Colts win, they'll be at the same record, 9-8.
Yeah. Texans are already in. Like I said, the Colts are only
The
way they can get
Chiefs are
in.
already in. The Bills are already in. They got the division. The Eagles got wild card, but they're in first place. They'll probably get the division. Then the Commanders are 10-5. They're gonna get they won't even make it because the Vikings and the Packers and the Lions.
No, I think there's 3 wild card teams. I have to look at the schedule. I don't know if they're up there. So, the Eagles, Detroit's already lost a couple of players, so their Super Bowl run might have already come to an end. The Eagles, if Hurts is really injured, and they have to
The
rely on
Falcons and
Pickett,
Bucks got a battle for first, and their division are 8-7 each. I just had to say that.
yeah, they're fighting. You know, again, the Eagles is the team to beat on that side as long as Hurts is not injured. Detroit, like I said, they've had quite a few key players get injured, so they've already kind of talked
Like
about
the Lions. I think the Lions should have won it last year, is my opinion, but they're very good this year. I didn't know the Vikings were tied with them in first.
Yeah, Vikings have a better chance. Like I said, Charles, Detroit Lions, that's who you're talking about. They already lost quite a few key players in key positions.
Oh, no, I didn't know that.
Yeah, so they've been getting into a lot of shootouts with teams. That's just because they have a good quarterback. So, but the Eagles should win as long as Hurts is okay.
I like the Commanders too, but they were doing good earlier in the season. Better. Daniels is a good quarterback.
It's like anything. You get somebody injured, that changes it. So I don't put too much weight on the Steelers doing any damage this year. They're making the playoffs is a good start for them. So.
Well, it might be the Chiefs and Lions or the Chiefs and Vikings. That's my opinion.
No, I think the Bills.
I forgot the Eagles and the Bills. That's right.
Yeah.
But the Bills choke, though. They choke in the playoffs, and it sucks because they are a good team.
Yeah,
they're always fucking up, man.
I think that the thing with the Chiefs this year, Charles, is they've been winning a lot of games, like creepy games, missed field goals, blocked field goals. They haven't really been beating anybody this year, like beating them. Buffalo's been beating teams. Now, you're right. Buffalo does have a choking ability.
Yeah, I remember in the 90s, man. My friend was a Buffalo fan. He still is to this day.
The Bills. They're
It was terrible in the 90s for them. And they had a good team. They had Thurman, Jim Kelly, Andre Reed. Who else? Man, they had a squad.
Yeah, they always got the bridesmaid. But but like I said, the Bills are a good team. I actually like to see the Bills play somebody in an environment like I said, dome, because when you play, say Buffalo gets home field advantage throughout, you always could have that blizzard. Next thing you know, you're playing in.
It's like Green Bay too, and Detroit both, but Green Bay's bad. And you know what I found out, which bugged me out? Barefoot kickers. I never knew there was a couple barefoot kickers, and they played one of them was from Denver Broncos, and I was thinking, man, that dude's got the balls to go in Denver in the winter and kick a field goal with no shoe on.
And the altitude
That's
too.
barbaric.
Yeah. But in Denver, you have to also worry about the altitude too. Not just the cold weather; it's the altitude. A lot of players.
Isn't it Mile High Stadium?
Yeah. I think professional runners train in Denver because of that condition. It's one of the more tougher conditions to run in. So they figured let's practice in it. So if it rains or snows, I'm used to one of the worst conditions to run in this case, the altitude of air. So.
I think I have this.
Is that the Earth in some sort of
Yeah, I don't know. I thought it was funny, so I had to download it. This one too is pretty funny.
There you go.
I've heard of someone bring this theory up that we're in a big spaceship and
that's not isn't that Hamilton? Isn't that Hamilton?
It's Star Lost. Yeah, that looks like Hamilton. Yeah. There used to be a show called Star Lost. They have a whole bunch of pods, different societies and different ones.
See, but my question would be, how do you encase the air that we would need as a species? Like It's like Star Trek. Where do they
Yeah,
store all the air?
filters.
Oh,
They create their air.
Have you seen those ecosystems in a jar or in a like a big jug?
That's true. Water, right? Water, probably evaporated water.
Yeah, it just constantly recycles because of the heat of the sun evaporating the water, making it rain down.
Okay, but we need the sun now too, right? At that point, Max, right?
Yeah, you need a heat source or
so
some
we
way
need
to
a heat source.
evaporate the water.
And how much land or space would we need to generate enough? If like say there's like 100 or 400 people on a ship. Just asking, like, I'm not saying we know the answer, but one thing is to be isolated and say, okay, I have enough oxygen in this oxygen tank, or we can produce enough that'll last you 3 or 4 hours. Yeah, but how do we do it for like say 2 years? Like forget about the idea that if we did.
Well, you put some plants in there.
Okay, so we put certain types of plant. Okay, so we're going back to nature again, which would be good, but we're not taking it out on a road. We're going into space.
Yep.
Okay.
Suppose you got to have lights, or plants don't need light.
LED lights. There you go. We'll put some diodes in the LED lights, and there you go.
We're covered. We've solved the problem.
We solved the problem. Except for where can we get our Coca-Cola or Pepsi?
Oh, yeah.
Without that, it makes no sense going.
You got to grow your own cocoa leaves and set up a carbonation unit. And
I still want the can. Let's not forget the can. That's important.
Yeah.
Reusable cans?
Got to mine your own resources. So you have to have resources to mine there, too.
I think it's a great idea when they give us this sci-fi stuff. It's just sometimes there's certain blank spots. I'm like, okay, am I to ignore this particular part? Like, like going to the moon, for example. That's a fun one. How does it serve? Why would we go to the moon? Is there something, you would think something like that technology, that would be reported openly, the gradual progression on every newscast throughout the world. By the way, we're thinking of going onto the moon, so we're building all these devices. No, we'll deal with homeless when we've done with this issue. Okay, no, we'll deal with all the clubs after we're done with this issue. So now we finally got this arm. We're going to say it's from Canada. We're going to say it's from Thunder Bay. You would think that would be world news coverage.
Well, they threw billions of dollars at the homeless problem.
Oh, of course. Billions.
That fixed it, didn't it?
Like on a piece of paper, right? Like they wrote, it's a billion.
What we did with the money for the homeless, well,
that's another story. That's another story. That would be real then. This is more sci-fi. We've helped the homeless situation. What do you mean? Well, we've got a lot of our big friends building these shelters that we're going to turn them into condos after. Okay, so you're helping the homeless.
And then boom, your homeless shelter goes zooming out into space.
I saw a meme about 2 weeks ago, Max. The most expensive vehicle in the future is going to be the grocery cart. You're going to have to pay insurance on it pretty soon.
Yeah.
Well, they're already remodeling dumpsters and making these cyber cars.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah. I found this picture. I don't know if it's real or not.
Dumpsters are made out of pretty solid steel, usually.
Oh, that's a Tesla truck?
Yeah, it's a dumpster in India. I think those things do exist on like in coal and even when they when they blast stone and shit, they use them type of carts. But yeah, maybe he took one of those and said, I'm gonna make a car. It looks like a fucking sardine can on wheels. It's terrible. I don't like them.
No, they're not really a nice shape or nice looking.
Is that the truck version compared to like the guy that made the ones for Back to the Future? I forget that automaker, but he made something like that made out of tin, like
DeLorean.
DeLorean. Thanks, Max. You know, like I get it. Like the car industries, like the TV industry, they make all kinds of protocols. I mean, demo cars and demo TVs and or even phones, and hoping that somebody might invest in on them. So Tesla was probably no different. I'm Tesla. I'm going to endorse your product. In this case, I'm Elon Musk. I'm going to endorse your product. I'm going to shoot a bullet at it and purposely let it crack, obviously. Like the average person can't own a car or that truck like that. And from what I understand, even if you hitch something on the back of it, you have to disengage whatever's hitched to it so you can actually bring it to the terminal to juice it up. So it's not a practical device for the average guy that needs a truck that's going to haul stuff.
Well, and if you can't put a bullet through the windshield, what chance do you have of getting out of that car if there's a problem?
Yeah, that's true. It's the Pope Mobile.
You know,
you won't need to get out. The thing's a fucking casket on wheels. So if you crash,
it's an incinerator on wheels. It's an incinerator on wheels. You won't be able to get out of it, and that fucking battery's right under your ass.
I was gonna say that the lithium battery. You see when they put lithium in water, what happens?
Yeah. What happens, Charles? Sorry, Charles, missed that part. What happens?
It catches on fire.
Oh.
And that shit burns. It feeds the fire. Like when water hits lithium, it's like it rages. I should have downloaded this video. This guy took lithium batteries. I'm pretty sure it was out of a phone, and he, I don't know. It looked like he unrolled this. I don't know if they're putting the actual lithium in these metal things and then they roll it. I don't know. But he took the battery part, unrolled it.
Yeah.
And then when he threw it in the cup, it just started igniting.
It's a basic capacitor, a big roll of metal with an insulator between it.
Oh no, I think he put it in chicken and he showed that if someone ingested lithium, and I'm thinking, why would he even think like that? Of even, and he put in the chicken with the water, but yeah, I cooked it, the chicken for sure. Lithium, if it does combust, you're fucked. You're gonna get burned pretty good.
Just tell me he fed lithium to a chicken and cooked it? That's disgusting.
Both for the animal and the people that
what a quick way to cook your dinner, right?
He didn't feed it to the chicken. There was a chicken breast and he cut it and then he put it there and he was just trying to show what would happen, how it would burn the flesh.
Okay, good.
Okay. So if it combustions, we're kind of like Vikings on a ship when they give a memorial and they say, okay, we're going to burn his carcass. There you go. Just leave him on the highway. He's just going to burn. Let it burn. Turn off the LED lights on the street lights because we got this fire going on. Oh boy. So I get it. You know, when we have some sort of technology, it has a lot of disadvantages. But it doesn't serve most of us. That's the whole thing. Most of that technology does not really. Most of us aren't even going to be able to use that technology.
You know, I remember when you used to be able to take the battery out of your phone, right? And then these phones started coming out, and I'm thinking, damn, why would they make a phone where you can't take the battery out? Because my old phone, I literally tried to get the battery out. It was like kind of damn near put in there pretty good. And now I get it. And so you could be tracked. You'd be pinging 24/7.
Well, I think they made a big push in the States with that. I think that you shouldn't be. They're trying to make it so you're not able to fix your own devices, whether it's a car or a refrigerator. That these places, they don't have to give you the schematic drawings, let alone the tools. Like even the Tesla is not classified as a dealership. So you don't have to give parts for it.
Well, like you said, these new Teslas, you do something, there's cameras in these fucking things. One, they could hack into it and see who you are. And two, they could lock you in that bitch and have that thing drive itself to the fucking prison or police station.
When did OnStar become a thing, right? That's when they could lock you in your car and turn it on or off or take control of it.
Yeah, Russian hackers said these cars are definitely hackable and you could drive them.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, well, after
I'd
the
rather,
OnStar came out, somebody hacked it right away.
what year? I think it's like 93 and before would be your best bet.
Somewhere around there.
No computer, right? But most of them, junkyards are buying them cars up cheap. You know, they're just junking them.
Yeah.
When in reality, if anything was to happen, you would want one of those because it would run. You know, you put a battery away in a box, Faraday box, and that car will always. Oh no, it'll still start, right? It's the electronics that would fry. And most of these cars are all electronic now.
Yeah, it says 96 on started.
Yeah. So you want like a 89, a Ford, or a Chevy, them good trucks that you can fix on your own. Even a Honda. I remember Hondas were really parts you could find. Like Honda Accords and Civics have like same parts back in the 90s. Because I used to help my friend change parts in his Honda. And then I had other friends that had Hondas, and I realized, damn.
Well, we're getting
better off
the age.
fixing your own car.
We're getting, Charles, Max, well, Max, you probably know, same with you, Charles. We're getting the age of, smart batteries. So if you're not charging them to a certain percentage, they eventually will go into dormant. You can't really boot them back up unless you put them on a program and try to get them back to live and up again. So whether they're doing that with the cars or any device, if they are putting smart batteries in it, you really can't store them for long periods of time unless you're generating them still. Like doing the cycles. And even that, when you're doing the cycle, you're going to actually slowly kill them too. They do that with drones, the ones that are a little bit more advanced. RC cars, kind of the same ideal, even though those ones can explode. We're getting into a technology where we're not going to be able to maintain the technology, meaning that we can fix them. Then you go into like back in the days of Russia, can we even get the parts for like a car? So unless you're a smart investor and say, well, I'll buy all this stuff and keep it for 20 or 30 years, but then there's a good chance you'll get to a new technology that nobody even uses anymore.
Oh, transportation, that's good. The old cars are still around.
Mm-hmm.
But most other things like communications, I suppose you can get a landline put in. I'm not sure anymore. But, yeah.
Well, they're available.
Most of it's smart. Everything's smart now.
Yeah. To get a whole bunch of people off their cars, you just have to increase your insurance. Okay, last year you're paying $2,000. This year you're paying $22,000. That's how you get people off the road. Forget about the price of gas.
Yeah.
But that's if they're going to go to like a roadway where it's going to be like trucks.
Look at buses. Even buses are coming off the road. They're turning old. Some of the old, not Amtrak trains or Metro North and all that stuff, but freight trains. Some of these old tracks are turning into these bus routes where they're off the main road and it's much faster. There's no traffic in the way. It's called fast track, and I've realized it's all up and down the East Coast. Industrialism is over. I got to see the ending of the industrial world where America produced all its own stuff and then it went into the shitter in 99. Right when it's September, I think that was a part of it too. All these companies were leaving and then that event happened. The economy went to the pooper and never recovered.
Even when they report 15-minute cities, like how big are they going to be? And are they basing that on transportation or are they talking about walking distance?
Yeah.
Walking.
I think these fast track buses are going to have to do with these smart cities. They're all hooked up to the internet, these buses.
The idea of a smart city, a 15-minute city, is everything you need is supposed to be within 15 minutes walking distance.
Oh, so it is walking then, Matt. Thanks.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, then I live in a smart city then. I got everything I need in walking distance.
then you're going back to small communities. It's just that we're going to be aware of other nations, or are we going to be one of those things where you live in a small 15-minute city, walking distance, you're born and you're going to die there, but you're not even going to be aware of other cities. You know.
Yeah, they want megapolises too. Like they want them all kind of clustered together in small areas.
Like prisons.
Okay.
That's what the projects are.
Yeah, you'd think that you'd have like, you know, a small community, you know, where everything's 15 minutes away, and then you'd have some, you know, farming community outside of that, but that's not what they want. So you'd have everybody, all those small cells stuffed into one area, and as high rise as you can get, as many high rises and stuff as you can get, so you can pack them right in. And then you want to take farming out and do, you know, build big, tall apartment buildings where you can grow pigs and stuff in test tubes and lab meat and crickets and all that.
Yeah, lab meat. That's the best
too, right? Sorry, guys. Put us in a dome too, so this way we don't have to worry about these high rises.
Well, kind of, yeah. You'll be under an electric dome.
Okay, sweet.
And if you go outside your city, your shock collar will go off.
Wow. The fact that we can even figure out how to do it, Max.
Yeah, just like here. If you try to leave the round, the military is all on it. You know, they'll turn you around.
Well, think about it. Even if you wanted to, let's say me, you, or Charles, Max, wanted to go. Let's say we're in Canada or in the States. I want to go across the ocean. Well, there's going to be a lot of things you have to, you know, like boat patrols.
Oh, yeah, lots of barriers. Where are you going, sir?
Yeah, where are you going? It'd be nice to call me sir, first of all.
Yeah, well, yeah, they just board you. We're coming aboard.
Yeah.
Going to search your ship, because that's what they do. Hi, Truso. Yeah, being on the water is actually much more like being raped than people understand, you know?
Mm-hmm.
They think it's free and everybody, you know, you're just out there on the water all by yourself, nobody bothering you. But no, that's not the truth of it. Is you get boarded all the time. You're searched and
Military. They show these videos of these people, Max, that just sail the ocean, such a best life. You probably do get stopped
until you try to pull into a port, and then you get ass raped.
Really? I'm sorry to hear that from those people.
They search your ship for contraband or weapons. Or, you know.
That's the excuse. That's probably they're the ones that probably doing all the shipping. Charles, just in case, I guess I don't know when you're going to leave soon, Charles, but TZ wants up. I guess I'll leave that up to you.
Picture reminds me of Superman. Superman emblem.
The other one?
Yeah.
I don't know where I got this. Or the other one. I think this is some Hindu cosmology.
That looks like a lot of gods in the sky.
Riding on serpents, huh?
Mm. Maybe they're on the cosmic serpent. Tell Charles post link.
I just did.
Okay.
I think.
Yeah. I see it. Looks like a Salvador Dali painting of a ghost.
Yeah, I don't get 2, 4, 6. So it looks like a keyhole, number one. It kind of looks like the grounds with the Catholic Church there. It looks like a keyhole.
Yeah.
The Vatican looks like a keyhole. Maybe this map lines up with it. But anyway,
Well, they're going to
I don't
open
know what they do.
all those doors at the Vatican, right? They're going to open up all those. I don't know what they are, crypts or whatever. I don't know. What are they opening up there?
They're gonna use the bones and get the genetics out. What the hell's burning down? I hear
Maybe
sirens for the last.
dragon back there or something.
What's good? What's up, Charles, man? What's up with the chat? What's up to the panel, man? What's good, man?
Hi, True Zone. Good to see you.
I was gonna come up earlier. Bro. I seen you was on, but I was on another panel, man. So I figured I'd hop on for a little bit, man.
Look at this. It's a swan. Swan diving. I've always wondered about this crack in the firmament. Or whatever it is. I don't know. That's not the Milky Way, is it? No.
Maybe it was a giant swan at one time.
Yeah.
That's one thing I always wonder is how big do things actually, or how big can things actually be? They say there were suns thousands of times bigger than our suns in the early universe. That could just be an optics thing, though. But
what happened? She's a blood. Is she blood dancing? Look, it looks like she's about to do a crypt dance, actually.
Speaking of crypt dancing and blood dancing, if you yeah, I was on a so-called on an I don't like saying Aboriginal. I was on an Aboriginal panel earlier, bro, and them niggas be going to war with each other over there, man. I thought shit. They were speaking of the crypt and blood dancing. If you watch how them natives be dancing, how they be moving, they move just like how the Crips move.
Yeah, it's the same thing.
yeah, they got Indians had the balloon pants or the parachute pants.
Bro, the dances we do natural. If I do a Crip dance right now, the dances we do natural, it replicates us, bro. They dancing like us, the originals, bro. We original, they artificial. If you take somebody, they took our whole swag, our whole dance. I watched the Crip dance, and then I watched the Native American dance. I said, God damn, man, right? It's been right in our face this whole time.
I was thinking of the East Indians from India. They had the balloon pants or the parachute pants way back.
You ever see the in Pakistan they have this dance? It's pretty funny. You ever see the Jewish people, how they hop up and down in a whole group?
Bro, they ain't got no rhythm, bro. I seen them Ashkenazis, them Khazarians dance. They ain't got no rhythm. They ain't got no soul either. I ain't gonna fuck all that. They ain't got no soul either. They ain't got no rhythm. I was fucking around with. Yeah, I seen them hop up and down, man. Them Jews, they wanderers, bro. They just wandering around the ram looking for a home, man. They ain't got no home.
Well, they kick and stuff too. They do kicks.
Yeah, they weird, bro. That's a whole. I don't know, man. That's a whole. I don't know, man. I just
A lot of Eastern European countries do circle dances of some sort or another.
Yeah, everybody has their own little culture, you know.
Yeah.
That's one thing I do know, but some people's cultures get stolen from and then act like, that's what I'm saying, our culture got stolen from, the way we dance, the way we move. They took from it and started doing them damn stuff, then start calling themselves us. So if you made something right now and I came along and I hijacked it and said it's mine, it's really not mine, I'll be artificial. That make me a faker.
Well, they altered yours and created their own style.
Yeah. People always do that. See a good dance move, start using it.
No, they went to schools. I watched I was watching a documentary. The government was sending those Native Americans to school to like dance like us, to move like us. They were sending them to like different like private schools that we never heard of.
Oh no. indoctrination camps.
Yeah.
Facts. That's what I call them, bro. Indoctrination camps, man. Being programmed, man.
Like that movie Dirty Dancing, you know?
I was out yesterday, Charles, bro. I seen everybody doing their last minute shopping. I said, for what? I said, damn, everybody buying all these gifts. Motherfucker open the gift up, put it right to the side, look at it and put it to the side. Won't never play with it, never do nothing with it. It's just.
Well, you got to get a big box.
Christmas is all about material. Because think about it. Santa is Satan, and Satan is the god of the material realm. Christmas is based on all material stuff. It's celebrating the material. But yeah. Fuck it. It's all about them to get money. That's what it's really about. Any day could be a alleged Christmas.
Yeah, every day is Christmas. Every night is Valentine's.
Sounds pretty good.
I gotta watch that movie that Obama allegedly co-produced. I didn't know. I forgot the name of it.
Oh, the one about Civil War? I think it's called Civil War.
Hold on, I'm gonna look the name up.
He really pushing that Civil War thing. Did somebody drop off there?
Maybe.
Yeah.
Now, I was gonna say, man, that was a good build the other day. That panel you had, not yesterday, because I don't think I came up yesterday, but the panel the day before that was a good build, bro.
Right here. Leave the world behind.
Yeah, that's an inspiring title, right?
Yeah. It's inviting.
Just don't give a shit about the world. Just leave it behind, man. Just fuck it all. Right?
Yeah, leave the simulation behind, leave the trickery behind, man. Leave all this. Basically saying when they say world, they mean the world that they brought to fruition of lies and illusions. You know, they noticing they not saying the realm. They not saying, hey, leave the realm behind. They saying the world.
And what's a world? See, this is the cover of the movie. And in this movie, the birds are confused from the magnetic sun, and they're all flying north. And you see swans dead in New York City, of course, New York again. The rotten apple, all that symboling, that good stuff.
And look at that, they got ball. They got the deity ball right there in the title. Look where it says Julia Roberts. It says look. It says BAAL right there. Go, you see it? Y'all see it right there. Go over to where it says Julia Roberts and go to the B and then go down. It says B and then go to the next name. And you can see it BAAL.
And they put other words in the red letters. There's other letters hidden.
Right. Yeah. Look at Ethan Hawke's name.
Oh, I can see a W-A.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. It looks like a M, the W.
the behind comes out, but yeah, I don't know. That's weird. It's like there's bigger letters hidden in there.
Look at the deer they got. All that symbology. Look at the deer.
Yeah, they got the horns.
That's what I'm saying. Look at the title. Look at the names in the title. Look at it says it's spelled out Baal, Baal. Then they got the deer right there with the horns on it. Put the shit right there in your face, man. I think that movie, you know, they gotta put. I think they put so many gems in these movies, man. So they put in that movie, Leave the World Behind. I watched it with my wife, man. And it was real freaky. It was real trip. I was like, God damn. I said, I can see.
What's
like
the plot?
planes and shit falling out the sky. They foretelling when the grid go down.
And the ensuing chaos.
Yeah, it's pursuing chaos. Is all out of chaos, man. Everything that's Hegelian dialect.
Yeah.
Shut the grid, make the grid go down. Pure chaos. Reaction, problem, the grid going down, reaction. Everybody's scared. What's the solution? Bring in a whole new goddamn system.
Well, that's some good programming then.
Yeah, programming, you know, whatever you want to call it. You can get the masses to do anything when they're scared. Shit, 2020 proved that. Motherfuckers scared, dude. They'll do anything without even thinking rational or logically.
Yeah,
it's fake ass picture.
Unless they're offered something better.
Unless
they're offered something better. You know, it's all about the programming, right? So if you can program them to work together instead of fighting, that might happen. But if the programming tells them that they have to fight for resources, and that's the only programming they hear, it's the programming they'll go for, because that's what they're programmed for.
Yeah, I'm gonna download that movie.
Have you seen it already, Charles?
No.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do a spoiler alert, bro. It's a good movie, man. Real good movie, man. A lot of predictive programming, a lot of subliminal messaging in that movie, bro. Like I watched it. My spiritual discernment, my discernment was like on.
I heard Barack Obama co-produced it.
Yeah, that's what I heard. Yeah, that's what I heard too. Yeah, it's most definitely watch it, man. You gotta watch it, bro, because they put so much in it, man. And you know, they have to put the truth in these movies because the CIA has an office in Hollywood, and Hollywood has an office in the CIA, so they know what the fuck is going on. So that's why they put this shit in these movies. We think most of the masses think this is entertainment, sit back and laugh, oh, that should have never happened, man. Shit, all right, okay. They telling you because you got to project this shit.
And they desensitize you to it. The TV's a weapon. It's entertaining the mind. More like entering and containing entertainment.
Entertainment. It's entertainment. Yeah, you're being trained.
They see. Look, that's what I'm saying. Everything is a test run. They look what happened in the beginning of 2019, bro. When shit hit the fan, and the epidemic came through, everybody was going into these supermarkets and into these stores buying up toilet tissue. Just imagine if
that's why.
Right. Just imagine if a more of a cataclysmic attack or a cataclysmic thing happened. How would we react? It would be even worse, bro. On a grander scale. I'm talking about on a grander scale. Just imagine, you know.
Even the sports you guys were talking about before, that's entertainment too, right? trained to look for winners and losers.
Right? You enter it, you get it's in the names, in the terminology. Entertainment. You enter the shit, you get tamed, and it has mental in it. It traps you mentally. Just like the governmental, and the entertainment got mint at the end. Just like government entertains your mental, and you get stuck in
Yeah,
it.
they just took out the R. That's all.
Stuck out the R, bro. It's right there in the dance, right there in your face, man.
Tell lies through your vision.
Yep.
The truth is always in plain sight. You just gotta pull the mask off like Scooby-Doo.
Right, see through the veil of lies, man. Eradicate the veil of lies and illusions, bro. You can see this shit. Me and a brother was having a conversation on another panel this morning about this shit, bro. He's like one of the only ones that was. He got what I was saying. He's like, yeah, I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
A lot of people they don't get it. He said they just don't. In fact, they don't get it. They don't know how to use discernment. Ain't the fact somebody smarter than you is just shit. They not using discernment.
Yeah, if the shit ever goes down and food's a problem, I have enough to share with people around me. That was my plan. Try and have some extra to share. You know, hopefully that'll work. Probably for a little while. Then it won't.
Man, that shit hit the fan. You know, the most craziest part is I was watching this guy, and he has a huge family, but he's teaching them how to put traps and live off the land, to cut a deer. Like, this dude is making rugs out of the fur. I mean, he was truly, and he was talking about how he has a car that if shit hits the fan, he'll be able to run it and drive. He's building this fucking like a bus. He's fixing it up. This guy, I gotta find the link to his channel. I think he might be a Pentecostal or something with the Bible, but screw them labels. This guy can survive off the land, and that's my point. Most people stop growing their own food. We depend on these fucking fucks to deliver all the food in these stores, and it's like we gave up on self-sustaining.
They're going after everybody that's self-sustaining right now. They're going after the Amish and making tighter regulations on farming.
It's fucked up.
You know, pretty soon you won't be able to eat. That's why they've been PCR testing wild game and stuff, finding that all these deer have the cooch. You know, you don't want to get the cooch, so we gotta.
You know what I was thinking? You know, you brought that up, Max. You know how they be catching these animals and tagging them and shit? I wouldn't be surprised if they go inside of them and then they have sex and it spreads everywhere. And then, yeah, you
got to inoculate things. You know, everything must be
could be
inoculated.
It's all entertainment purposes, man. This is entertaining, isn't it? We're speculating.
Yeah. It'd be a good idea to inoculate everything, right? Apparently.
I swear, Charles, bro, as soon as I get on the panel, man, everybody wants to text and call me, man. Ain't nobody really text and call me all day, man.
I'm about to jump off here in a few minutes. Did about 6 hours today. It's fucking 3 o'clock already.
It is. Yeah, all of it. It's all It's all bread and circus, everything. The news, the Diddy. It's all bread and circus.
Man, Diddy ain't in jail.
Yeah, them fools don't go to jail, man. That's all lies. None of the motherfuckers go to
They be
jail,
like,
man.
his ending number's in the computer. Like, they can't just put it in there.
Yeah, them fools don't be going to jail. Who believe them celebs go to jail? They're a goddamn fool, man. That shit, the world's a stage, man. Them fools don't go to goddamn jail, man.
He's kicking back in fucking Dubai, fucking chilling.
Yeah.
And playing out a goddamn script. Bro, I seen a video of Trump, bro. Trump's a whole fucking what's one of them damn goddamn one of them synthetic robots. One of them motherfuckers. I swear, bro, it's like they saw because I watched the video. I said, "There ain't no." I said, "It's like 5 different Trumps, man. People can't see that shit, bro. Just like Joe Biden, man. None of that, all that shit's fake, bro."
Oh yeah, you've ever seen the boatload of Saddam Husseins? There's like 30 or 40 Saddam Husseins going down the river.
They got doubles, man. They got now they got those synthetic bots.
Oh yeah, they've had hoods since the 80s that they could fake. You wouldn't be able to tell.
Bro, we live in an alternate reality of fucking what's the goddamn Twilight Zone, bro? This shit's creepy and weird, bro. It's strange, man. I think to myself all the time, man, people can't see this shit, man. Like they think this shit is real. What's real then? If we know that shit's fake, then what the fuck is real?
Yeah.
They said, we're going to go to war and mentally enslave them.
That's why I tell people all the time. I told my dad that. My dad said,
themselves. That's even worse. We enslave ourselves.
My dad said, won't they just drop a bomb on us and kill us all? I said, why the fuck would they do that? I ain't talked to him like I said, Dad, why would they drop a bomb on you and kill you fast like that? They rather rush you die slow. I said, a bomb ain't necessarily got to be an explosive device. Ain't got to be an IED or a tank. I said, they can drop a damn book on you and that's a bomb. A book full of lies and trick your ass. That's a bomb. That's a weapon right there.
They can't tax you while you're dying either, right? You know, if they hit you with a bomb, that costs them money. If they can kill you slowly, then they can tax you while they die.
Because I don't think it'll ever be. I don't think they can't really wage war here on this land in America. They can't really. I don't know. They can't really do that, man. They know what they can and can't do. This is why they sign treaties and shit.
Why can't they wage war on this land?
I mean, they can wage war on us, but like they doing it indirectly. You see what I'm saying? Like they hide behind different. They hide behind corporations. They hide behind different fronts to wage their war.
Yep. Yeah, they wage it through the systems too. Their government systems, corporate systems. Hey, Queen Peachy.
What's up, Peachy? What's good? Hey, Charles, what Prodigy say? Prodigy say, he said fuck a war in Iraq. It's a war right here for soul power. You don't even see it all in front of your face.
Prodigy said, to stop looking up at the sky and worry about what's happening down here on Earth.
Facts, man. That's why I say fuck a war in Ukraine. It's a war right here for soul power. You can see it right in front of your face.
Good for you, Queen. Yeah.
That's what's up, Peachy Queen.
Yeah, if enough people think like that, Queen Peachy, we'll be fine, you know?
Right, when she hit the fan, people go. You're gonna see people's real true colors. They know you got something. They coming to invade that shit. So when the grid do go down, a lot you're gonna see people they're gonna turn real barbaric, man.
Yep, be friends with your neighbors. Hey, would you guys hurry up and take over Canada for the 50th third state or whatever? I want them gun rights.
Y'all don't have gun rights over there? Privileges? I mean, fuck man, I don't like saying rights. Y'all don't have rights mean privilege. So y'all don't have gun privileges, man?
No.
Never ever put your guns down if the government don't. They're supposed to work for us, but that's the illusion.
Oh, that always ends up in death. Always. Murder. Millions murdered.
I look at it this way.
Millions.
That's how they talk to us, man. You got a right. You got a privilege to have a gun. You got a privilege to drive that car.
Yeah.
You got a privilege to get on these platforms and have so-called freedom of speech. They talk
That's
to
only
a
if
bunch
you
of
accept
goddamn
it.
kids.
That's the trick. They scare people to accept it.
Yeah.
And I'm guilty of it too.
Right.
Because I thought I went along with it because I thought it was the right thing to do, and then you figure out it's not.
Right. I was talking to a guy I was talking to a guy not too long ago, and he's with the whole freedom, being able to bear arms, and I was telling him, I was conveying to him, like, you think they give a shit about you having guns, man? I said they got fucking planes, they spraying hosing your ass down with chemtrails every day. They poisoning us. They poisoning the food and the water. Silent warfare with quiet weapons. So what the fuck is an AK-47?
Hey, don't worry. Jesus will be here soon, bro.
I said, what the fuck is an AK-47 compared to the shit that they got, man? Huh? I said, what you gonna do with your 9mm if they poison your whole damn water and dumbing you down? You don't even know how to use the weapon.
According to my Christian resources, Jesus will be here in a few months.
Cool. There we go. Problem solved.
Yeah, I posted an article on my community tab. The Vatican came out and said verbatim, Jesus ain't coming back, man.
When I was young, I used to say, man, these people are gone, coming back. They duked us. They were like, yeah, we'll be back. And he said, we're out of this shithole.
That's why I made a video. It's God a deadbeat. Jesus, that nigga a deadbeat dad. He told his followers, his kids, his sheep, I'll be back in 2,000 years to get you.
Oh, what the hell are you doing? My cat, she's in my jacket, like completely curled up in there.
That's what I'm saying. Like over there in Canada, they took the guns over there in Canada already, Max.
Oh, they're sending them off to Ukraine. They've just outlawed 300 new firearms, and they're going to send them off to Ukraine.
That's crazy, man. Like the people, we got to stop going along with their fucking bullshit, man. Who the fuck? This shit's wild, man. I never got it, and I still to this day am confused on how we allow this tyranny to
Other crazy
exist.
shit is they wanted to impose a rain tax.
A rain tax?
Yeah, most people haven't heard about that. Yeah, they wanted to put a rain tax on people.
I said that a long time ago. I said soon it's gonna be a breathing tax. They're gonna tax you to breathe the goddamn air. I said, watch.
Yeah, just make the air so polluted you have to buy air, right?
Let's see who this is. Who's Mr. Mission?
Hey, what's up?
Hey, Mr. Mission, I know him. Not too much of a troll, right?
Not echoing, am I?
No, you're good.
All right.
He's good.
His new phone's better.
Not a troll.
Well, I can act like a troll sometimes.
Yeah.
Forgot what we were talking about, man.
On his little skit videos, he acts like a troll sometimes.
Yeah. I've been doing redneck comedy.
Yeah, he'd be trolling the government.
Yeah. I was all my old stuff's on Rumble because I lost 4 channels during the whole thing.
Yeah, they found a way out of here. That's my opinion. That's why they have that picture with that guy peeking his head out the dome.
Yeah. Yeah, I think there's a lot of us stuck here. A lot of us, like some of my friends say, we can't die, so to speak. Just suffer. Yes.
It's crazy.
I feel
I don't
like the book of Revelations has some type of meaning because they saying they're gonna be going to hide in the mountains and the rocks and the underground and shit. But they've been hiding underground. But if that's their damnation though, for real. I mean, I could be wrong, but because that damn demon Hillary Clinton came out and said verbatim, there's millions of cracks in the dome. So that's like I'm saying, that leads me to think they've been trying to get out of here all along.
Well, what we found out when the Afghan pullout happened, and all those people that were sent to the military dumbs, and then they said they let them out into the public. Well, there's like 80% of them come up missing. I mean, the ones that we could track, the ladies that Max, remember the gals on my channel that were into the child trafficking stuff, all the conspiracy, the dumb explosion, and everything. Yeah, so there's a big organ harvesting thing that went on, and it's still happening, as well as the child trafficking, you know. But yeah, they were like, "Come on in," and it was for organ harvesting. Now, who they sold them to? I believe it was for the breakaway civilization, for genetics, so they could come back up or something. I don't know. But like I said, we tried to track those people, and they hardly any of them come out.
Wow, somebody took the eye on the pyramid or on the dollar bill. I always thought it was George Washington's eye on the dollar bill in the pyramid.
Yeah, that's different, isn't it? Yeah, well, you'll see that the AI has, like I noticed 2 years ago, like some of the old interviews with like John Lennon and stuff. The AI had went in and then some like AC/DC songs and stuff.
And
if you
changed
remember, yeah, they changed it. Not just not the frequency. They changed like a little bit how they look and what they said and how they sounded. The AI did that, and that was back before ChatGPT beta. Now I busted ChatGPT beta's protocol out in like 2-3 prompts and called Navy Intel on it and said, "You guys got to get a handle on this. This is dangerous." And my meaning by that was that if it gets out with all the CRISPR stuff and all this drone stuff, you know, and them saying they're spraying stuff, and then the plasmoids, what's going on with the earthquakes right now? The whole earth is growing. So I believe half of those are plasmoid earthquake lights. Some of them are drones. Some of them are just people going out seeing airplanes and going, you know, blah, blah, you know. But pizza delivery drones, plasmoids, angels, whatever you want to call them. But I believe most of it, probably a lot of it's earthquake lights. And we're fixing to see a big New Madrid quake coming from what I've been monitoring. It's
quakey.
Yeah, they've been practicing with their earthquake machines on Syria, I think it was, where they put that line of earthquakes in.
Look at this shit. Look at this beautiful architecture. The old world must have been mesmerizing.
Oh yeah, a lot of that's coming out. A lot of that though is, remember, CAD 9 sketch stuff back when I was in high school. That CAD 9 sketch was, you know, you just going off. You've got to have an eye for this stuff. You've got to be.
I was gonna say, man, my thing on them drones is, man, they practicing because people gonna be able to get their grocery list ordered today, dropped off at their house via a drone.
Right.
Anything you want, you're not even gonna have to go outside to the store to get it no more. You can place your order online. You can have a big ass drone the size of a car dropping that shit up at your front door, man.
Right.
Within the next 5 to 10, within the next 5 to 10 years.
They don't want you outside associating with anybody. They want you in your niche. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't know. So something
everybody's always saying something big's coming, but they got something planned. I just want to drop in and say Merry Christmas. That's about all I had to say. Merry Christmas, guys. Happy Yule, Max, everybody. Max, you
Merry
doing a
Christmas.
live stream tonight?
Yeah,
Tomorrow?
I was going to do a fun one tonight.
All right. Well, I'm gonna get back to drinking my Fireball.
Not happy hour yet.
Me and Monkey are me and my Monkey are having a good Christmas Eve. I'll see you guys later. Yeah, but that's what I think. I think a lot of this is
Yule Nog or whatever you're drinking.
Happy Yule.
A lot of this is earthquake lights and angels and drones, and like I said, if you check the stars, it's back in 1776, and then around when they said Jesus was around, is when these alignments are happening. A big thing, April is when Jupiter moves out of Taurus. They've been sitting there for a couple of years. April is when Jupiter moves out of Taurus, and we're having a big, supposedly meteor showers visible during the daytime. So that's when people are going to be, going thinking it's signs. If we make it that far.
Oh man, it'll be War of the Worlds all over again.
Right. So maybe they're just getting us ready for it.
Right?
Yeah. I mean, maybe they're just getting us ready for this. But I mean, because you all know that if they want to get rid of us real quick, I mean, Max, you've seen the all the NIH and all the
yeah, they can kill us real quick, but then they have to bring all the bodies to the morgue and dispose of them.
Well, do they?
Much better to have you walk yourself to the morgue.
Yeah, you walk yourself. That's what I'm saying. That's what I told my dad. I said, "Wow, that's fear mongering. They're gonna kill us by the billions, motherfucker. They already doing it. You walk yourself into a witch doctor with a lab coat on. He give you more poison. They don't have to walk you nowhere. We walk ourselves to the morgue. Everything's based on death here. These pagan holidays, ritualistic holidays we celebrate personify death. The money that we chase personifies death. Religion, where they saying Jesus died 2,000 years ago, you worshiping a dead deity that personifies death. So everything we do is based on death here.
Well, they keep it.
You already dead. Why kill you? Why kill you if you already dead? Huh?
Right.
Why kill you if you already dead, dog?
They keeping some of us around for some reason or another. So, I mean, I just wonder that, I'm just like, they get rid of some people quick, and then other people like us is like, why are they keeping us around for? But we all play a part. So,
yeah.
Well, I'll see you guys later. Peace.
Thanks, Mr. Mission. Cheers. We'll see you later,
bro.
Oh no. I'm gonna jump off at 6 hours. 5 minutes. I said I was gonna jump off an hour ago, but True Song came up, so I was like, I'll chill a little longer.
Yeah, I was gonna come up earlier, bro, but I was on I was on another panel. I was like, I want to go over there so bad, but like, no, I'll wait later on.
Look at this duality. I like this right here. This is dope.
As above, so below. It's real life.
You can't have life without death, and you can't have death without a life.
Everything comes from life, and everything lives off death.
Huh. See, you are the serpent with the staff, right? The energy going up the spine. And then when you're dead, you're back to the carcass in the ground.
Bro, I used to fear death, bro. I ain't gonna lie. I used to fear it, but now I know I'm a timeless being. So what is death to a timeless being that's immortal? That, I go to different planes of existence. Like what's that? What's death to me? So called. It ain't about shit.
Right. Yeah, me too. Used to be afraid of death.
Is death not just a transformation? Sorry, guys. Is not death just a transformation from one form to another?
Spot on. Yeah, you just transmuting into a different form. It's all energy, man. Everything that energy that the Freemasons stole, hijacked. The energy, man. So,
Yeah,
once you know you timeless,
and you'll go somewhere else. and you
Yeah.
take your car to the junkyard.
Mm-hmm. That's why you try to do it in the first death, not the second death. You
Love
want
your
to
wordplay, Truth Zone.
yeah. Transmute.
Love your wordplay.
Well, yeah, I can go on with this wordplay. I'm real cool with that wordplay, man.
I know.
Yeah, it's better to transmute while you're in the form, not when you get booted out of the form. Because if not, then you're recycling yourself. Repent means to change from within, not from without. So if you're waiting to die so you can actually go into another form, yeah, you're going to be dumbed down more. And don't worry about the color of your skin or your gender. That's a moronic game to play at best.
You go into another form when you daydream. I can daydream right now about me being in a so-called white body on a beach full of white women. That's me going to another form. I'm saying hypothetically, man. I'm not saying like,
first of all,
you know what I'm saying? Like you can daydream about yourself being a millionaire in the NBA, living a high life. You sit there and just be daydreaming, man. Damn, that's me. So you know what I'm saying? You can do it. You see what I'm trying to say, man?
Not necessarily always a human form that you have to come back into. But yeah, if you think that another form is white or black, that's some more investigation on that. You're neither, but you could be dark or light skin. But again, that's just one form. We're living beings in many forms.
Yeah, I already know that. Water form, alchemical elements, water, solids, liquids, gases, plasma.
Yeah.
We can go to we really water beings. We spend 9 months in the womb full of water. Brain is mostly water. Yeah, I know all that, man.
Well, I'm an air being. I'm not a water being. But yes, people can be water beings too.
You can be a breath. You can be a breatharian. That makes you can be any type of being, bro. Yeah, for sure.
I'm with you. Yeah. But then again, we get caught up in the rhetorics of enough people say something. You say something over and over again, then people might perceive it as truth. Well, if it's truth, then you should be able to challenge it to no end. You know, it's always when a person said they know the truth, I said, this ought to be fun. You know, because you could be in a layer of deceptions and then calling each point a truth. It could be a stopover. You know, I might have an experience. You know, it's always fun when somebody tells me the age of themselves. I'm thinking, there's a stopover. You're actually thinking you're the vessel. Okay. And that might serve. In that moment, it might serve that individual, not others. At that point, you're preaching verbally, which I'm doing right now.
Let me ask you something, Dom. Because I heard Candy say the same thing. She says people get caught up in being a vessel. That's kind of like a lazy way of thinking to me. That's my own, personal opinion on that. It's like a lazy way of thinking. That's like a cop out. Like I still gotta take care of this car while I'm here. I know I'm not this car, but I'm gonna take care of this car while I'm here. I'm gonna make sure I eat right, exercise, and I'm thinking clearly. I know I'm not this car, but I'm still gonna take care of this car. Just like when you go finance a car off the lot, you know that's not your car for the time being, but you still gonna make sure you get it vacuum clean. You're gonna treat it, wax it. You see what I'm trying to say?
Stewart,
right? I consider the body the enlightenment vessel. This is how we achieve enlightenment, is through living and experiencing.
Yeah, you're talking about stewarding and Max at that point. I'm talking about discernment to know the difference. You're not the vessel. If you truly are the vessel, then explain who's running the liquids right now in your body. And then we can use other examples. Well, when a body goes into a coma state, who's running it? When somebody goes into hypnosis.
If you went into a water form right now,
that's cruise control.
The bacteria are taking control then, because they're
like I said before, if you ride by a lake and you say, man, that's a body of water over there, so is that not being a vessel either? So if you go into a water form or air form, are you gonna say that's not a vessel? That's not a you're not that vessel? You see what I'm trying to say?
It's a vessel. I'm not. Truth on, I'm not here to denounce it. I'm just giving you different spins on words.
Right. I got you. I feel what you're saying, Don. Yeah. I'm just saying, like,
it's like thoughts. I'm going to go with the premise that I'm not the thoughts. And if I am the thoughts, then I say, well, then why am I not speaking Mandarin right now? Or actually doing Braille? So I know that I'm being indoctrinated. I'm being programmed. That's my interpretation of it. Other people might call a program a demon or a daemon, which is fine. Those are just words. But if most people aren't aware that, they think they're the vessel because it's consistent. I see it. It's like people seeing a tree or a house in a car, and then they make a quick assumption when they look up into the luminaries, then the sun and the moon by default should be material. No, there's no proof of that.
Right. I get what you're saying, Don.
And then we're helping each other become aware or awake again, where most people, what they're doing is they're reinforcing the nuts and bolts, but yet removing the bolts and say, okay, here's a bunch of nuts. I'm going to give you a whole bunch of stories. And they're worried and concerned about who spoke those words, let alone how they spoke those words. No, discernment is actually what are the teachings. And then once you have the teachings, you're not going to worry about a guy named fucking Jesus, Muhammad, Allah, fucking Jesus, whoever. Those are just names. Those are landmarks. I'm nobody in the equation. Literally, I'm saying the word I'm nobody. But I know I'm encased in a body.
Nobody.
Yes. Yes. It's a play on words. It's like, does it matter? When somebody says to me, does it matter? I said, well, you're living in the physical, and that's matter. So yes, it would serve a purpose, but how much does it serve? You know, because it shouldn't be about us. We should humble ourselves enough to know that regardless if it comes out of my mouth, if anything else, that'll be a challenge for me. Because more times than not, when I say shit, like, fuck, I really don't want to say this, but hey, I put it out there. I want to share awareness. I will share it. Other people want to share answers. Okay, if they want answers, what are their nuts and bolts? At least if I'm sharing awareness, it's their responsibility. We got enough books written out there. There's enough people podcasting this stuff. So it's not as though they're going to use an excuse and say, well, Dominic, I don't believe in that. I said, okay, whatever. But are you going to do your due diligence? You know what I mean? Like, I get it. You know, people go on these rants. I do it too. You know, and then they worry about the color of their skin. I'm using as an example, or a gender. A person will say, okay, well, Dom, you'll never understand me as a woman. I said, there's a good chance the woman that's standing right fucking beside you is not going to understand you. So what's your point? You know, it's an individual journey to a certain point. We might have the illusion, say, okay, but I'm seeing the sun. I said, yeah, but I'm not seeing the word that I'm explaining it with. That's my view. Now, somebody wants to combat me on that. I said, you're going to combat me on my view? What fucking moron do you think you are?
And speaking of that, hey, Charles, I was telling you, bro, I was on a Aboriginal panel earlier on smoke signals panel, and I was chopping it up. I was having a dialogue with one of the brothers over there, man, and we was talking about that, like with the whole race thing. I said, people say that's racism. And I was like, bro, what's race really mean? Race mean you in a competitive state. You competing against somebody else. Oh, that's racist. So I'm in a race right now, then? Oh shit, we all a bunch of guinea pigs in the lab, right? We racing to get to that job every morning, right? We race, huh? What race is gonna get to the finish line first? Is it gonna be Caucasian, Malaysian, white, black, whatever you want to call it? Let's have these imbeciles race over there. All right, that's what me and was talking about earlier. Like that shit, you just don't, you know.
We should throw in cheetahs then. Cheetahs and some gorillas and maybe some giraffes.
Like, what race you a part of? A guy like, goddamn, I ain't know where the finish line at. Then where we start at? Well, mark, you set, go. Where we starting at? We got to run. We got to run a marathon. We'll race win. Oh, okay.
And they're always moving the finish line. TZ. They're always moving it on us.
I just what I'm saying. I'm getting away from that whole colorism, race, all that shit's nonsense, bro. Only thing I do know for certain is you have a birthright that they try to take from you. That's one thing I do know for certain. All that other shit, like what color you are, what race, all that shit, that's bullshit, bro. I don't give a fuck about this shit no more, man.
Well, even if it does serve somebody, TZ, how does it serve the rest? You know, like let's say 99% of the population is Asian. How does it serve the 1% that's not Asian, and vice versa? Again, that's more times than when people are talking that way, they're talking from a very self-absorbed point of view. It's all about me, and I don't feel confident enough, so I'm going to drag other people that look like me under the same fucking cult. That's a child speaking at that point. Now, they can use diarrhea of the mouth to hoodwink people, spin doctoring people, but the truth of the matter is you're living in that vessel, nobody else. Same with me. Nobody else is living in my vessel unless we're going to entertain that there's walk-ins, but then again, would that actually be a human thing or a being thing? Again, people that talk about the color of their skin are like fucking feminist. They're worrying about that I'm not getting equality. I said, when has the nature, let alone humans, shown equality? Especially when it's another past generation, unless you can prove that in a past generation, I was mistreated and I was a slave, let alone I fucking got indoctrinated to be a master. Then the rest of us will be looking at you like a deer in the headlight. I said, so you're saying that you're in another life form? Oh, okay. So, what were the winning tickets? You know, do you know the future? Do you know the past? Again, that's just a bunch of men, actually really they're boys, pretending to be men. Now, they might tell me their personal stories, but you don't understand, Dom. I said the word gives it away. You're the one that has to understand. You're the one that's stewarding your vessel. You're the one that's going to have to steward your emotions and your mental capacity. Outside of that, you're doing the same old, like a whole bunch of other people. You go to a bunch of fucking KKK meetings, you might even discover the fact that they're talking the same fucking way. We're the superior race. We're better than anybody else. We'll make everybody else dumb down and we'll give ourselves the illusion that we're smarter than them. Really? No, it's just more fucking word salad. Now, have humans been mistreated? Yes. Have they also contributed in the mistreating? Fucking right they have. Anyway, it's a story that's going to continue, has never ended, and it will continue.
We can end it right there.
Yeah, all right, then. Peace, y'all, man. Shout out to everybody. Thanks for having me up, Charles, big dog.
Anytime, True Song.
You gonna do a panel tomorrow too?
Maybe. It's just another day.
I thought about. I was gonna ask you one more question before you ended it, bro. Don't you gotta like for the StreamYard? Like I'm running out of like time on there. Do I gotta like pay a certain
No, you
amount?
can just unsubscribe and resubscribe.
Or
Unsubscribe and
change your
resubscribe?
email.
Yeah.
Or make a new email.
Okay, got you. All right, man. Appreciate that, man. Y'all fellas be easy, man.
Cheers.
Yeah, enjoy your family.
Have a good day, guys.
Thanks
Much
for
love.
coming up. Thanks, Max. Thanks, Dom.
Bye, Dom.
Jay Dewey, thanks for coming up. Who else came up? I forgot your friend's name there. He came up. And peace to everyone in the chat. Thanks for coming by. I'll check y'all next time. I'm out. Peace.
Thanks, guys.